charm, bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Let's get wave, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what, it's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is action? Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass. Chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what is action?
people picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. 'Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, I keep to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, I ain't going back. So give me the green light. Give me the green light. 'Cause I'll stand and fight. So give me the green light, the green light. I will stand and fight. 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 Everybody said I was crazy for believing. Told me to give up, there ain't no shame in me losing. But they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. Oh, but they're wrong. I get to win 'cause I know it's my time. Giving too much now, but I ain't going back. So give me the green light.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Killing spree.
Call Duty, taking the kill back. welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 APAC Challenge Season Recap. Over the past week, 16 elite teams from Southeast Asia competed fiercely for a spot in the prestigious Challenge Finals. Notably, several of these teams have showcased exceptional prowess, including their performances in the M6 World Championship. Let's take a closer look at the teams who emerged victorious in the challenge season. In Group A, Onyx Philippines displayed their dominance, achieving a flawless 4-0 game record and securing a direct spot in the challenge finals. Blacklist International, finishing second, advanced to the last chance qualifier. Unfortunately, EVOS Glory and Lazy Esports were eliminated. RRQ Hoshi reigned supreme in Group B, clinching the top spot with their aggressive gameplay and earning their place in the finals. Alter Ego battled valiantly to move forward to the last chance qualifier, whilst Team Liquid Philippines and RSG Singapore bowed out of the tournament. In Group C, despite being a team in the Tier 2 league, EVOS Holy stood out as the front-runner, earning a direct ticket to the finals with a 2-0 match record. Team Liquid ID showcased resilience to claim second place and advance to the last chance qualifier. Team Flash KH and Homeboys, despite their efforts, were eliminated. Bigatron Alpha led the way in Group D, securing their spot in the finals with consistent and calculated plays. Aurora Gaming clinched second place and progressed to the last chance qualifier. Meanwhile, Todak and AI Esports exited the competition. In a high-stakes battle, Aurora Gaming and Team Liquid ID triumphed to secure their positions in the challenge finals. Blacklist International and Alter Ego, despite impressive performances, fell just short. The 6 qualified teams, Onyx Philippines, RRQ Hoshi, EVOS Holy, Bigatron Alpha, Aurora Gaming, and Team Liquid ID have proven their mettle and are ready for the ultimate challenge. But the journey isn't over yet. These 6 teams will now face 6 regional powerhouse teams that were directly invited to the challenge finals. Onyx Indonesia, Flash Singapore, Falcon Esports from Myanmar, Selangor Red Giants from Malaysia, See You Soon from Cambodia, Team Falcons from the Philippines. The stage is set for a collision of the best talent in Southeast Asia. Stay tuned for more exhilarating battles and unforgettable moments as the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 6 APAC Challenge Finals unfolds.
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Season 6. This is the group stage for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and you guys are currently watching Stream B, where the best of the best battalions battle it out for a shot at a blaze of glory. You're here at the desk with me as your desk host. It's Big Dog Husky right here, but at the same time, I also got my best man on this continental desk, starting with Big Biceps Churros, and of course, we got Big Bomba Leo. How are you guys, gentlemen, feeling?
It's great to be back in the land of Nasi Lemak, and it was just like it was yesterday that we were here for the M6 World Championships, and now we are looking to crown another champion for Snapdragon Pro Series.
Great to be here. Great to be back in Malaysia. Everything's pretty cheap.
Pretty cheap.
But you know what's not going to be cheap? The games that we're going to be watching, because Stream B is all you need to watch today. Ain't no way you're going to go over to Stream A.
We call Stream B for a reason, right? The best stream, the biggest games, biggest stakes, whatever Bs you can think of. We actually had Nasi Lemak yesterday for supper. It's pretty good as well. So it sets the tone for what we have today. 4 best of 3s just on Stream B alone. And honestly, it's the only 4 best of 3s you need to watch. Clippers out there, stay here.
I don't think you get the quality of the matches you would any other stream.
I agree.
Alongside with the commentary from an international group of gentlemen like this, Stream B is the place to be.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching Onyx PH, one of the top of the world, winner of the M6 World Championships, going up against the best team of the world, according to Merkel,
Yeah.
Bigatron Alpha as well. You see,
Even a Stream A talent will say, hey, that's a good stream right there. That's a good match.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Stream A Talent has already admitted that we have the best games, but we have to start by talking about what's at stake, which in our case is going to be the dough involved, right? The prize pool, a total of $150,000 US, and the champion walks away with $65,000. 65,000.
65 bags.
65 bags.
65 bones. The second place, 32,000. That's not too far away. Around a little bit more halfway, but you definitely want to get that first place prize.
And just for showing up, you get 1,800.
Just for showing up.
Just for being a part.
Just to fly out
Yeah.
to JB, play for an international crowd, and have a little bit of a vacation. Taste some.
I'm doing my math though. That's pretty much around less than 5% of the actual prize pool you get if you were first place.
I mean, you get to play like 3 days of group stage, right? It is still something. As long as you're in top 12, you are going to have a piece of the pie. But let's take a look at the teams and what are going to be our competitors. Starting with Group A, we got See You Soon, the Selangor Red Giants, Flash Singapore, Onyx Philippines, the best team in the world according to Merkel, Bigotron Alpha, and Team Liquid Indonesia. Now, when this draw came out, were you shocked, Leo?
No, I was not. Weirdly enough, if you roll back to the Filipino broadcast of the challenge season, I'd say I predicted about 95% of the group draws for challenge finals. And let me correct you, the factually best team in the world right now, Onyx Philippines, is just trapped with an international smorgasbord of talent. Look at that. It's just them versus the world. Not a single other Filipino team in Group A.
We're very lucky because this is a Group A, not Stream A. So we're able to see like some of the best matches in the world. This is a very depth group. Like, you have Onyx PH, you have BTR, the best team of the world, according to Merkel, and you have SRG at the top of the tier, and of course you have Flash Singapore as well. I mean, I'm a little bit hesitant, but like, yeah, we're moving on to Group B. What do you have?
I mean, Group B, we got Onyx as well, but this one is Onyx Indonesia. We got Falcon Esports. We got Team Falcons, EVOS Holy, RQ Hoshi, and Borealis Northern Lights Aurora from the Philippines. So it's a pretty stacked group as well, but I have to agree with Churros. I think Group A is factually, statistically, the group of death. You want to talk about the best team in the world. Factual-wise, it's Onyx Philippines. Delulu-wise, it's Bigotron Alpha. Copium-wise, it's probably Selangor Red Giants because they won
Team
MSC.
According to Abstract.
That's
according to
next level
Abstract.
copium right
That's
there.
next level copium, right?
I'm sorry to the
There's
Flash.
copium,
Oh, man.
and then there's like ICU level in it.
Hey, but you know what? Anything can happen. Anything can happen. We have a lot of changes to the roster, especially for both groups. Group B as well. Team Falcons back for revenge. They were the champions, quote unquote, for Season 5 in the Snapdragon Pro Challenge Final Series last season. And so now they want to reclaim that throne again. So we're in for a lot of different, kinds of battles that are around happening this time around.
Not quote unquote, like literally. They are the champions of Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. They won it in a best of 7, going all the way against Team Liquid Philippines.
They got knocked out by RRQ in the
This
group
season.
stages this season.
Yeah.
So no more first and second. It will all change.
Yeah, a little bit of a history there. So that's what they have on their shoulders.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Stream A. First, I'm going to hold you for a while, Churros, because we got to talk about the stream that isn't as great, but, we got to give a bit of shout out anyways. We got Stream A, Flash Singapore against Team Liquid ID to start it off, followed by EVOS Holy against RQ Hoshi, Bigotron Alpha or Merco against TL ID, and they will end it with RQ Hoshi against Aurora. That's Stream A. So now you know what's on Stream A. You know for a fact that you got to be on Stream B.
Yeah, this is just, I'm thinking out loud, all right? Hundreds of people all around are saying it. I'm going to say it for y'all. It's a lot of Indo teams in action in Group A.
Yeah, a lot of Indo teams. But Stream B, on the other hand, Filipino teams galore. And you also have like Onyx ID and Onyx PH. So that's a little bit of a sibling rivalry, if I would. They won't be facing up against each other. They're in different groups. But then again, the first game of today, Onyx Philippines versus the best team in the world, according to Merkel. BTR, you don't want to miss that.
All right, let's not forget to acknowledge the Kamai champions here. They have played on behalf of the Kingdom from the Mekong. See you soon. So this is a team that we should respect, despite it being a team with, relatively new names, at least to the international scene. We last saw them in action in their own MPL. It should be a nice outing against the M6 World Champions.
Yeah, it's a good litmus test, right, for the third series of the day. But we also have a Stream C, which would be commentated by our Indonesian colleagues.
That's right.
And then we got See You Soon against SRG to start it off on Stream C side, followed by Falcon Esports against Aurora, and then SRG takes on Flash Singapore. the fourth time that we have a chance to knock them out of the tournament, of a fourth time of Malaysia-Singapore rivalry, and then we got Onyx Indonesia against
knocked
Falcon Esports. Record
I'm gonna hold it to you there, man.
SBS, MSC 2024, and M6. You know,
Keeping tabs.
Hey, it's a new year. It's a new dream for Team Flash.
Hey, you
they
know-
can come back. It's the first time.
we'll see. I mean, they also had some interesting roster changes, right? In the XP lane, you know, Diablo is no longer with
Diablo's not
Flash
playing,
SG's
Vanix not playing as
That
well.
too.
You still got the main three mainstays. You got Hades, Cortese, so the
JPL.
Filipino fans will still be able to see some of the Filipino friends in action in
right.
Team Flash. But you know, I'm going a little bit off tangent right here. Singapore had a slow start, but right now I would say we've succeeded. We've succeeded Malaysia. So
Whoa!
what have you, man?
What have, I mean, we finished third in M6, so I don't know what to tell you.
We at least went to M6. I mean, that's something.
Hey, you know who else went to M6? Everyone else. Aurora went to M6.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you had to take a straight bullet there.
Yeah.
But I mean, we played plenty of interesting matches. I don't know, like you set up Flash SG, we have to check in on them as the day progresses. But coming back to Stream B is not only the biggest games today, but we also have slight adjustments to the game in recent times. Right? I think around last month. But let's take a look at the previous season standings. First, just to give you guys a quick trip back memory lane, we have the Season 5 Challenge Finals placement. It was Team Falcons, or previously known as Falcons AP Bren. And then we have Team Liquid Philippines, who finished second, but they didn't make it this season. And of course, the team that finished third last season, Selangor Red Giants, they are also here in the Challenge Finals group.
Interesting how our second placer, the grand finalist from Season 5, could not make it. What sucks about this the most is Liquid was going through a phase right as Snapdragon Pro Series challenge season happened, and something tells me they could have. They could have been here, but given how fast the game changes, the meta was they were a slave to the meta.
I remember this season was a really sort of like rivalry again between the Falcons and Team Liquid PH. They met in MPL PH in the grand finals as well. They've also met a couple of times during some of the more bigger competitions, like the M5, if I'm not mistaken. And then they I think they met in the grand finals, was it?
For
M5.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
Again.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's sort of like they've keep battling each other, but right now Team Falcons are still one of the best teams in the world in terms of like their consistency coming into it. Although they didn't make it to M6, they still have a no loss record for the M6. So I think that's something for them.
Yeah, you talk about Team Falcons. Let's check out the power ranking. See if any of us have Team Falcons on the board. Well, at least for Group A, I think for me, Onyx Philippines, of course, best team in the world. Got Team Liquid ID. I got SRG. I got to stick with my Malaysian boys. For Group B, I have Team Falcons, I have RQ Hoshi, and Aurora on my list.
This is in order.
In order, yes, in order as well. Just to put it out there, I saw a lot of conversations online, right?
Yeah.
People saying if it's in order, yes, it is.
Now it is.
Now it is. Onyx PH first, Liquid ID second, SRG third for Group A, Group B, Falcons, RQ Hoshi, and Aurora.
Yeah, I gotta say, like your Group A is basically like that M6 standing.
That's
Yeah,
literally.
literally
M6 standing. So like, if statistics is right, then you might be right for Group A. Like if it all goes down that way again. But not to forget, right now, they have Team Falcons. We have Team Falcons in the mix as well. So this is going to shake things up a little bit in the playoffs if they ever make it like that.
Yeah, thankfully they're in Group B. That's the saving grace. Team Falcons are in Group B, but it's not an easy choice. Let's be honest, gentlemen. I think when we look at your predictions as well, you gotta also try to defend what you guys have lined up for us. Let's take a look at you, Churros.
I think basically the same thing.
Same as
I
us.
have a little bit more hope for my Malaysian counterparts, the Selangor Red Giants. I was a huge fan back in MSC because they had a very strong narrative. They came from nowhere, they came from the bottom, and then they beat MSC when no one thought they could against a very dominant team like Team Falcons, AP Brand back then. And this really, it just filled the cockles in my heart.
I want to talk
That's a
about
Singaporean phrase again.
I want to talk about your Group B one, right? No
Yeah.
Aurora.
No
Instead of
Aurora.
Aurora, it's Onyx Indonesia for you.
Statistically
Regret
speaking,
that.
in M6, I think Leo would agree.
But this is not M6.
This is not M6.
Did you not watch the challenge season, sir?
Yeah.
A lot of people count out Aurora in the challenge season. I was part of that bandwagon at the start, but I have to admit, as the season progressed, Aurora actually stepped up when they really needed to.
That is the most expensive mistake to ever make, and you're not walking away from that, not a better team. So it's not that, you'll see my Group B power rankings just a bit, but it's not that I don't think Onyx Esports or Onyx Indonesia is good. It's just, I want to wait to see what this lineup can do. We'll go into details later on once the match comes closer to its fruition, but it's a very different lineup, right? It's a very different lineup from what we know. Sure, the Sky King is still there. Sure, Keyboy and Sans are still there, but look at the rest of this squad. It's not the same Season 3 winning squad, but Group A, still
the same
M6.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's all across the board.
If we
here.
ignore the orders, it's essentially the same for all of us.
Yeah.
I think it's just Group B, whether Aurora is coming up on top or Onyx ID, it's coming up on top. I think it's, like you said, it's a different year, a different series, a different championships. Let's take a look at Gideon. He's
Hey,
not here
wow,
with us
he's-
today, right now.
Hey,
but,
hey,
like,
hey,
He,
hey,
he don't
hey,
get that Aurora. He don't. Why? Wait, hold on. SRG.
Okay, so he swapped out Philippines. He's
Gideon.
flying over Giants. How do you
Gideon,
feel
we have
about
to
that?
talk. We have to talk.
Look. If there's one thing I learned from M6 is that sometimes copium it's just not it. You know, like I love my local team, but I gotta put respect to the Kings.
Yeah.
Either way, if it really doesn't matter too much if they make it through, then we will take a look at how things unfold in playoffs. But he also went for Onyx Esports instead of Aurora.
Yeah.
So we have the Aurora gang here,
Yeah.
And then me and Gideon.
and you and Gideon.
me and
Because-
Giddy, the big D.
To be fair, again, the memories of M6 are so fresh.
Yeah.
And what happened in the group stage
group
then, the
stage, yeah.
Swiss.
I know, you're trying to
was just
block
so
out that
real.
memory.
Yeah. No, I was wondering, like, where was I when that happened?
Yeah, but then again, like after seeing some of the roster changes for Onyx ID, I don't know. Like CW, I don't know, man. He's not gonna be playing, so like there's the rock of the team. He's not gonna be there. Will it change their dynamic? We'll see.
Yeah. The players, they affect the dynamics, but new heroes always have an influence on the meta. And for this season, or at least the most recent addition, is going to be Lucas, which has been pretty interesting, right? Because the first time we ever saw Lucas in competitive play was actually the SPS challenge, before the challenge finals, so the challenge stage where Lucas has been kind of on and off the drafting phase, a lot of times in the 4th and 5th pick. And when you look at the spotlight, interestingly enough, as much as Lucas was sort of a mid-tier prio, the win rate isn't exactly high for this hero.
To start, that's true. He would have seen either super early picks, super early bans because teams didn't not want to risk it, and then eventually he found a home in that 4 to 5 slot. And then eventually, in the last couple of days of broadcasting the challenge season, he got a positive win rate.
Yeah.
And the sample size, I'd say, was healthy. What he brings to the metagame also is very healthy. And to think that there's only really 2 heroes that can shut him down, the Valentina and the CC, I think it's a great hero going into challenge finals. I think this is a hero that we should watch out for in the XP lane.
The only thing I don't like about Lucas, and when Lucas came out, I was spamming him in the jungle because we were all experimenting with trying things out, but he gives a lot of dimensions to how games are played because we really need someone who's a little bit more tanky in EXP lanes because junglers are pulling out their assassins once again into the mix of things. We have things like Suyo coming out, we have the Joy coming out, the Hayabusas. Yeah, but it's so ultimate reliant. If you don't have your ultimate, you're going in, you're a sitting duck. And once the ultimate is gone, you're basically just running for the hills, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of had this conversation yesterday as well behind the scenes. You know, I know you brought up the Valentina and the CC Leo, but I recall Phoveus was also kind of mentioned, right, as one of the few matchups that Lucas kind of goes up against every now and then. Where does that stand?
Yeah, I'd like to think Phoveus is just a catch-all. At this point, Phoveus is the thumbs or glue of the current metagame. Like, he's just good with everything. And try to think of a lineup right now that doesn't have a dash. Like a 5-man stack that at least has no dashes in it. That's what makes Phoveus so good, is you're able to either spread out your opponent, disperse him, or have him clump up and suffer your Infernal Pursuit.
As strong as Phoveus is, and I agree with you, yeah, a lot of teams are gunning for a lot of heroes with a lot of dashes and a lot of mobility, but Phoveus is more of a I'm all in kind of hero. Very, very committal. Once you go in with the demonic force, you're basically inside the fray. You can't walk out because your movement speed is just so slow. And you just gotta soak up all that damage, buy enough time for your teams to come back in. Very, very teamwork reliant, very committal kind of hero. So in this meta game, it's still strong because you can stack up a lot of the Thunderbelt stacks, and a lot of teams are buying that core item onto that Phoveus. But you've also got a very, very tanky EXP laner.
Yeah, speaking about stacking Thunderbelt, we also have the new hometown hero, Badang.
Yep.
Coming into the fray, Badang roam, Badang XP, you give him a Thunderbelt, he stacks like no tomorrow. I've seen Badang ending games with 50, 60 Thunderbelt stacks. Insanely tanky, a lot of crowd control, can almost solo kill carries. I mean, what made him that good?
All right, it's less about the damage. It's less about the Thunderbelt stacks, because think about this, gentlemen. Before that big patch in the late part of December 2024, Badang wasn't seeing much play in pro play, right? But the Thunderbelt was never changed.
Yeah.
The patch that changed Badang was the animation update and how his skills just come out much faster. And hits his skills. I'll tell you now what makes him such a lethal hero. Not his sustainability, not his damage, because those are things that you build into him, because there's a different build of Badang, right? Damage Badang, tank Badang, which I think is the correct build, tank CDR Badang. It's his CC. It's his crowd control. The unjustifiable amount of just CC and capability to corner people. I'd say some teams might be willing to open up a fanny and just let the Badang take care of it. It's doable.
No, we'll see if that's the case, because again, plenty of theory crafting. It's a new year, but for now, it's time to prep the party, because coming up, Onyx Philippines takes on Bigatron Alpha. Right after this break, go grab a cup of coffee. We'll be back with official MLBB action.
Chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind. My mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden.
I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting.
Onyx Philippines gets ready to take on Bigatron Alpha, a rivalry between two big regions, but Onyx Philippines stands at the top of the hill as the current world champions, and it's up to Bigatron Alpha to make a dent and draw some blood. You're back at the SPS Challenge Finals group stage with Husky, Leo, and Churros. Let's take a look at Onyx PH roster to start it off. We've got Kirk the Architect, King Kong the Beast of the Jungle, Super Prince, Monster Mage, Brusco the Bruiser, and the gold standard Filipino Savage, Kelra.
Dwayne Pilas is such a prolific player. He has so many nicknames. Besides the two that have already been established, there's a couple more in the works. Some that have been calls in M6. And I think that's a story of this team right now. Onyx Philippines, they are at the top of the hill, but it seems like there's another mountain they want to climb. I feel like that's where they are. I don't know, you guys gentlemen get that vibe that they're not done. They're just getting started.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this team because it's the same lineup, and the team that stays together wins a lot of games. They have some hiccups with their synergy. I'm not saying they have very, very clean games, but they have what it takes to make it very, very far, especially in a new year, 2025. They can take this entire series off.
Yeah, this is a super family we're talking about. It's not a matter of if you're staying together, it's how far you're going to go.
Yeah, how far are you going to go for one another, right? When you look at the highlight is playing, this was the winners series, right? Onyx PH against Blacklist International for a spot in the challenge finals. And Onyx Philippines essentially just ran down Blacklist.
They were undefeated in their group stage run in the challenge season. An average about 13 minutes between the 4 wins they got against Evos Glory and Blacklist.
And we have their opponents on the other side of the ring. The boys in red, the robots from Bigatron Alpha. We got Luke, Super Ken, Moreno, Light, and Eman. Guys, I gotta say, I hope Pamela finds a good team. Ain't there anymore.
No, you're right. Wait, what?
Pamela?
The rumors are, what? The internet was right?
Was right?
Light was gonna
right.
be in Bigatron Alpha?
Yeah. You've got new imports coming in, Iman and Light playing together again. Iman, actually, just fun fact, up against Kelra is 7-4 based on ZE Killed's head-to-head matchup. He is also known Kelra Killer.
The Kelra Killer?
The Kelra Killer. He's touted the Kelra Killer or Kelra
let's see where that goes. Because
Let's see where that
watch
goes.
this clip. That's Pamela.
Yeah.
He plays very similar to Light, but you know what? With Super Ken back on, and this RSG winning duo as well, they won MSC, they won an MPL Philippines Championship together. I think BTR, especially with Moreno, the Filipino Slayer on,
Yeah.
they might go for an SPS Season 3 run again.
Yeah, you got the Kelra Slayer, like Churro said, and you got the Filipino Slayer. So it seems like BTR has the right components, right? Let's see if the concoction is going to be effective against Onyx Philippines. On top of that, you also got Super Ken back in the jungle, right? They played challenge stage with Tiozi, and right now it's going to be Super Ken, but we have seen him before in BTR, even back in the day. So this feels like a reunion, but with additional firepower.
That's right. I think it's safe to say that this is a very David versus Goliath kind of situation. Everybody's looking for Onyx Philippines, but they have already tasted success, and statistically they are a very, very dominant team. 13 minutes per game, averaging all of that. But is that success getting into their heads? What do you guys think?
Nope, not at all.
No, I don't think so. I mean, it got to King Kong's head. He dyed his hair red.
That is the blood of his enemies.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We all agree across the board, Onyx Philippines is going to get a 2-0 sweep over Bigatron Alpha. But I want to talk about chances, right? I know, is there an alternate universe where this doesn't go the way that we thought it would?
There's a very small chance it goes 2-1.
Yeah.
Because BTR is known to have these experimental picks or like rotations that you do not expect. In the group stage alone of the challenge season, they brought out a Masha XP and a Kai XP to wins.
Yep.
And a Kai jungle to answer a very specific Fanny in the hands of Demon Kite. And Moreno can play a Novaria in this current stage of the metagame.
If we're talking about experimental, remember Kelra's Layla? Yeah, a little bit experimental. It really shifted the meta in our current ranked games for all those peasants and plebs. But like, this is one of the players that has been setting the meta straight for a very, very long time. A lot of eyes are gonna be on them as they get ready.
And that's Onyx when they get experimental. It's literally just one pick.
Yeah.
Look at their challenge season run.
Yeah.
It was literally just the best picks that you could
best
get your
picks.
hands on. That's how easy it is for Coach Tony and Coach Hayes to get a draft in.
I mean, there is also, we talk about the Loi Suyo as one of the duos.
Hold up. Is that Patrick Kaidig? Is that Etumax? Is that the former MSC champion as their coach now?
What's that?
I think it is.
It is. He's there. He's in JB.
Oh, by the way, there is a bounty out there. I want to, on behalf of Leo, I want to announce this bounty.
Right.
Anyone who can find us in JB,
That's right. Take
Yes.
pictures with us
it gets 250,000 diamonds
out of my pocket.
out of your pocket. All right.
Find us in the arena. Say, hey, we're here for the bounty. And I will give me your ID. I will hand you the diamonds myself.
Photoshops do not count. All right. So has to be a physical picture.
I actually want to wait and see how many people actually try to find us.
No, you can't.
Is
You can't see
I mean,
that line like right after.
number one, you have to get tickets, right?
You gotta take a chance. You gotta take a lead.
And if I'm not mistaken, last I checked, there are still some tickets
Yeah.
to watch on site. So guys, go ahead, grab them. Very affordable. Make a weekend out of the trip to JB and try to find us. Try to find us. Any of us.
Any of us, just one. So anyone from stream A, stream B, or stream C, just anyone. The on-site casters don't count. The Barca, Rose,
LaFell.
LaFell,
Any of the no, it has to be an English talent for SPS season 6. Now back to the action here. Looking at the Super Family, looking at Onyx, look at the smiles on their faces. They're not. I don't want to say they're not locked in. Compare that to Light. Look at how stone cold Dylan Katipon's eyes are. He's just ready to go.
Yeah, it's a lot of. Do you think there's a lot of pressure, as the opening match against Onyx Philippines?
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. As nice and warm as it may be, to be next to a very good friend of yours, a comrade you have won an international championship with in Eman. I'm getting a little goosies. No, you have to think about it like, oh no, this is the strongest team in the world that I'm going up against.
It's like, I wake up the next day and I have to play against the M Series champions. I mean, how would you approach this, Churros? Because I know we had some conversation on kind of the mentality going into such a big game at the start of your run.
I mean, this is a very good test, a very good litmus test to where you stand, because at the start of the game, both teams should be, a little bit less warmed up than before. They have a cold start into the games that they're playing. The thing that I'm worried of is how Light will fare in this new BTR lineup instead of Pamela, because they don't have a lot of time to train their synergy and put it in together. So starting off with the draft, we got the first Fanny pick, Bigatron Alpha banning out the Hilda, Matilda, and the Yve. On the other side, Onyx PH banning out the Jusing, Granger, and the Harith, really focusing their firepower onto Iman. They want to give Kalra an easy time picking up that Moskov as well as the Hylos.
If anyone doesn't know who Pamela is by this point, clearly is Light. But
What?
It's more importantly is, first of all,
Wait,
we talk about the Badang. It's let true, hasn't been picked so far.
That's
we
right.
talked about teams trying to answer the Fanny. Onyx Philippines clearly have a way to do so.
Exactly. This is not a.
Oh, here it comes. Badang was sort of like one of the BTR picks in the challenge stage, right?
Correct.
Where you see Masha, Akai, and all.
Indonesian teams in general.
Yeah, I know Renma talks a lot about the Akai as well, and there is still room for it, right? They even take away Super Princess Loi.
So with that said, a lot of steals from Bigatron Alpha, a lot of picks that Onyx PH clearly let them get. What's the play here for the M6 World Champions? They picked up a Hylos, still very good in the current metagame. The Moskov, a reliable pick. Usually we've seen Kelra on the Irithel more often in the past 3 months. Onyx PH, I reckon they gotta pick a jungler here. Unless they're fine with...
The immortal one chose.
Yeah, the Suyo is a safe pick. You don't want to go with the Joy because the Badang actually just locks down that Joy
I know the
really
beast.
easily. The perma stun. Once you get 2 dashes off, you can't get your third because Badang is right in your face.
Can I say I know the beast? Here's the thing. The 3 picks for Onyx right now don't care about getting locked in to the fist break.
The fist break, fist crack.
No, crack is the old
Fist crack. Yeah, crack is the ultimate.
So
Yeah,
this is the break.
The
So
break.
look, the Hylos, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me, right?
Yeah.
You have the Moskov who can just dash away, and then the Suyo. Good luck catching the Suyo.
Good catching King Kong.
Yeah, but you gotta catch the Fanny as well.
That's what they don't have yet. Like
yeah,
a
you need a
hard
really
catch.
hard lockdown.
So far, these are all soft catches to the Fanny.
I mean,
Probably
coming
look at
from
Kurt to.
from a Filipino, I just want to ask, like, what is Onyx PH playstyle? Do you play it around Kalra, just play a little bit more passively around that, and wait for him to scale up, get his power spikes, and then go in as 5?
I love that you're asking me this as a non-Filipino, because that is the mistake a lot of teams think. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, you just gotta shut down kill or just take him down.
Yeah, because that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it looks
And
like.
that's the
everything.
beauty of it. It's such a facade. It's such a great feint, because truly, you're facing 5 dudes who know exactly what they need to do.
That's right.
At any point in time, King Kong, Super Prince, and Kirk might as well finish the job. Any of them can do it.
And it's something that I think Mirko did say on one of his streams. He was like, you are not just looking at Kalra or King Kong as an individual, right? You might as well be playing against 5 King Kongs or 5 Kalras when you're up against Onyx PH. In this case, I do like kind of the pivot towards that carry band. You know, it's just a small change to the speed of the light wheel, but it does allow Onyx PH to have this high-low survive longer. The glue gets banned out as well. When we talk about needing a hard answer to the Fanny, are we looking at Kirk right now?
Oh yeah, for sure. We don't even know if Kirk might be playing the high-lows here.
Yeah.
There might come a pick here that doesn't mind answering the Lu Yi. You still need to think of an answer to the Lu Yi. So when you say an answer to the Lu Yi, you want something that can like have CC on demand or like ways to check the bushes. I'm looking at Super Prince right now. The Eve just got banned. The Vixana was. That
You
means
could
you
go
have
for the Cho again. Don't know if like Briscoe wants to go for Cho to get a little bit more early game lockdown and intelligence around the reconnaissance of
Or
the jungles. Or Kirk, you could throw it both ways as well.
You need an Aurora or a Farsa.
Well, Farsa, yeah.
Yeah, the Farsa seems pretty good, but like
What about the
it's
Vex?
easy for the Fanny to get
Vex got
back
banned.
line.
Oh, right.
Or
And
Veil!
a Veil,
a
we've
Veil.
seen this
There you
a
go.
couple of times, a
Yep.
Veil pick into not just Fanny, but overall a lineup that demands a bit longer range in terms of being able to dish out the damage and provide utility.
My lady's been playing a lot of Veil.
Yeah.
And even in her hands, right? She started playing in like March last year. So good!
So good.
What more in the hands of the Monster Mage? What more at the peak of play?
I mean, we experienced what Veil can do yesterday in our games.
That's right.
It's an instant delete button, so Bruno for Eamon, so BTR is going to get that one. It definitely got bumped down a little bit, right? They reduced his attack range, but with the core item, he's still a menace. Gatot Kacha as the final pick for BTR.
I think it's still flex right here, right? Gato could go EXP or Roam, depending on how they want to play this. But
reckon
Badang Roam would work as well. I think it does a little bit better than the Gato.
I agree.
In that respect, just because you have stuns all the way from like level 1. Your first skill is able to do that. The Cho is going to get picked up for Brusco, so that's going to be the answer, the lockdown onto that back line. You want to take Super Ken, or you want to get the Loyi out of the way. Moreno will be a non-factor in this fight. But then again, I'm not sure if the Cho alone is enough. You have the Moscow to shut that Fanny down into walls, but is it enough?
Not the Moskov alone.
Yeah.
I like that there's like 3 or 4 different soft answers to the Fanny. So I think, Coach Hayes, Coach Tony walking away saying, yeah, we gave our players enough. I think they're going to hold their head up high, confident with that first pick trade there.
This is going to be the appetizer to what might be one of the greatest series for an opening, right, on this stream. Be Bigatron Alpha against Onyx Philippines. We've seen that Fanny being led through. We've seen Onyx Philippines in the zone, feeling really confident about everything. So now it's time to get the party started, Churros and Leo.
Husky, I hope you enjoy this alongside the thousands, nay millions watching all over the world for the opener of Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. This is the group stage. It's Season 6. We've been doing this for a few years now. Bigatron Alpha facing off against the M6 World Champions in Onyx Philippines.
We're gunning into the Land of Dawn. We're right. Badang is actually playing in the wrong position. We'll see how this plays out because we've been talking about this Badang quite a bit. The first skill with a knockback with the mini stun is able to do so much, especially within the jungle. So Onyx Philippines needs to be a little bit more passive, but that leaves that top side in 2 tanky boys, someone that, a little bit less mobile in terms of these teamfight engages, but this is a pro level match that we're talking about.
Checking out this matchup, Kirk and Luke. I wish it was a more action-packed matchup, XP lane, because that's what I was thinking Badang would go there. But again, this is Coach Etomax now at the helm. He knows their play better, and we'll see how it pays off. Check out the emblems here. I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary. More often, you're seeing this Super Prince build on mages in their emblems. Moreno now acknowledging the Monster Mage.
Yeah. The Super can't with the Weapon Master, though, so taking down the jungles will be a little bit hard. Getting the cables out just in the nick of time before Brusco knocks him up, but in the mid side, Light taking a little bit too much damage. He will live to tell the tale another day. As Onyx Philippines looking to ramp up the aggression coming in.
Oh, look at that. I call that a TKO. Sending home Light just in time for him to recalibrate, recuperate. Now coming in, Super again. Again, I haven't seen this Fanny cross the river as much. Is it just me, or is Bigatron Alpha still reading how much Onyx Page is letting them through?
I think they're getting a little bit more patient as the turtle's starting up. Looks like it's going to be going into the hands of King Kong for this one. No engage, no starting of the fights from Bigatron Alpha. That's a lot of damage taken by Light itself. The spear will not land as Light gets the safety with a sliver, a pixel to bat.
You know what else did not happen? The use of the Retribution.
Oh, they're all coming in.
This orange.
There's 4 members coming in. Luke comes in, he jumps in with the AOG, but it's not enough. He's getting targeted right now. Onyx Philippines, they're trying to get what they can and get out, but the rest of Bigatron Alpha, they're standing in the way. They're building a wall. They're pushing them away, keeping Super Ken's buff safe. They touch and they go. As Onyx Philippines, their aggression is showing in the 2nd minute of the game.
See, this is the beauty of Onyx Philippines. They're so good at their mechanics. They understand exactly how much and what it takes to get the job done, that King Kong knows that he shouldn't have retried and forced the orange steal, because that would have been a great punish from Bigatron Alpha, given that they are rocking again this early built Badang. The fact that you put it in Rome means he understands that he's just a CC machine.
Yeah,
Like,
I want to add a point to that. Onyx Philippines is so mobile. Every single one of the heroes in Onyx Philippines, they're really high dashy heroes. They're able to just come in, do a little bit of damage, and get out just in the nick of time. You also have Kelra who can come in anywhere with SOD. So that's a very strong lineup in the early game for Onyx Philippines. But coming into the late game, we hyped up Badang a lot. But in this game, Badang doesn't really have a lot. But Super Can, no way to run or cable out as Onyx Philippines taking control of Bigatron Alpha's jungle.
Kirk getting out of here. The jump from Luke.
The AOG knocks up 2, but it's not enough. Brusco tries to knock off the back line from getting into it, but Kirk gets taken down by Moreno. Brusco's next on the chopping block. Will be able to get out safe, but not for long as Luke is saying, no way, Jose.
That's the punish we're talking about. In tight spaces like that, if you give Bigatron Alpha an inch, they will take a mile, and that'll help them score the 2nd turtle of game number 1. Onyx PH, here's the beauty again of the space that they had, given how much Bigatron Alpha committed to that punish. They know what the next step is. Luckily, for BTR, the next step is a slow step, because the 3rd turtle, very important for both these teams. Look at how now Onyx has to recover. What that next step is, I reckon, is to play from long lane. We haven't really seen them visit the top lane as much, and that means it's now up to Eman and Kelra. Oh man, it's gonna have to come down to Eman and Kelra. Coming down to Eman and Kelra, where that power spike is gonna happen and who's gonna draw the first blood. Oh no!
Oh, that's yin yang reaction. Super Prince gets locked down by Luke with AOG, knocking up 1. Kirk is blocked by that. Whoa! That's the power of the Badang, but no damage is enough to take Kirk down. But for now, though, the power of Badang is coming into play. The stuns, the micro stuns, the perma stuns coming in from Light is coming to fruition. There's 3 and 2 for Bigatron Alpha. A little bit economies away from Onyx Philippines, but it's starting to show. Their aggression is starting to ramp up as well to match that jungle aggression from Onyx Philippines. I just want to see how Super Ken is able to play around this Fanny, because it does look like 0-2-0. Not a very strong start.
So you see now how Bigatron Alpha preempted that rotation up top. You see how they were ready to welcome Onyx PH when they weren't ready. And now I'm thinking Super Prince. You gotta protect Super Prince a little bit more. Yes, you are a frontline mage. Oh, nice
they found
kick!
Light. Won't be able to survive that one. Kelra picks up that kill. SOD goes wider to Moreno. The diversion brings them out to harm's way. What a save from Super Friends coming in. They touch and they go. Onyx Philippines, They back out. But the power of Onyx Philippines is getting that Kelra. There's a specific play style that you want to have when you're playing around that Moskov. Moskov having a free farm on that long lane. You don't really need to join in that fight. Just farm up, keep pushing down turrets, getting that side split push, and getting the SOD to land or hope that it lands. And it comes in for the team fight.
Big power spike here, that golden staff right now coming in. King Kong gets the turtle again. Turtle number 3, the red-headed beast taking it down. Now quick rotation, Kirk dropping it in, the jump from Luke.
A little bit too premature for the glorious pathway. Luke pops that Revitalize to keep himself alive just for a little bit. Onyx Philippines, they know their extent of their heroes. They know that it's a little bit too early to take this fight.
An ult for an ult. That is still the major objective scored by the M6 World Champions. And luckily, the pickup by Bigatron Alpha. So the robots do have a trade. That top lane tier 1. Just in time for the lane swap. Kelra taking to it, making sure that the waves crashing through will not go in vain. And look at that. The teleportation, the diversion. What do you bring? That's Light?
Oh, they don't know.
Company.
They don't know.
They don't. This is one of Light's favorite bushes, by the way.
Oh, they're going in. Super Ken starting to trade. He's getting knocked back, but in the middle of the games, okay. They don't want to take this one. Kelra still stuck in that bush. It's 1v1. They touch and they go. There's a drive-by. King Kong down the mid-side. Takes out Luke.
All right, so you could call that a failed rotation from Bigatron Alpha. They tried. Again, if you have... Oh, look at that! The
there's a fist crack onto Super Prince. And a little bit more. The Super Ken takes him out the ball game and barely escapes death with the cables. And Onyx Philippines, they're scrambling. And this is a very dominant team coming in. And we undermine the power of Bigatron Alpha. Coming to game 4-4 in the 8-minute mark. This is the close to the late game of this series.
Yeah, we are ramping up. First Lord spawning in the upper quarter of the map. Tier 1 down bottom taken. So yeah, call it a failed rotation from Bigatron Alpha, but they were just setting up. That pickoff right there in mid does definitely signal that Bigatron Alpha's not done. Lord spawning already. And both teams, neither of them want to take this for free because mid lane tier 1 still standing. Is that a scramble in mid?
Yeah, there's a knock up and a push. The Way of the Dragon knocks Luke back. Will not be able to survive this one. The Glorious Pathway, they're hunkering on to Moreno, but it's not enough. The tower still stands strong enough to save Bigatron Alpha from dealing more harm.
All right, so both teams respecting the space and the engagement range that the other will and should give up. But look at this. The mobility of one Moskov. Bigatron Alpha has no choice but to send Super Ken. He's the only one really, besides Moreno, who's willing to give the diversion, that can take care of the Filipino Savage.
Yeah, it's a very, very risky play, sending in the Fanny away from that Lord, and now they're starting things up. Super Ken able to get that cables out of the way, just prepping for that Lord dance coming up.
Choros, you see now exactly what we mean by it's not just Kelra you're taking care of.
It is not.
The fact that King Kong has been playing this so slow, so well-paced, so deliberately, he's sitting at 2-0-2. If you check the gold rankings, I bet you he's at 1 or 2. Not to mention EXP, sitting at level 13 against Super Ken.
Skirmish up top side. Super Ken gets a half health. Diversion play goes up top. They want to surprise them from that back line. AOG goes on to cut off any escape routes. And Kirk soaking up so much damage, even with the Glorious Pathway. And Kirk taking everything. That's when he goes wide. No Kelra coming into the battle. And Onyx Philippines, no one spawning. A lot of damage coming through. Busco gets a little bit too deep in the bond, showing that damage coming through. Super Friends, no way to run, no way to hide, but a knockup will keep him safe. As King Kong coming in, trying to chase down anyone, but on the bottom side, Kelra just takes down that tier 3 on that bot side.
Ain't nobody watching the gold standard for the past 30 seconds. Churros, you were calling the action up top.
Can't see him.
No one saw him. No one paid attention. And look at this, King Kong walking away. Smooth as a Sigma, taking that Lord all over the map. Onyx PH getting wins.
The power of this Cho is putting himself in harm's way. Speaking of which, the Glorious Pathway slows everyone down, and Kirk delaying and buying as much time as possible for the Lord to march down that bot side, sound the horn, sound alarms, and sound the whistle.
Not to
It's a skirmish coming in.
The solo kill.
Yeah.
Kelra solo killed Super again. Oh man, look at the synchronized wave. It's Super Ken! Fresh draw, but he backed on top!
There's no way that Super Ken is able to take down Kara now. He's starting to be that monster. Gold Standard showing us what's what. Lord marching down, Onyx PH, shifting it to high gear. They want to take down at least all the three. Oh, wait, back on the line with the dash out just in the nick of time to save himself.
Oh. All right, Glorious Pathway set in by Kirk. Mid lane's gonna crash, top lane the only one standing. Oh, Onyx PH, they smell blood.
They smell blood, but AOG knocks down Kirk, but it's the wrong one there. Super Prince with a strong windstorm to take Luke out of the ball game.
All right, 4-man defense. Luckily, Bigatron Alpha still has Moreno. Good use of the yin-yang stacks, can push back Onyx PH, holding on. Light could catch a softie. Eman hasn't died, so I guess that is one light, no pun intended, one hope that Bigatron Alpha can still defend.
Yeah. Sonic Philippines, they're coming in. Kirk taking a lot more damage. Glorious Pathway keeps himself safe for just a little bit, but it looks like a barren wasteland as Onyx Philippines pilchering in to Bigatron Alpha's base. Bigatron Alpha scrambling to defend and clear up the last of the minion waves. Onyx Philippines, they back off. They know what they came here for. No more T3s, but Super Friends in the chase. They don't see Kara there. He's going for the back line. Kara getting down low. Gets knocked down to one. Fist crack takes him out. And Moreno takes down that kill. AOG and onto the back line. They want to go for Super Friends next. They don't have Kara. They need to run for the hills. They're chasing it. They're strong. But Bigatron Alpha, they touch and they go. It's a drive-by. Taking out Kara is the biggest saving grace for BTR.
Truth be told, not much of a shutdown goal there, but the fact is, Kelra put himself in a position where he can get punished, and Bigatron Alpha made sure that that was not gonna stand. Former teammate in Etumax knew Kelra's tendencies. He knew that Kelra was willing to do that and taught his boys, hey, watch for these little bushes. Even as a Moskov ahead of the opponents, you can catch him there. So this should slow down Onyx Onslaught. This should slow down the 4K gold lead. Lord spawning in the lower quarter. Bigatron Alpha now looking to Eman. Hey man, how long until the DHS? How long until, you know, whatever is going to supplement this trinity of the Hosclaws, Malefic God. Oh, there it is.
They're gonna win on nature.
He needs to defend against Kelra, so this is how much they respect the gold standard.
It's a very, very tough fight, but I think Onyx Philippines, what they want to do, they have very high mobility synergies coming in from the entirety of Onyx PH. Any one point of time, if Bigatron Alpha leaves that long lane open, Onyx Philippines is going to take control of that, push in, and get that steal from that base. The Lord is just a bait as of this moment.
Yep, we've seen Onyx PH do this over and
Countless
over
times,
and
Neil.
over again. Oh, look, we're gonna dance. Oh, look, we're gonna dance. Psych, we're taking the game. So at 14 minutes, this is ripe for the taking. 3,000 gold. Onyx PH makes us look like 10K. So Bigatron Alpha, luckily, they have the tools to address this type of chicanery, all right? They do have the Luyi, the diversion to send them back. Super Ken, very mobile. So we're seeing Super Ken here for the first time in a while actually crossing the river. So he will slowly now open up the map for Bigatron Alpha and allow for, I don't know if I'm gonna be as hopeful as to get a steal, but maybe a pickoff, a shutdown, and maybe, oh, what's this? Diversion at that
Lord
small
of the Third
bush.
Lord gets reset. The concealed play from Brusco won't amount up to anything. Super Friends tries his best to reach that backside, but look who's at the back. Light. He wants to push it in. He gets onto Brusco. Lord in a 10th. Super Ken steals the Lord away from under the hands of King Kong. And all the Philippines are scrambling. They want to fight for more. Iman goes down. But they're ramping up that tempo, they're ramping up the aggression, and Brusco trying to push Luke away. As that Kelra, he's the only one coming in, striking Moreno, taking him to his grave, and Kelra takes it down. All that stands away from them, and the base is the Lord in the way.
Ryan Churros! It happened again! They baited the Lord for a 4-man pickoff! They can't defend! They can't defend!
They have no one else! And Onyx Philippines showing us that dominant performance to kick off the series of the game between BTR and Onyx. What a show.
Husky, were you watching Kelra? Did you see what he was doing?
I saw everything in 4K. The Super Family, Kelra, King Kong, all of them stepping up, giving us a heck of an appetizer. It felt like a main course, maybe to some, but Kelra, dude, solo kill into an in-hit tray, you know, playing in the bushes.
Play the game.
Play the game.
Yeah.
And of course, the bait at the Lord fight. Props to BTR having some great ideas, right? Having Light stagger out King Kong to allow Super Ken to get the Lord, but they forgot about that monster mage, dude. One windstorm, and it is a delete onto 2 BTR members. But macro-wise, Onyx Philippines on top.
All right. In hindsight, BTR was proactive. Despite being on the back foot, BTR was trying to progress their game plan constantly, even if they were into a corner, right? Even if they were down a man, even if the map was completely red, BTR was saying, all right, what's the next play? What do we do? What do we find? And the problem with that is, Onyx Page is just so good at punishing when you're not in the right position, when you're not doing the correct thing, or the better option if you were just maybe a little more patient, if you were a little more in the left or to the right. And that's what made Onyx PH the winner in this position, despite giving over that last lord to BTR. They knew exactly what to do from that point on.
Yeah. Actually, it's. I want to point out that it's very, very smart of Onyx Philippines to understand how that Loyi operates. You want to get that diversion, go into the back line, but guess what? Kelra is actually in the front line. That's why he's always up in the front. So you want to go into the back line with the Badang. There's no way you can find Kelra because he's not there.
And guess why? Guess why they know how to play the Luyi?
Because
they have the Luyi.
They have the Loyi.
That is him.
Yeah. They're playing, Bigatron played Loyi into the actual Loyi, into
right,
Super Prince. And I gotta say, that 10-minute mark, that solo wonder play from Kelra was sort of like the beginning of the end, right? It's not only just a solo kill that led to an in-hit, it led to a Lord, and then the rest of BTR's base. And you know, BTR, they made the best out of that dicey situation, right? Trying to be proactive when they literally had nothing else in the base. They had to make a play, but Onyx Philippines knows just which buttons to press.
Yep, and to build on this narrative set afoot on social media by Mr. Killed, right? Kelra versus Eman. The main difference between these two players is Eman plays so safe. That's why that's the reason why even at the 13, 12-minute mark, even if BTR was so down, he never died, right? And he was just on his path to farm. This whole time, Kelra was putting himself in bushes, up front, willing to die, because that's how you play against the Luyi lineup. So, you know, in the past couple of years, when Eman first got his wins against Kelra, that's the difference. But now that it's Kelra on top, it's his play style that's actually getting more.
Dude, it's a different Kelra, but not only that, he has a different family. Look at how much respect Onyx Philippines has in understanding the prowess of Kelra, understanding the power spikes, understanding what this Moskov can do. And they have to understand, like I talked about this within the game, there's a specific play style that you want to achieve when you build, when you sort of pick a Moskov into your synergy. You have to always watch that long lane. Super Ken was trying to do that, but in the early game, he kept getting shut down by King Kong.
Yeah. There's something that I sort of noticed as we kind of finalized the draft and we looked through this entire game one. It was a point that I remember talking to Sadafa about, I think, you know, a couple months ago during M6, where this Gatot Kacha, right? He personally doesn't like Gatot Kacha being the sole initiator. In this case, we have Light on that Badang, but it still feels like sort of a soft engage, right? It's not the most reliable one. Was that one of the reasons where that made Bigatron Alpha struggle in finding these opening fights against Onyx?
Oh yeah, compare these heroes on the XP lane, right? Kirk on the Hylos and the Gatot on Luke. This being the bane of Sadafa's XP lane experiences. Once Luke jumps in, I'd reckon he had like 2 solid jumps, all right, in this 15-minute bout. Compare that to Kirk, who even if he misses the Glorious Pathway, the pathway will do its job. It'll slow the rest of BTR, and he still has that confirmed stun to take down Eman or Super Ken. So yeah, I understand why, compared to the other XP laners, Gatot might suffer. That's why, in my head, this should have been a roam Gatot and an XP Badang.
And an XP Badang.
It might have been a little bit better, but it's too late to change anything now.
Here we
have
are.
to wait till the next game. But right now, Onyx Philippines kind of understands how BTR wants to play around. But it's only the first game. You're able to try things out because, as they say in Singapore, $1 3 tries.
That's true.
They say that?
If you don't get like 2-0, right? That
You don't
is.
get too old,
I
yeah.
see.
Of course, we got our MVP of Game 1. Of course, it's Kelra. And I think what we were discussing about this engaged potential, not just with the Gatot, but also with the Badang to a certain extent in that roam role, kind of unravels when we look back at what Kelra did. I'm pretty sure they're going to play it at one point at the 10-minute mark. It's not just the whole solo kill and the super can off screen, but it's also the initiative of Bigatron Alpha to get an engaged off, right? We took a look, we saw the diversion into that top pixel bush, and Light wanted to start the fight, misses the flicker engage, and it kind of cascaded into the eventual victory of Onyx Philippines, now up 1-0 against BTR. I think it's time to talk about adjustments, right? Coming into game number 2, what is BTR looking for? I'm gonna start with you, Leo.
I'd say they were on the right track. Stay proactive, but understand when you're not the beatdown. Maybe it's just their lineup, You're playing with the Gatot, you're playing with the Badang, you're playing with the Loyi. That's literally giving a young man, what is that, $1? And telling him, don't get 3 tries, bro. Just take 1 or 2.
That's right.
You make the most of your draft. So, I don't know if I was Coach Etomax, right? And we were in this position where it's match point. If we don't take game 2, it's over for us. That's a loss in our groups. Maybe play a lineup. I don't know, man. It's weird because it's a new BTR. That's the problem with a new lineup is you don't know how they perform when you give them certain kind of lineups. Would it be fair to say, give them a lineup that turtles up a little more? Give them a lineup that understands we're taking Turtle 3, that's what we're playing for.
Yeah, but to your point though, I think understand and reading your opponent for Onyx Philippines, they banned out, I think, 3 heroes that was Iman's kind of a standard picks.
The Granger and the Harith, yeah.
The Granger, the Harith.
They've been banned the carry.
They've been banned the carry.
That's right.
They didn't want any harm to go into Kelra's way. Understand how they want to play it. So if Kelra wants to have an easy lane, maybe switch things up a little bit, Like prioritize picking up Iman's heroes, play around his passiveness and not like well, it's easier said than done actually. If to come to think of it, you want to play a little bit more passive, then you wait till that late game, but the late game might not come. Exhibit A, game 1.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting dichotomy, which I will get into later on, because we might still get a game 3. But for now, we will head for a short break, and we will return in just a little bit for game 2 between Onyx Philippines and Bigatron Alpha.
Steady jump to side. Think I know your kind. Steady jump to side. Think I know your kind. Steady jump to side. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise. Fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again. XOX cutthroat code. Run it again.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Ooh. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never.
The party continues between Onyx Philippines and Bigatron Alpha, with Super Family now leading this best of 3, 1-0 off of the backs of honestly everyone. There's no one superstar because everyone is a superstar. You're back at the SPS Challenge Finals group stage, so Season 6 for MLBB with me, Husky, alongside Leo and Churros. We talk a little bit about adjustments that Bigatron Alpha needs to make for Game 2. And here's where I want to quickly bring up the point that I mentioned earlier on. Because leading up to this, we know that Onyx Philippines, they don't mind keeping Kara's pick for 4th and 5th,
Yeah.
but that wasn't the case in Game 1, right? Karas Moskov came out second on red, but it was BTR that kept Emman's pick for last.
Which might have been an oopsie. To be fair, it's not that the Bruno sucks. It's just that it was what was left. And BTR now have to recalibrate suddenly and say, uh-oh, do we have to prioritize Emman? If we do, what do? Do we get him the Moskov? Do we go first pick Moskov? Because we're swapping sides now, and it's BTR on red. What do they do if Onyx PH does the same thing? Ban the Harriet, ban the Granger, first pick Moskov. What does Bigatron do there?
Yeah, I actually have to agree with you. Like, there are so many other heroes that are more prioritized in this matchup. And, like, I would say Iman's Bruno actually did well. It's just that late game, Bruno's range having shortened, having that small little nerf, small little adjustment, hurts him quite a bit because he has to get really deep into the fray of battle, in the midst of battle, in order to deal a lot of damage. But he cannot sustain himself enough to dish out that damage.
I think it's less of a kit thing. The Bruno was picked specifically because they needed, again, a little bit of range, a little bit of mobility.
Yeah.
And they understood that they were going to dive in anyways. It's a dive comp, what BTR ended up with. So maybe there's a different hero out there. Maybe it's not a matter of timing anymore. Let's see. Because Onyx PH might actually be opening up the Granger, the first pick it,
Yeah.
and let Kelra sit.
Yeah, there's a...
Honestly, though, Kelra can pick any gold laner and still do well.
Yeah, you say like the callback to MPL PH finals, right? Where he got the Beatrix and he still destroyed. And at that point of time, I remember Beatrix wasn't really the prime,
Yeah.
but Kara made her look flawless.
Yeah, the Rena Zapati, bro. It's always in my memory.
And he did it in the M6 finals too. Like,
But I have to say though, Fanny Pyro pick for first pick. Do you think it's important?
I think Onyx PH knew what they were doing.
yeah, I think it's still like top tier. I think you still go for it at the drop of the pin, but the teams like
It's
Onyx
easy to
Philippines-
read though. It's so easy to read. Like Exhibit A. Look what happened in the early game just now. BTR's jungle was never safe from the 2nd minute onward.
He was trying. The main strength of Afani was still present. You know, he was a threat where it mattered, but Onyx just knew how to answer it. So yeah, I don't think they're gonna be picking it anymore going into Game 2. Like Fanny is not showing up here. Again, benefit of the back end. We do know what the bans are opening up.
Yeah, I mean, if you are BTR, you're not opening Fanny the King Kong,
No.
right? It's-
No way.
It's a
Not
death
to the
sentence.
not to the beast.
I mean, Onyx Philippines themselves did ban out Granger, so it is
Always
still
on the way.
digging into Emman's hero
Your
pool.
team is picking.
Bigatron Alpha kind of switching things up a little bit. They ban out the Matilda, so it still opens up the Moskov for Onyx Philippines.
That's right. Pick
Yeah.
the Moskov and then it's over. Like, what do you do next? You still have the Suyo Alpha trade.
That too, you're probably going to force
Where
Bigatron
there's
Alpha
light,
to
Oh,
pick
well,
a
he-
marksman.
Also
They what about Loy? I mean, why
I remember
not?
Loy was second most picked and banned in the charts. If you're taking a look at the statistics,
Yeah.
Contest
so
rate.
definitely highly contested in any matches. And in the hands of Onyx Philippines, though, Super Friends, Loy himself,
That's right.
he is her.
So does Bigatron Alpha pick the Moskov now? They go Moskov, and then, you know,
And
Bob's
that-
your uncle.
If you want Amon to have an easier lane, just get open up your goat lane first. Let Kara get that first pick, try to counter pick that. But then again, come to think of it, it's very difficult because Onyx Philippines playing mind games onto BTR.
It's also-
if you do that, then like the entire team synergy will like collapse.
It's also like where does the
One
counter
chose me
pick
to
kind of come
vanquish
from,
the
right?
shadows
If you
and
wait,
this world.
and let's say Moskov
Your
goes
team
over,
is picking.
what's the answer? Are we still looking at Bruno third for BTR? I think their hands are a bit tied.
All right, you know what? Emman plays a mean Beatrix too. Looking
That, yeah,
back.
that too, yeah.
That's right. So it's not like he can't play it. but the pressure is on him. So again, I agree. Something tells me they might actually just do that again and protect him by allowing Keller to pick first.
I would say it is slightly, when we talk about the soft engages in game 1, now they have the Cho on their side. It definitely has a lot more avenue, a lot more agency.
Which is a wrong that we need to right. Earlier, Brusco was doing so much. Besides Kirk's auto stun, the fact that Brusco was checking bushes and punishing anyone who dived in a little too deep with a nice kick into Onyx PH.
Victory.
Good steal away from
Is
Onyx PH, putting it into the hands of maybe Light, maybe Luke in the XP. There it is. There's the Moskov.
Moskov getting picked up by Kara, and it does look like Brusco is going with the Hilda as well. So Bigatron's jungle will not be safe from minute 1 unless, you know, the Hilda goes up to the EXP side, which I think might be the most possible outcome.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 times I'd prefer that to be.
Oh, Sicilian! We talked about this yesterday too. It's always that Sicilian getting picked up, the Xaviers. We see the resurgence of these two heroes.
Moreno is a Sicilian specialist.
Yeah.
For years now. I think in the hands of this Sicilian specifically, on this very stage, he has taken down a couple of big-ticket Filipino teams.
Especially when you get to that critical mass, right? Like, the current hero picks that Onyx PH has, just in range to get hit by Cecilia's abilities. So in this case, I think Bigatron Alpha, because you have the presence of the Cho, there is this front to back, right? You're not fully committing like game 1.
In the early game though, Sicilian falls off a little bit more because you have to land the Sanguine Claws to be able to set up for your team.
You have a dead zone.
You have a dead zone.
Literally
You have a
in front
dead
of you.
zone.
I can't touch you.
Yeah. But then again, will Bigatron Alpha, the question in my head is, will it be enough time for Bigatron Alpha to scale up to it towards the late game for Moreno to deal as much as he can with that Sicilian? That's the question.
You'll probably be looking at Luke's hero, right? Like we know he has some pretty interesting approaches. We've seen the Masha, we've seen the Akai, the Glue,
Joy.
ban a second time. I mean, the CC is still up on the table, right? We haven't really talked about that.
Yep. So we don't know because both XP laners are possibly still in the air. What's left through in the jungle? They banned a couple of King Kong picks here in the Hayabusa and the Joy. The
Alpha is still there.
Oh, actually, I think for Onyx Philippines,
Alpha in the front.
Lucas works very well for them.
I mean, the Lucas XP.
Lucas XP, yeah.
That's assuming the Hilda goes to the Rome,
Assuming the Hilda goes to the Rome.
which is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from the Alpha, we also have what do you call it, the Bane jungle?
Nah, the
bit
Bane,
risky.
Bane has to be a very specific lineup. I don't see just yet if the Bane is possible, but I am open to it.
What about boys? Julian. I've seen him quite a bit resurging.
Julian has
Yeah, he has.
had a renaissance in the XP, in the jungle, in our ranked games. You guys know, if you've been playing a lot in the past couple of weeks, you would know.
Yeah.
There's a Phobius, so still locking down on XP is Onyx PH because they do have the Hilda already. What are you gonna do? Luke, what you got? What you got? Coach Etomax, what are you putting in the hands of Luke?
Speaking of,
You're still thinking, I think it's just, might be the CC or the lead, might be.
I think CC also, I mean, both are okay, right? Like, both can sit in the bush, and if you are bringing in multiple members with a diversion, it's an easy current call for the CC. And especially, we talk about Moscow wanting to be mobile. If you can catch Kara and tie him up to any of his team members, that's an easy follow-up for the rest of BTR. And you make life easy for Moreno too.
Welcome to my imaginary world.
There's 1-1.
Your team is picking.
Slightly easier if Onyx Philippines decides to go a little bit more tanky. Definitely the weakness points will be able to be a little bit more easier to hit.
Yeah, you're giving Onyx PH a difficult time which hero to put into King Kong's hands.
Oh, Nolan. And the
Nolan
Jawhead.
makes a comeback. That's a Rome Joy if I've ever seen one. This is the go signal. The fact that it was a 1-1, that gave Coach Etomas and Coach Hayes, all right, you know, let's just blow up Eman. Let's just blow up Moreno.
Let's just go, let's go. Let's go full throttle.
Yeah, a lot of glass cannons for Bigatron Alpha.
That's another dive comp, son!
Very, very heavy dive comp. You got the diversion play coming in from Onyx Philippines too. I'm excited for that one. How to play around the Hilda, the Jawhead, and the Loi E together is gonna be mayhem. Because we know how Kelra is gonna play. He doesn't have to join in the fights. He can just stay in the long lane, continue with that push.
They have -2 AoE.
Yeah.
It's literally just Fritz, and then everyone else smacks a dude at a time. So they have to choose their targets carefully. Luckily, they know how to do that. Luckily, they're a very mechanically gifted team. Bigatron Alpha putting the Cho into Luke's hands and giving Light a Tigreal. All right,
Yeah.
That's a team fighting lineup right
Yeah,
there.
I mean,
It
talk
is.
about a dive comp, right? If they want to be up close and personal, welcome to my vacuum. That's the domain of Tigro. He loves it when you're in his face.
So effectively nullifying the dead zone for Sicilian. So, you know, like, if you're able to come up close, there's a punish involved.
Yeah. And the follow-up, like there's multiple layers that BTR has to follow up. So this could be kind of the adjustments that we were looking for. A lot more reliable engages, a lot more kind of stiff hand movement. So let's jump into game number 2, between Onyx Philippines and Bigatron Alpha. Robots against Super Family, guys.
Introducing the heroes going into the Land of Dawn on behalf of Bigatron Alpha and Onyx Philippines. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a match point for Onyx PH. BTR looking to recalibrate and re-engage with reinforcements because they are indeed programmed to win. Can they do that? Can they force game 3? We're about to find out. Churros, it's better now for BTR. They have a clear pathway to victory. Late game, it's Sicilian. Mid game, it's Eman.
Well, I will get to that point, but can I just say W Production for insane graphics, showing up with the players and all that. But yeah, the Tigro coming in with the Sicilian, the early game will have a lot of defensive power, especially for Bigatron Alpha. But we've seen Tigros getting a little bit too close because of the Jawhead coming in. Want to throw back the Tigro, and if Tigro doesn't have the implosion at level 4, it's going to be a little bit harder for them.
Oh, look at this, a push on the Brusco, down to a third.
Ooh!
And the flicker spent already by the Bruiser. All right, so
Tiger jumps over the wall just in the nick of time.
sounds like a fable. Sounds like a little saying.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Brusco doesn't have that flicker in that early game, but Onyx Philippines playing to their strengths. They're going for the aggression, staying within the jungles. That's why you pick up that Hilda. That's why you pick up that Jawhead. Bigatron Alpha, like a sitting dog, dealing a lot of damage. Luke trying his best, but Light gets taken down first, as well as King Kong. No jungle for the side of Onyx Philippines. It's Bigatron Alpha. No roamer. It's a roamer for a jungle trade.
Tis but a oopski as Super Prince forced to retreat. Smart missiles from Brusco. I think Onyx PH were hoping that they would get that kill quicker. But one thing that you do not have as a Nolan, but that Suyo does, is a little more sustainability and iframes. Maybe King Kong at this point, he just did not have the burst that they were expecting in that early engagement. So they do lose that trade, a roamer for a jungler.
To add on to your point, Suyo's power spike is level 3. You get all skills unlocked. King Kong only has 2 skills. You've got a little bit less on your dashes as well because of the small little nerf that you have to understand. But now, the aggression coming through again, Kirk just being such an annoyance, that Mosquito just whizzing by onto you, giving that with the power of rudeness. Forced to pop that retribution for Super Ken, buying a lot of time for King Kong to get in position wherever he wants to go.
And look at that. Bigatron Alpha's jungle isn't even really their own jungle. About half the time, Onyx PH is there threatening a steal. And now King Kong playing like that first blood didn't happen. He's just still running around, up a level. And this is what we're talking about. As soon as that Nolan hits level 4, the gloves are off, pal. Like, you better be sure that Kirk nor Brusco is waiting, and you're not even looking at the gold lane. Well, what is that like? Is the 1-1 okay? Just trying to bully 2 heroes because you can expect Light will be helping out. There he is, see?
Oh, here comes the Goon Squad.
3-man rotation.
They don't know. Bigatron Alpha still setting their sights up on Kirk, but there comes the engage onto Super Ken. Gets in the fracture. Gets taken out by Brusco. So that's a very nice, even kills over Onyx PH. But they're ramping up that tempo just a little bit more. How do you deal with that Hilda, Leo?
No, you just don't. I think it would be smart for Bigatron Alpha to just let Kirk do his thing, and let him get caught with his hands just twiddling. Because if you're not actively answering to the Hilda, you get to do your thing. And that's where Bigatron Alpha should use one of their main strengths, is being proactive, like just play to their own strengths.
Yeah, the reason I asked that is because Bigatron Alpha is being so reactive to this Hilda. They're always situated down on that EXP side, that bottom side, away from wherever the turtle is at any one point of time. And Onyx Philippines, they're manipulating Bigatron Alpha's movements. They're manipulating their rotations.
It's because Luke alone can't deal with Kirk. So what Kirk does is clear the wave and then check in somewhere else. Clear the way, checking somewhere else. This is a free turtle for Onyx.
Yeah. Bigatron Alpha sitting duck, but then again, to your point earlier, you have the Sicilian, just sit until you have Sicilian's power spikes and then maybe try to make some plays. They're being a little bit more passive right here. And Onyx Philippines, they're on a ticking timer. If they don't get any kills, Bigatron Alpha has a chance to come back into the game when it comes late.
Oh, no!
Walks into a minefield, gets taken out by King Kong's fracture. And on the Philippines, that's 3-1 on the top side too. The implosion pulls back Rusco with the crossbow tank, dealing a lot of damage on Super Friends, but not enough to take him down. But here comes the rest of the team coming in, pushing them back out of the way from that lane, giving a lot of space for Iman to get that farm, the extra farm that he so desperately needs. And Super Ken trying his best to farm up, picking up the scraps that Kirk is leaving behind.
Kirk sees 3, 4, make that 5. In comes the reinforcement. Super Prince blasting away. Both teams are going to disperse here. I love what Eman was doing there. The fact that he knows that the other members of Onyx PH are elsewhere means he can put himself in a position where, all right, Kelra, get punished or get out of my face. And that's why they rotated elsewhere. Luke looking for a kick.
Oh, he misses that jump though. Luke able to run away from harm's way. Is Onyx Philippines.
What?
You're sitting in the jungle. The entire map is theirs, and they're switching their playstyles a little bit. A 4-1 composition with King Kong just securing that long lane.
Ano? Nani? Apa? All right, here's the thing. That was an amazing play. Let me just explain why, all right? It blew my mind. Conditioning. Onyx PH applied pressure up top. And then Bigatron said, you know what? They're not going to do that twice in a row. Kelra gets a push. Bottom lane, oh, Kirk's not there anymore.
Whoa.
Luke, you could do something. They pushed that too. Onyx PH played the map.
It's beautiful how they are able to manipulate Bigatron Alpha's attention. And they're starting fights off, but they're not finishing it because the power of Onyx Philippines is that they have so much high damage that Bigatron Alpha, they touch, they need to go. They need to retreat because the longer they stay, Onyx Philippines is able to clear up that waves.
Exactly. The fact that there's a threat of activation just like this.
The throwback into the alley-oop. King Kong takes that one out. Moreno in the back line. It's not safe from Kirk as he just sits by watching them fall. Diversion play coming through.
Oh, that's 3 in the bush. Just making sure that there's no shenanigans afoot while King Kong takes the last turtle of the game. Churros?
The diversion just diverted us.
Churros.
King Kong taking up that turtle as Kelra cleared up that wave down to the T2 bot side.
What's scarier, the actual damage or the threat of it? Because I think Bigatron is more afraid of the engagement, which is correct to do because they're all implosion by
The
line.
pushback knocking off, pulling back 2, but it's not enough. On the Philippines, they're just eating every single one of the damage. The Bigatron Alpha is getting into them. The SOD lands, but it does not matter as Kirk is way too far ahead.
Oh, Moreno. I take it back. Both are just as threatening. Both are just as scary. The actual damage and the thought of what it might do. Onyx PH across the board taking wins.
Leo, it's 25K gold over Bigatron's 18K. That is 2 BODs, 2 massive BODs.
That's right, a
to
total
put in
of
perspective,
8
but push back
bags.
onto Iman. As Luke tries his best to take down Kelra, but Kelra is dealing too much damage. Kirk trying to block up any possible entrance from Bigatron Alpha. As Onyx PH, they know they need to protect Kelra. That is their goal. That is their diamond. As long as Kelra is alive, Onyx Philippines is able to win any single fight. But every single time Bigatron tries to hit them, it's just a tickle. Oh, Luke! Man, the yin reaction is way too much. Kelra finally goes down by the hands of light, but it's not enough. It's Onyx Philippines. They are trying to push this one through. 30 seconds until the Lord spawns up.
Well orchestrated. Onyx PH, Kelra going down, definitely an L, but he will be back in time for this Lord, which I was going to point out. You see this massive lead, right? Approaching 8K. This was a lordless push. That's how far Onyx can take it over the edge, while Bigatron Alpha are still reeling from that engaged cross map. All right, some good news, all right, for all the bigot troopers out there. Moreno hasn't died. So maybe there is a hope. Maybe there is some cope left in this that Moreno can pop off. What currently is this young man on? He just has one item, dear Lord. He just picked up his COD.
Oh man, it's not enough. The fracture deals so much damage to Iman. Trying to kite away, but on that backside though, he sees Kirk. Kirk might be a little bit of a spot of bother right here. The Sanguine Claws pulls back Brusco, but does not matter because Tron Alpha very, very passive. They will let Onyx Philippines take down this first Lord.
All right, clean take by Onyx PH. Kudos, flowers over to Kirk, who, by the way, is rocking the Sprint Hilda. You know who rocks a Sprint Hilda very often in the latter part of 2024? Luke. So this is a
That's true.
This is a
It's an
Hilda,
homage.
yeah, this is a Hilda arsenal that Luke is very familiar with, and he's here having to deal with it. Like, oh man, this is how annoying I was this whole time.
Actually, taking a look at the items, I noticed just Kirk got that Thunderbolt. That's the only defensive items, and then he's going straight for all damage. He's got the Blade of Heptases. He's fine. He's fine and dandy. He's got that damage through.
And the only reason why you do this as a Hilda at the
Oh,
highest
bottom
level
side,
of play
Amon, the
is...
spot of bother gets taken out. Solo kill by Kaora. But here comes the Goon Squad up to the back line. They're taking it through. King Kong with the fracture. It does not matter. He takes another one down. 3 down for BTR.
As I was saying, you only really do that as a Hilda when you have the money to spare. And boy, do they have the money to spare. They're 11,000 gold up, pushing down bottom, and I think the call for Onyx is endable.
They're marching in with the king. They're going for the throne. They're pillaging everything, taking everything away from BTR. The dominance, the kings, the reigning champions have proven that they deserve that throne.
The Super Fam sweeps in dominant fashion, 2-0. Husky, do you think Bigatron may have gone a little too far down the spectrum of defensive?
In a way, yeah. Like we saw the entirety of that early game, but actually the entirety of the game, there was no jungle for Super Ken.
No, no.
There was some jungle when he drew first blood.
And even then, he was behind, right? After he drew first blood, still behind. 8 minutes and 55. That's the time that King Kong hit 15, and Super Ken was still 10. 2 minutes later, the game ended with the first Lord push. The fastest game we have so far in the Challenge Finals group stage, of course, courtesy of Onyx Philippines. But this one is more of a royal beatdown because BTR had no room to breathe at all.
They had no room to breathe, no answer.
Call it shutdown protocol. The robots got turned off on the switch. Boop.
Essentially, there's a kill switch.
Yeah, check it out. Kirk 4-0-2, Super Friends 1-0-6. After that first kill by King Kong, he just came back. He did so much work, deals a lot of damage, but he doesn't need to take the kills. And that's how the Super family operates. It's like, yeah, I'm going to add you to you. You finish the job.
It's a utility Nolan if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and it came down to the point, where, you know, in game 1, BTR didn't pay enough attention to Kaora. So Kaora was doing damage on the map, right, across the map. In game 2, they not only have to deal with Kaora playing cross map, they got Super Friends giving in that free ride with the diversion every time he needs it. And not only that, Bigatron's final attempt, the Hail Mary attempt to catch Kaora with Light and Emon completely backfired, caused both of them to die.
It worked, they got the job done, but at what cost?
At what cost? I mean, they caught Light, but they caught Kaora, but Kaora got out.
And they lost so much on the map. And that's all she wrote. Look at this. Not a single major objective. Not a single turret. And Kirk and Friends, they were just pools. One kept them at bay. The other was constantly in their face.
Yeah, they just ditched the turtle, ditched the Lord. They knew that they can't fight them just because of the Hilda, just because of the Jawhead. You get a little bit too close, you get thrown back. That is just the fear that has been instilled into BTR. But then again, in the early game, I do want to point this out, that Light was constantly babysitting Amon.
For sure.
Wasn't at all at that bottom side where Luke was. And once Luke had a disadvantage against Kirk, that's where, you know, the game just fell apart.
Yeah, like literally a third of your map was shut down. A third of your map was not doing anything to push forth your game plan. And gentlemen, this is one of those times I hate when I'm right. Did I not present the question of what if Bigatron drafted and played a game that just focused on the late game? What if they just decided to go, you know what? We need to scale. And this is a scaling lineup. They couldn't get there.
Yeah, you did say, right, if can Moreno get to that point, wasn't even remotely close. Ended the game with COD and Glowing One. Pretty much that was it. Kirk as the MVP of this game. Of course, we got King Kong and Moreno as our honorable mentions. But if we have a heat map of Kirk's movement for this game, I'm 99% sure that he spent most of his time in the enemy jungle.
Correct. He plays Platoon on BTR's side of the map.
No, to be fair, I was watching his HP bar. It never got below 50. Every time it's like around 60%, he goes into the bush.
Fair.
It's healed all back up. He's back and ready to go.
It's a matter of BTR's kit. Like, look at their lineup. There very few of them deal the kind of damage that would threaten a Hilda. So it goes to show why he's the MVP, why he dealt so much damage, why he took so much damage, and why he never died.
Yeah, and this wasn't kind of like a gotcha Hilda pick, right? It was a Hilda pick in the first phase. Bigatron saw that.
It's honest.
It was very honest, very like on the table. Onyx Philippines, they show some of their cards, and BTR still really found no answer at the very end.
Yep, I want it and I gotta have it, said Kirk. BTR could do nothing to take it away from him. This is just a straight up graph. You remember game one, right? There were some dips, especially in the second turtle, and maybe a moment in the mid to the late, but here it was all Onyx.
Yeah, it was a little bit flat, then exponential, but Onyx Philippines, they've broken how BTR wants to play, and I think they're taking a page out of your book, Leo. It's like, okay, what happens if we just play the game very, very passively? And in their minds, it's like, okay, they want to play passively, let's just not let them get into the late game at all.
Yeah, it's a matter of, again, the good choice and the better choice.
Yeah.
Onyx always just has eyes, 3 steps, 4 steps ahead.
And sometimes it's not really Bigatron making poor decisions. It's just Onyx Philippines outplaying them, right? One is playing checkers, others playing chess. But I gotta pose this question to you guys. With such a dominant opening from Onyx Philippines, I think a lot of people expected it. Does it kind of spell out fully Bigatron's level in this group stage? Or you feel like this is just a landslide, but it was unfair because Onyx Philippines is just that strong?
It's the latter. It is not a fair test of what this lineup can do. Again, this is their first outing as this 5-man squad. New coach too. Potentially new meta. There was that little patch, remember? Like a little baby patch in the new year.
Yep.
I'd say give him another chance. I'd say there's a lot this lineup can do in the groups. Don't count this one. Don't make this their one and only chance to prove
So
themselves.
this is not the hill that they should die on, right? Like Onyx Philippines is kind of like, if you draw blood, that's a plus point, but if you don't, you can forgive yourself for it.
I have a counterpoint. It's just the first game. It's just the first game of the entirety of the group stages.
And their first match.
Yeah,
Their
first
first
match.
match. They just need some time to warm up. To be fair, in the first game against Onyx Philippines, they held themselves very well. I think the loss just broke their momentum down. It just broke their morality down.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
They got
Hopefully
a long
not.
day ahead.
Hopefully not going into the next couple of games.
Yeah.
But then again, it's a very, very strong start for Onyx Philippines. I want to know and hear more about the players.
Yeah, speaking of that, we have Kelra on the line coming up as we get to talk to him about this first opening match win. So, got Kelra with us. What's up, Dwayne? How you feeling? How's Johor, Peru? You feeling good?
Feeling good, feel good.
What's
I'm
that?
happy, I'm happy.
Have you fixed
Ayos
your
lang, ayos lang.
Have you fixed your camera?
Okay na, okay na.
Okay, he was messaging me like past week, like, fix my camera. All right. How was your first game? Did you guys expect a sweep here against BTR?
Di namin in-expect na mas sweep namin tong BTR kasi nakaka-scream din namin sila and isa rin sila sa tumatalo sa amin.
All right, so he said did not expect a sweep because they scrim with BTR and sometimes they do beat them.
It's pretty interesting kind of development, right? Coming into this, I think like when you actually have to play on LAN, the development is different. I also want to kind of talk to you a little bit, right? Moskov, 2 games in a row, right? What makes your Moskov so much different from what we have seen? Because it really felt like you were untouchable.
I think siguro ano lang. Ano yung question, parang ano yung naiiba sa Moscow?
Yes,
sa Liga?
bakit iba yung Moskov mo?
Siguro dahil lang din sa tiwala sa kampi ko sa akin and tiwala ko sa sarili ko.
The trust that his teammates have for him and his belief in himself.
You guys think
Actually, yeah, I do have it's a kind of a hard or tough question for you.
It's Kelra, dude, try.
Onyx Philippines is a very strong and dominant team. The whole world knows this. The whole world knows you. But I want to ask you, what is your Achilles heel? What do you think makes you tick?
Anong weakness mo daw, boy?
Weakness ko, wait lang.
It's a tough question.
on the
It's a tough
spot.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Wait. Pwede mag-isip?
Well, yeah. Can he think? Does he have
Yeah,
an
of
idea?
course.
Ano ba pinaka-weakness ko? Siguro ano, Weakness ko sa pwede outside the game.
Outside the game, yeah.
Outside the game?
Outside the game.
Siguro pag di ko nakakausap yung pamilya ko.
When he misses his family.
Oh, so it's like sort of like the emotions that
homesickness,
rides in
Yeah.
and everything. But you know, keeping your family at your heart, brother.
Yeah, you got the super family by your side, right? So you guys came through to the true Open finals, right? You guys were invited to Open finals, played through the whole thing, and throughout that process, you guys won M6 in the middle of this whole SPS journey. You think you can carry that all the way to the finals? You think this is gonna be another one of those runs where the whole super family is just gonna take another trophy home?
Hello, Sir Leo.
Feeling mo ba kaya nyo idiretso to after M6, after MPL, SPS naman? You feel like you can win this tournament?
Siguro tingnan lang natin sa Ayaw kasi mag-advance thinking sa Ano lang ako Parang one game at a time, and kung ano yung present, ayun lang yung inisip ko, hindi yung mga darating pa na araw.
Yeah, he wants to take it one game at a time. He doesn't want to think too far advanced, and he wants to deal with it as it is now, not what's to come in the next few days.
When it happens, right? Right. So before we send you off, Kara, any final words for all the Sonics out there supporting Onyx Philippines?
Sa mga supporters lang Onyx dyan, patuloy nyo kami supportahan sa lahat ng tournaments namin, and mag-ingat kayo palagi and stay healthy sa lahat.
Stay healthy, stay happy, keep supporting the super family. Thank you very much, Kara. We got more games coming up with you guys, so get some good rest. We'll see you in a bit.
See you. Thank you. Wait, Husky, you speak Tagalog?
No, I don't, but I understand English. He did say some key points in English.
Yeah. Everything that needed to be translated got translated.
Was that? Yeah.
Oh, actually, I think I missed it. Maybe I'm not paying attention. I'm not paying attention.
Were you just still in shock with that 10-minute banger?
It's like, oh my god.
It was a very, very fast game.
It was
to
so
be honest.
shocking. I understood Tagalog. No,
And he's such a young player, and he's so well spoken,
And still
very,
so
very
mature,
humble.
right? Like,
Very humble. Like the fame doesn't get to him. We've seen a lot of players or younger players, once they reach the top, it's like, I'm the best, and like everyone's shutting he's shutting everyone down.
He's an MSC champion, an M Series world champion.
MPLPH champion.
Yep.
He technically has the holy trinity of trophies.
On the way to SPS, and the way he does that, again, as proven here, is just one match at a time.
Yeah, no team he doesn't have the golden rule, but he does have the trinity, right? Let's check in on the scores for the stream. Stream A, Team Liquid ID
Sorry,
took down Flash Singapore in a 2-0 sweep fashion.
Let's go,
so
Liquid. I learned it from Mirko, bro.
You want to get home? You want to be able to go home after this?
So that cost, you gotta go through JB
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
to reach home, right? So you gotta cross through where the games are being played. So
Where we are.
Hey,
where we are, yeah.
guys, it's just the first game, first match of the day. There's
Alright,
a
this
lot
is-
more
here's
that they
Captain
can do.
Optimism.
I've got a whole lot of copium in my body, so
we gotta find that tank somewhere. You probably hid it somewhere in the green room, so we'll find out. But of course, there's still more games on Stream A as well, right? Evo's Holy and RQ Hoshi coming up. But for Stream B, if you
That's
guys
us.
missed out on what happened, probably understandable because it's in the flash. Onyx Philippines took down Bigatron Alpha.
15 minutes, 10 minutes.
15 minutes, 10 minutes, 2-0 fashion. What is there?
what else to
does
say?
it
What
right?
else
It's-
more to
it's
say?
So
It's
dominant.
just a masterclass of like pro performance. You know what I'm saying?
Especially in such a, I would say in a way, a pretty intense group stage because you got to keep playing, right? You're constantly playing, you're constantly thinking about the next game,
Yep.
and there's no redos, right? Every single team becomes your opponent only once in the round robin.
Now, luckily, it's a best of 3. Unlike the Swiss at M6, which was very lethal, that should give some teams, you guys know what I'm talking about, better runs at it, especially the teams that we have not yet seen in action. Again, I am also slightly worried about my boys in Falcon, right? Team Falcon's PH, yes, they are champions. Yes, they are a team we all know and love, but who knows? We haven't seen them in action in like months.
Yeah, that too. SRG, on the other hand, last time we saw them was M6 when they finished 3rd, but they got off to a great start. 2-0 over See You Soon. So
right.
sweeps across the board.
You're happy. You're happy.
Yes, I am.
I'm okay. I'm
All right.
okay.
I mean,
I've got copium. They're coming up next, so
They're
we'll
coming up
see.
in like 2 series, right?
2 more series.
Yep.
The 3rd series is going to be quite a series to watch. For any viewers who appreciate the rivalry between NYSG, that's going to be the 3rd series on Stream C.
Yeah.
So it'll take a while. I mean, coming up, they got Falcons Esports against Aurora, so that That one, I think, is a banger too, considering what we have witnessed at M6.
Yeah, I think Falcons really made a name for themselves. Back when, they had one player, Ruby DD,
Yep.
who actually has a sort of like a combo in the game based on his moniker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a long while back, but take it as recent as M6. They took
Benny.
Onyx PH to the limit.
Oh yeah.
5-game series in the upper bracket semis.
The only team, I think the team that pushed on the Philippines the furthest is actually, Falcons.
In recent memory, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Well,
itself is crazy.
Yeah, I honestly, a lot of teams count out teams that are not from like Indonesia, Philippines, but actually these teams are coming up. They're showing up strong into a lot of these games. Let's take a look at
There
the
it is.
statistics right
There
here.
it is, the upcoming match. This one, Onyx Indonesia against Team Falcons.
That's coming up next. Is that my boy Flap?
Yes, and that is, I believe, the new gold laner for Onyx in Savero.
Yeah, it's gonna be a debut, right? And again on a stage against a powerhouse, a team that has been at the top, that has tasted what it feels like to dominate the world. Went through a bit of a journey, but now they are here for a chance to win back-to-back SPS, just under a different banner. But the team is the same. It's still Flap. It's still Super Marco. It's still the team that we all know and love from 2023.
And 24, like they
And
still,
24, yeah.
Kicked butt last year. It's just that they fell short of the M series. I think they're hungrier now. Again, it's Hunt Day.
Yeah.
That's what they call it now. As a member of the Nest, like the fan group of the new Team Falcons PH, it's Hunt Day today.
Yeah. And to your point though, it's a personal thing, but like I feel more affinity towards teams who stick together because they're the same squad. You can see their growth, their downfalls together, and how their revenge and comebacks are. And this is what the entire SPS is for them. It's a comeback. We are still in the game. We are still a world-class team, and we're here to prove it.
You're willing to kind of tough it up for another year or two, right? I think that what makes the story so much sweeter when you finally taste victory. But for now, we're gonna go on a slightly longer break. We're gonna give the team some time to prep for their next matches for all respective stream. But if you're here watching Stream B, watch out. Onyx Indonesia against Team Falcons coming up after this.
From Onyx PH, I would say King Kong. They're gonna play a big role in this tournament, even though they've been overshadowed by other players in M6. This is gonna be the first tournament in 2025. I think people should be look up more into King Kong.
Sobrang masayahin, tapos close kaming lahat, kumbaga walang napag-iwanan, ganun. Parang solid yung freedom sa mga gusto namin gawin ng mga bagay. Nag-i-stand out yung team namin ngayon dahil sa meta na parang mas gumagana yung mga team na sobrang aggressive, ganun, yung mga mabilis mangsakal ng mga jungler ng kalaban, ganun. Yung team ko, ganun maglaro, lalo na sila Brusco tsaka sila Kid. Kaya, yun.
Kalma muna. Wait lang, may mga minions pa sila nakasama dito. Tatapusin na ka ni Kela.
Para sa akin walang specific na na moment na parang tatatak sa akin. Kumbaga, every moment kasi parang parang sobrang solid namin, ganun. Tapos ayun lang, masaya lang na kasama sila. Tapos rate ko na lang yung pagkasama namin 10 out of 10.
I think the discipline is the key here to make sure that Onyx PH try to be the number one and being consistent in this game. If they show the consistent, they're gonna be the team need to beat.
Since malaki-laki rin yung panalo sa sa prize, kumbaga mas lalo siya naging motivation sa amin na mas maging gutom lalo sa pera, ganun. Kaya mas lalo kaming gigil sa practice, mas lalo namin gustong lumakas palalo. Ang goal namin is yung first half muna ng 2025. Goal namin buong team na lahat ng tournament na lalaroin namin, 100% kami magiging competitive, tapos tatapusin namin lahat ng tournament ng walang regrets.
wave, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Your vibe, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones. I've been waiting for this moment. All my life I've been waiting. Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. 'Cause I was born for this moment. I was born for this moment. Everybody say
desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement. Understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places. The strength to stand here in the face, that only I give to me. I'm the type of girl that turns logic into atoms. Then you let me get inside your head. Steady jump to side, I'm about to break another program. Pretty disguise, looking up your life. This is my syntax. Steady jump to side. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady jump to side. Steady jump to side. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, fucking up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, waited all night for you to come back. Why'd you think that it's night? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't need a picture, so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. But you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a selfish love, 'cause I had enough of us. Baby, I'm on my own. Just in a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste and ride. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, oh, you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. You've been messing with great
played. Then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the take and we eat. Dream about it every time we sleep. They can move shit under my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it more. Give it all, give it all, give it all, give it more. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all, we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Let's go. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rough. Put down the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey with me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was so low. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you don't know what you've been missing. Feeling like you should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Loving the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. With quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never lose. Just know that you'll be winning 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so fine. Got me dancing like a soul train. Loving the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you.
Guess what is Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Group Stage for Season 6 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You guys are still at the best broadcast channel here with me, Big Dog Ozzy, as your desk host, joined by still Big Bomba Leo, but Churros is sitting out on this one because we brought in a big brain Gideon Q for our second series of the day. It's going to be Onyx Indonesia taking on Team Falcons. How you feeling?
Boys, this is going to be a banger. We all know that this has been the fated M5 rematch up once again. And Onyx, honestly, this time, I'm a little scared for them. It could be a little shaky for them considering what their lineup's going to be. We'll get into that in just a bit. But obviously, with Team Falcons being the big dogs here, I'm expecting them to do well.
Just to double down on the big dogs, they don't call this a game day. I checked out the social media on the newly formed Team Falcons PH. Go follow them everywhere. They call this Hunt Day.
It's hunting day?
It's hunting day. It's Falcons. They're hunting.
Hunt is on.
So the first prey on the docket, the newly formed. Well, reformed. I don't know. What do you call it? This is new side laners in Onyx, Indonesia.
I think reform is quite appropriate, right? In the side lanes, at least a newer version.
Yeah.
Right? A revised Onyx Indonesia.
Reloaded.
Game
of the year.
Onyx Reloaded. I like it.
Onyx Reloaded. That's actually pretty. That's actually a good way to approach it. But of course, you know, with every single series comes a bit of a trailer, and we have just one for you guys for this best of 3. So enjoy.
Insanity, Mikhail TZ secures the Lord in all-out war. Minion Fury pops SOD. Super Michael joins in, and not gonna do they have enough firepower here. Oh, Kyrie will not be able to secure the kill, and Super.
Sa tingin ko, parang andun pa rin yung rivalry namin. Kahit ibang team na kami, ayun, feel ko ganun pa rin yung magiging laban namin. Parang iisipin na ibang tao, rivalry, kasi ilang beses na kami nagkakatapat. Pero ngayon, parang siyempre mas nakakagigil kasi tinaguri ang rivalry kami ng Onyx Indo eh. Kaya ayun, mas masarap silang talunin pag ganun.
I'm hoping it will be a different result this time because we lost a lot versus their team in the past. So I'm expecting our team to do better this tournament.
Is there with the magic power. Kyrie falls, and that is 1, 2, 3 members of Fnatic Onyx down and out.
It will be very difficult for Onyx, I would say, because they're bringing up a new player. But for Team Falcon, it's not a problem for them because they have gone through this for many times. But with a same roster, I would say it's a favor to Team Falcon anyways.
Because they just recently changed team, right? Maybe just good luck and have fun to all the players.
Sa Onyx, good luck sa inyo, lalong-lalo na sa'yo, Loot P. Kabahan ka na sa akin.
With the last insanity! Oh my goodness, you do Red Giants did it earlier. FNOC, they got one of that in their bag as well. It's a wipe out.
A declaration from Flap to Lutpi, watch out, fear me, he says, but it's a rivalry that, according to their words, that has transcended time and generation. Both teams have won SPS at one point in this timeline. Onyx Indonesia winning Season 3, and of course Team Falcons won Season 5 as Falcons AP brand. The only difference is that Onyx Indonesia has a slightly revised lineup, a reloaded lineup in the side lanes, whereas for Team Falcons, it's still the same 5.
Which is not a good or a bad thing.
Well,
it's a thing.
Yeah, it is a thing. I personally feel bad about their fan base because now what do the Team Falcons fan base call themselves? They were once the Hive. They were once
Chicks.
The Nest.
The Nest.
The Nest, yeah.
It's the Nest.
The Hive.
That's a much better transition, to be fair. I'll take that.
The Nest.
I'll take
the Hive to the Nest.
The Hive to the Nest. One place to another. And I think that Team Falcons, I got to give them credit. They are a team that is going to be sticking together, so I'm only going to assume they're generally going to do good. But I think the meta is in a kind of an awkward spot, so we'll see whether, previously known FCAP, now into Team Falcons, whether or not they're going to be able to kind of adapt to what the meta demands off of them.
I know, Leo, you had some kind of outlook on Onyx Indonesia coming into this game. We sort of talked about it behind the scenes. Care to share a bit of what you expect out of these?
Yeah, no, we do see that Lutpi has this chip on his shoulder. It's Lutpi taken to the reins. I don't know if it's safe to call him a rookie at this point. He has been with the team for the better part of 2 years, and he does have an MPL Indonesia Championship under his belt. He has been instrumental in that fourth big one in the four-peat run that came to an end just recently. But yeah, no, in this, again, rivalry that spans the course of time and space, Lutpi is filling in. Like the last time we had this gigantic matchup, it was in what, M5, right? In the Philippines?
Yeah.
That was still Boots. That was still Boots. So now Lutpi's loaded in like, it's my rivalry now too. How about the other guy? How about the young Savero? How does he feel? Like, I'm happy to be here.
Yeah,
in Bahasa.
In Bahasa, of course. But he's already taken off the footwear at this point to try and kind of become a laner of his own. But I think this is kind of like an awkward meta to be in, right? EXP laners generally, it's not only about winning the lane anymore, it's about doing as much as you can with the least amount of resources possible. The biggest question for me is going to be Severo. He's filling in some really big boots, as some may call it, because again, I really like Jewe. CW was the backbone of Onyx for a long time.
Yeah, it's a big void that he has to fill in, alongside the usuals, Lutpi, Kyrie, Sans, and Keyboy. And there is a topic I want to kind of get to in a little bit because I believe we had this conversation a few days ago, Gideon, regarding the XP lane. But in this case, I think, general consensus is how is Severo going to fare against Super Marco, right? World champion. I think that is going to be a lot of pressure on Severo as an individual, but most importantly, it also comes at a time where Onyx Esports is looking to get back to that grand footing.
That's right. The video prior ended, had Lutpi and FlapTZ, exchange a few words here and there, but how about the stoic Super Marco, the bulletproof one, the Severo pack heat? Is he carrying? Can he get one through the bulletproof vest that is on the, former MPL champion, former M Series world champion? They did lose. Marco was this close to an MSC title too.
Very close.
That's what Savero's looking up to.
Yeah, I think it's a good litmus test, right? If everybody is trying to see whether or not they are MPL worthy, whether or not they're going to do well in the regular season, I think SPS is a really good benchmark to kind of set themselves, right? You've got the gold standard already showing off, whether BTR has what it takes, and now we're going to see whether this reloaded, reignited Onyx is going to be looking like.
Yeah, there's now currently more than just the Sky Kings in the skies, right? The Falcons are also soaring and hunting for the next prey. And talking about Team Falcons, we got the same lineup from formerly Falcons AP brand, FlapTZ, Kyle TZ, Phil, Ogun, and of course Super Marco. We even saw in the header, the lower third, the fated M5 rematch, right? At least for most of them. 3 out of the 5 Onyx members, in fact.
It's just me, or just the meanest you've seen Super Marco in a while.
I agree.
He's tired of it. He's done.
I'm not used to not seeing Falcons in action. When was it? We last saw them in October.
Yes.
October against Aurora, wherein they lost in the lower bracket finals, the very first best of 7 lower bracket in the history of MPL Philippines, the franchise. How do you do that? What do you do with your time? What do you do with the 4 months that they've been off?
Considering what the environment is like for Team Falcons, I would say probably just working out for the most part of it. But I don't know about you guys, since this has been one of the longer breaks for either one of these teams, what are some of your predictions for this one? I know what mine are.
Yeah, I want to look at mine because I remember, I think I went for Team Falcons. Should be Falcons 2-0. Went for, all of us went for Falcons, but you predicted it to be a full series.
I'm always going to predict whether or not a team at its max cap, when you really push them to the edge, both of them, yes, of course, what it's going to look like. And I think obviously Onyx might be able to potentially take a game off of Falcons, but that's a big if whether they show up today.
I may have spoken out of order because I checked in with a well-known Indonesian analyst by the name of Frederick Handiloho, and he did tell me that Onyx Esports are doing well in scrims. So compare that with my undying Filipino pride, and I'm like, oh no, what do I say, right? Scrims and matches are different things, and knowing how different this Onyx Esports is from the ones that actually took Falcons AP Brent to the limit, I think I'm fair to say, I'm going to err on the side of yeah, I believe in Falcons. I want to go sweep. That's what happened here.
I think that's the safest way to do it because being in the industry for this long, how many times have I heard, oh, these teams are doing really good in scrims? They get past like the first stage, and then when push comes to shove during the playoffs, that's when they drop the ball.
It's like, when's the translation, right? How much can you convert from that practice run to the real deal? Especially there's no reruns, one best of 3 against one another, and that's it. Of course, for the side of Team Falcons, since this roster, even though throughout a pretty long off-season, most teams would have went for readjustments, but they still stuck together. And I think, for me, I think Churros did bring this up early on. It's a very precious quality to have a team stick together through thick and thin.
I agree with that because again, there's a lot of reasons why teams would, or teams or even individual players would want to either take a break or move to another team, right? Usually, most of the time, it's we've hit our max cap. There is nowhere else for us to grow. And I think yes and no because in the Mobile Legends space, a lot of whether or not you hit your cap is based off of the meta rather than individual performance.
Which is what makes players like Few all the more a commodity, an anomaly, a phenomenon. He's been playing since late 2017, started his pro career in 2018, and is still here now 7 years later.
Look, he is like butter on toast. He fits on he's a condiment that fits on any kind of carbohydrate. You just need to know what exactly you need to do to make yourself fit in that meta.
But even when you look on the other side of Onyx Indonesia, you still have 3 of the 5 that we know, right? Like Keyboy, the Kyrie Suns, that they also have been there since a very long time ago. And do you think that even though it's not like Team Falcons where you have the full roster, is this 3 main pillars enough?
This one's a tough one. Mainly because the meta is demanding excellence from the side lanes with a mid trio that's able to kind of be your foundation for early to mid to finally carry you to that very late game. And I think that's the scary part for me right now. As much as I like Lukti and the way that he's looking at the game, there's still a lot of questions about Savero. So I think we need to go through at least one game to get a little bit of a taste of what this new Onyx is all about.
Especially when we kind of go back to that XP topic that I was about to bring up, right? You have a very solid opinion on how XP lane is right now, the state of it being pretty dead and demanding. So many things that you need to do with the limited hero pools. How is that going to kind of translate into the series?
So how it's going to translate, we're going to see both the EXP laners go into sandbag tanks. They're going to do nothing to each other all laning phase. And then once they walk out of it, then it's like, all right, I'll show you how much impact I can bring to the game, which is honestly why they're trading words with each other. It's not so much about like, hey, we're good enough that if there are no ganks, our EXP laning is probably all right. But when it comes to the team fight, that's where you see the extra edge.
And that definitely sounds like Flap and Lutpi things to do. Less of a Boots kind of thing. As much as we do miss Boots, who has been amazing in the heyday, in the prime of Onyx Esports, yeah, no, Lutpi fits those, funnily enough, Boots very well. So I'm hoping that that's what we see. I'm hoping that we, get these bruisers, these tanks that can trade blows and act as a secondary initiator just the same out of the XP lane to help support the rest of the team, that mid lane trio and that gold laner. I echo. I want to echo what you're saying. I'm worried about Savero.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, I think it's general consensus, right?
It's all on him.
Yeah, it's the factor of the unknown as well, right? How much is Savero going to bring into this? We saw that announcement not long ago as well, right? Leading up to SPS. So I think that's also a build-up that hopefully doesn't get to him. The Stream B flavor has been pretty different in XP lane as well. We've seen like a Todd, Hylos, Cho, Hilda. Only 4 renditions. I know Lucas showed up on Stream A, but that's pretty much it. So Stream B flavor, maybe it's going to be unlocked in another PH Indo matchup.
I sure hope that it does get a little interesting in terms of the EXP lane. But come back to Savero, there are 2 big fears that I have for this poor man. Either A, Team Falcons are going to put a lot of resources down to bulletproof Marco, so he's not going to have much impact to begin with because he hasn't scaled up. Or B, where nothing much really happens, and even when you do scale and have the items, you still can't seem to break through. But it looks like the draft has already begun.
All right. The Savero situation still up in the air. No picks just yet. He has a Granger in his sight, so he's staring down the barrel of a loaded gun by bulletproof Marco. They still don't give it to him. This could go either way. This could be a Keyboy or a Lutpi pick in the Khalid.
We have seen Keyboy played at Khalid, I think even since last year. I mean, it's been a kind of long while. But what we sort of have observed throughout time is if you don't get that marksman in the first 3 picks, teams are gonna start kind of gunning down that hero pool. At least Onyx Philippines kind of made a good example out of BTR in that first series.
Well, to be fair, there's not a lot of ways that kind of deal with the Granger properly, right? Granger naturally is going to have a decent early game. My big concern is why did they go for Khalid as their third pick rather than going for something along the lines of Phoveus, even though Lucas can be thrown into the jungle, right? At the end of the day, there's a lot of dashes that we can see from the first 3 heroes itself. Phoveus probably should have been the way to go to, but Fnatic Onyx, as they go into the second phase, it's a bit of a toss-up. I guess they have their own mix of things. They want to be like, oh, let's just go with a flex pick. It might just be safer.
Yep, this does allow for the second phase banning to be a little more specific as well for Team Falcon. So yeah, Coach Addy playing the game here. They banned the Valentina on the way to the second phase, and they're like, so you're going to take out gold laners? Or are you not sure where this Khalid is going? So you have to respect that too. No roam, no XP just yet. Folks, we do have a quick update before the graphics do come up. It's a Valentina and a Farsa ban for Onyx and a Hilda ban for Falcon. So what does it say? Like an assassin in the jungle?
It seems like it. I feel like it makes a lot more sense to, you know, get the Hilda out of the way. Make sure that you don't have somebody who can naturally just body block the Granger in the earlier stages of the game as well. It can be a little frustrating. I think Hayabusa makes a lot of sense for Team Falcons, especially since, you know, you're already looking down the barrel of like, okay, there's Suyo, not too much fun to deal with. There's a Khalid, but at least Yves stands still.
There's also the Alpha still available. The Matilda Alpha is kind of a classic duo. There's no space for that Alpha at least in Onyx Indonesia's lineup, right? So Team Falcons, they do have that that luxury to go for it fourth, which is pretty rare, like in this climate.
He's still so reliable.
He's so good. He's so good. All right, just the update. Now it's going to be the CC being banned out for the side of Team Falcons. Now, I do think that when it comes down to the meta in terms of gold lane, it gets a little interesting because some people are on the lines of like, hey, it's either we go back to Trinity build marksmen, or we go Irithel when we are specifically handling the Granger, because the Granger, linear lines, Irithel, big circles.
Yeah. Then they did Fnatic Onyx Indonesia, they did end up taking the Moskov for Savero. In this case, I do agree. I think that Irithel was a point of consideration before the pick, since you have Matilda, right, who essentially is just, you know, pulling his teammates to safety. The final 2 picks for Team Falcons would be that Vexana in that mid lane and a Hylos roam. Oh, wait, hold on. Lucas jungle, Hylos XP.
That's right.
So that's a good confidence, Gideon, right? You say that there's a chance Lucas goes jungle. We're seeing it right now.
This is the first in a high-profile match that we're actually seeing Lucas in the jungle. I've heard, you know, word that, you know, in scrims and in ranked games, Lucas can be thrown in the jungle. I just don't know how it scales now when it interacts with the rest of the meta.
Not to mention, in the other stream, we did see a Lucas jungle as well. I can't remember which
They're
one.
debuting today.
They are debuting, but here's the big downfall when it comes down to Lucas, which I think Team Falcons is trying to supplement. Early game, Lucas is great. His build will diverge from regular EXP. He needs a little bit more damage to have that threat throughout the game. The major problem is when you come down to Lord. You can't just do it yourself. You can't just sit there and tank it without committing your ult. And even when you do, there's a good chance the Lord kills you before you kill it without your team.
Yeah, that too. And Churros brought up a good point earlier on. Very ultimate reliant. It's not the most mobile hero, especially when now you have to run Retribution. I guess Matilda solves the problem. Final pick for Onyx Indonesia, Arlet for Lut P in that XP.
It's a specialty. We've seen this young man play the Arlet to great success. It's just, is that a clear answer to the front line that Falcons is bringing? Like, you know, the Lucas, Lucas is pretty honest. Like, you know what he's gonna do, and the Hylo. So you sweep him out from under the Glorious Pathway, and then that's where you fight.
I think it's about tempo, right? You see the Glorious Pathway, they want to kind of break your battle lines, and then you have that Final Slash to guarantee you at least a second to set up for Sans to maybe slow down the initial push. That's what I'm thinking here.
5 seconds.
With that being said, we're gonna jump into game 1 of the second series. Getting Q, Leo, let's get the party started.
All right, it's time to get this party started. Second game, best of 3 to begin between Team Falcons and Fnatic Onyx. As you get into this, let's break down the compositions one big time for everybody out there, because they didn't get to see much of the draft. We've got Few on the Vexana, we've got Ogwyn already looking to play that Matilda. Not to mention, the first time we're seeing Kyle Teasy on the Lucas in this matchup with the addition of the Granger, of course.
Right. Echoing what Husky here, our Desco, said, that the Lucas luckily has the Matilda to support him. And if folks who are looking to bring this Lucas into your games, do build it this way. Impure Rage, Season Hunter, and what is that? That's not Thrill. Swift.
Swift, yes.
All right, so a faster attack speed.
Okay. Makes a little bit more sense, but he's taken quite a bit of damage, but no first blood just yet, as expected from both of these high-class teams. Just a couple of battle spells lost.
Yep, that's a two-man TKO. Onyx Esports kicking out Team Falcons from that mid lane. And look, they're pushing in deeper. They're pushing in deeper. Kyle TZ down to a 10th of his health.
Taking control over the tempo. I like what Onyx Esports is doing, but it could bounce back here. Now, Kyle, he's playing a dangerous game. Personally, for me, I hope that he goes back, but he gets a little bit of EXP. He needs to hit level 4 before the next turtle shows up.
All right, so the wings by wings help him cross that mid lane, and then going for that small camp should get him to that level 4. And then from there, does he go home, heal up, and then set up for the next turtle?
I think he'll have to, right? At this point, not too sure when this turtle is going to be spawning. Looks like it's going to be spawning soon, although I am a little curious about Luffy's priority, right? He's up against the Hylos. The Hylos can kind of just waste tank, just sits there and says, no, you don't get to move.
And luckily, there are those sure wins in the lane. That's one way to ramp up into your power spikes. Top lane is where the action will be going down. Upper quarter, this turtle already started out. Sans baiting it out. Flap easy, pulling it ever so slightly, already at level 4.
But look at the junglers, right? It looks like Onyx Esports has done a bit of homework here. Topside Few is getting blasted down for first blood thanks to Sans. One ult for a free kill. I'll take it any day.
Point blank. Gila gets the first kill of game number 1. Now the turtle down to a 5th of its health. Onyx Esports making quick work of it. Look at the back line. Keyboy looking for one more. Ogwin barely gets away. Flap TZ keeping the purple safe for Kyle. Oh, man, I don't know how to feel about this Lucas right now.
I mean, hey, look, it's not Lucas's fault. A lot of it just came through the unfortunate interactions in the mid lane, right? The fact that we already saw Few losing out his flicker super early on in the matchup and then not hitting level 4 on time, it's a snowball effect. Onyx Esports is playing what the meta is asking of us right now, which is all about tempo. Apply pressure until your opponents tip over.
And as well, I think there is a range issue. The fact that Marco, one of the more, long-ranged heroes for Team Falcons alongside Few, isn't part of these scrims, isn't part of these bouts. So maybe when they do eventually collapse onto gold, that's where Team Falcons can catch up. But now with 1,000 between these two, I think Onyx Esports can do their best to just deny that rotation for Falcons.
Well, personally, I think it should be expected, right? Because, hold on. I mean, Keyboy should technically be okay here. He is Khalid. He still's got his flicker. He should be safe. Now, here's the big thing. Between Ogwin as well as Keyboy, we're expecting Ogwin to only start being like really, really useful 2 items onwards. Once he's got the Enchanted Talisman, spice things up with the Flask of Oasis. And not to mention, he needs to unlock that Blessing first before he can start topping off his teammates.
Yep, and he's waiting on their power spikes. Keyboy can just keep railing himself into Team Falcons, and that'll have an effect on the map. While Ogwin, on the other hand, can't do that. Like, the best he can is just clear bushes, make sure that the power spikes are hit.
Speaking of power spikes here, Ogwin might just be going down. Ooh, did they steal the camp as well? I think they did. Kyrie continues to have his EXP laid over Kyle TZ. It's going to get a little frustrating here, but as we're talking about, right now, Keyboy with the ankle kicks right now, he's going to keep on doing it until it breaks.
That's right. You don't have to trip. The fact that you're slowing down is a big effect. That's a win in Onyx Esports' book, and the fact that we haven't really seen Super Marco much in action rings true for Savero as well. Especially since Savero can play cross-map. Like, if there's a fight that breaks out in mid or in top, easily Savero can just whoop.
Just a quick SOD, and he's there. I think the shockwaves are being felt right now. Here we go, right on top of Lupti.
Glorious Pathway answered in with the Eternal Guard. Look at Keyboy into the back, fighting 2. Few is in trouble. Few barely alive, swiping away. Sans takes down Few once more. And now Keyboy getting in with Kyle TZ, and ramping up the violence coming in from Kyle TZ, unleashing the beast, biting down on the Sans, circling Eagle. Sans goes down, 2 for 1, currently the trade, and now out goes Lutfi, slashing, missing the ultimate, and that is going to be the turtle scored by Team Falcons.
Good understanding, a great decision coming in from Team Falcons' side. Onyx Esports initially looking to, be surgical with their strikes, keep attacking Few. We've already put pressure on him. You want to hurt his ankles, you want to eventually break the bone. But Team Falcons, they didn't just take the turtle straight away. They went straight for the fight, and now delaying them. As you see the team trying to recover, they're going to take the T1, and they also reset tempo on Keyboy. Your pressure is done for.
All right, turret for turret, but the turtle still goes to Team Falcon, so they're slowing down Onyx Esports' early advancement as we ramp up into the mid game. We're post laning now. How does Falcons fix this bottom lane situation? Do they go for the swap? Oh, it's a slow swap, yeah, because Marco goes through mid first.
I think they don't need to do the slow swap just yet. They just need to hover around his side of the map. However, how much do you really want to trade, right? You want to have that permanent econ damage against your opponent. So trading structures may not necessarily be the best option just yet, but I don't think that Team Falcons mind, right? Play the slow game at this point of time. Wait for the team to kind of scale up. Just rely on Kyle TZ as well as Flap TZ kind of set things up until Feud can get back on his feet and Ogun can get 2 items. Super Marco, he's going to be supplementing everybody, right? With those Death Sonatas, he could not only open up the map, but actually enable the team to chase Onyx Esports down.
Yep, which, by the way, folks, is very doable, given that he has rushed a Malefic Roar, a Sky Piercer, and, you know, just a little casual Fury Hammer. So he is hurting. It's dirty.
Is this cost efficient just yet? Because he's not getting a lot of value from the physical penetration just yet. Sorry, the percentage physical penetration that he's getting from the Malefic Roar. It's going to be useful later down the line unless Keyboy's got, like, I don't know, 15 stacks in 7 minutes.
But it's a cheaper penetration right now. Kyle TZ, gets taken down. 4 men there. And I think Falcons played the map. They traded their jungler's life for that tier 1 in bottom. But I do think that, yeah, it's a clear sign they're just letting go of Turtle 3.
Yeah, they don't care about the Turtle. The Turtle doesn't really do anything for them anyways. If they can get this mid tier 1, that'd be even better. But ideally, it's about slowing things down and actually enabling the fight to happen. If Onyx Esports bites down too hard, the hook's going to get caught in their mouths.
And so far, nobody fell for the bait. No one getting reeled in just yet as Onyx Esports takes that turtle. And Falcons understand that that will springboard them about 2,000 gold ahead. The map looking equal. Gold lead on Onyx Esports. It's exactly where we found ourselves in the first 5 minutes. Looking at the damage here. How do they solve the Sans situation, man? Because look, Sans, he's dealing a lot of damage. Swiping, sending home dudes before fights start.
Yeah.
Who's the designated assassin?
There is no designated assassin, unfortunately. It's more so, can they poke him out before he pokes you out, right? Super Marco needs to get involved, unfortunately. He did finish the Hunter Strike.
Oh! That is a 2-man! Final slash, and 2 go down as well. Few and Ogwin out of here, and Keyboy gets out scot-free, and now they collapse onto Lutfi. Lutfi's still alive, swiping away the crystal drop, the slow. SOD, in comes Savero! And it looks like he wants to take down Kyle TZ, and he finishes the job. Keyboy traded out for Marco, but he falls just as quickly off of Sans max range spells cast. Flap TZ, the only survivor.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Onyx Esports. They saw the angle to sandwich, and this is why they wanted the Arla in the first place. A good initiation tool, but the displacement is the most important part. Again, they keep going for Few and Owen. They keep kicking them at the ankles. It's really starting to bruise up here and swell.
And I think that's the major trip. The ankle kicks were going to add up to something, and that was a knockdown, definitely. Especially after trading 2 ults for 2 bodies. That's a trade I'll take any day. Onyx Esports now up almost 5,000 gold!
Look, it's 4.6 at this point in time. It's 9K in. Team Falcons haven't lost any tier 2s. They still hold on to the mid tier 1. Let's see how much damage Onyx Esports is going to do with the very first Lord. I think that's going to be the real difference maker here for this team in terms of the econ. But at this point, I think that Onyx Esports also understands, hey, we might not be able to scale as hard as Team Falcons. Although, as long as we keep baiting Team Falcons into these neutral fights, that actually works pretty well for us. Let's keep it in these choke points.
And the choke points definitely have to be something they watch out for. Unless Ogwin has a third eye, unless Ogwin has eyes behind his head, then these choke points are definitely going to belong to Onyx Esports. I do see a world, though, where Flappies can catch someone like this, forcing out a flicker from Sans, so that's definitely a win. I think they should take the slow. Look at Savero, though, top lane.
That's how they do it. Surgical coming in from Onyx Esports, really understanding their current game position throughout the match. I think that Team Falcons at this point is just trying to get something out of Onyx Esports. But in this state of the game, Onyx just going to take their time with it. As long as they keep on working these sides, Team Falcons inevitably will just have to give way.
And now with the Lord here at about a half health, Onyx Esports knows this belongs to them. I don't know how Falcons could ever even think. Ludwig with a flicker, final slash. Coming in,
wow!
the collapse from Team Falcons. Glorious Pathway set him down. Flap Easy pays the price though. Lord still standing. Down goes Ludwig. Marco gets one. They're chasing down Kiboy. Kiboy in the back. Taking down double kill for Bulletproof Marco. Traded out for Kyle, TZ, and Flapfall. Few as well. Oakwin's down. Suddenly Falcons just drop.
Impatience. Is it impatience? I think it was a very bold move, and the final kill coming through for Kyrie to get the full wipe out on Team Falcons. Yikes. I don't know how to feel about this one. Few flickering forward to try to make something happen there on top of the initial engage. Like Severo, I could see the angle that Severo is kind of out of the way from the rest of the frontliners of Onyx Esports, and maybe that's why they were looking for that initiation to begin with. However, they haven't hit the item power spikes just yet, and worst yet, Matilda only can pull one person at a time.
And this is that awareness we were talking about. Was it worth it to flicker that far? Was it worth it to win the initial trade and then think about it on the way out? I think, you know, to be fair, Team Falcons might have put themselves in that situation. They overthought the engagement and said, yeah, if we do this, they're going to back off, and then we can collapse. But no, Onyx Esports did not buckle.
I think a lot of it comes down to the steps that Team Falcons need to figure out. They've understood two things. One, Lupti is looking for that initial engagement, the displacement, as I like to call it. But even more so, Sans doesn't seem to ever be out of position. They can't close the distance between him. So they first have to take out the fist of Onyx Esports, which is going to be in this Arlot. Next is to take out the backbone, which is going to be Sans. And then Severo is kind of leaning in between, being the blood flow.
Which is so difficult. You've gone through 3 major problems, and you still have the cores left untouched, Kyrie and Severo. So that's exactly what Team Falcons are trying to deal with right now. It's not just one mountain they're trying to climb, it's 3 or 4, and there's a real-world manipulation. Putting Kyle TZ down to 1/10 of his health, barely surviving, already using the Beast Unleashed. Didn't even get to spit out that power ball, and they succeed in keeping their base up, but they lose all 3 inhibitors on the way in.
The macro's looking great for the side of Onyx Esports, getting all 3 waves to collapse just at the same time, and now threatening the Crystal as well off of the very first Lord. It's not looking good.
Glorious Pathway set in, crashing through that rampaging sandstorm. Onyx Esports, they smell it. Waves crashing through top, mid, and bottom. Down goes Flap TZ. It's just a matter of time. Look at Severo hitting him up, and that is going to be game 1 towards Onyx.
Woo! What a game coming out for these boys. I mean, I gotta give it to Onyx. Every single time we see players come from their MDL squad, they just seem to just find the sauce.
Arrow going to stand up to Super Marco. I gotta say, won the lane, not by himself, with help from Keyboy, right? Isolating Super Marco for the entirety of the early game phase, but individual mechanics from the mid to late, the side lane pushes, the SOD to join fights, Severo's individual prowess really showed through.
This is what I'm talking about. Having a new lineup, having new dudes in your team, it's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing. And if there's a big picture trend I'm noticing is, I might be just impatient here, but Team Falcons, they might not have any new tricks up their sleeves. Like, this is a very Team Falcons AP Bren kind of game that they lose.
I don't know. I'm looking at Super Marco. Like, first item, he's like, Malefic Roar. This is a cost-efficient item. This is going to work, guys. Trust me. Just commit to the Hunter Strike or commit to the Sky Piercer. One or the other. You only need the Malefic Roar as your 3rd item, and it's not like you're going to have to deal with a crazy amount of armor. The only person who's actually hard stacking the armor in the first place is going to be Lukpi. So why not just lean into your Hunter Strike, lean into your lane-winning items, and then eventually stack up to that Malefic Roar rather than the other way around.
The train of thought could be, I'm not really winning the lane, I don't have priority at all. Let me build for the late, maybe.
Or the mid.
On the mid. But I do agree, I still feel like the Hunter Strike should come out as soon as possible. Gives you a bit of leverage, right? Because we did see Team Falcons at one point. You have Ogwen escorting Super Marco around the map. They were trying to set up for some fights. And it led up to the moment where we saw that very daring forward flicker by Few to start a fight. And I feel like that was where they wished Super Marco had a bit more firepower to clean up the members of Onyx.
All right, it's true that maybe Marco's item progression and the time he took to get to that point may have been keys to their loss. But I'd like to think even in the way they engaged as a team to answer the massive displacement by Onyx, the in-your-face nature of their mid-trio, that's what beat Falcon. I think that's what I'm saying is maybe Falcon's draft could have been better too.
The draft.
To respond to it. Because again, I don't know what happened in the other streams because they happened simultaneously. Did them Jungle Lucas win too?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it did.
I don't.
I would say it also came down to the draft sequence from Team Falcons, right? We did see that Matilda Granger Lucas in that first phase. It kind of sort of locks you out. Like if I put Lucas in that XP lane and I go for an alpha jungle, who is gonna be that big front line, right? So I think the sequence also affected how Team Falcons approached that second.
It was Granger first.
It was Granger first.
Granger
too.
first, and then Matilda, and then that Lucas. I mean, it's okay. Lucas is fine. It's just when we saw that, oh, they picked another. They picked a mid laner and a Hylos. Then that was where, you know, personally, that's where it all rang alarms. In my head.
Yeah, it got a little funky here. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the draft really comes down to like whether or not you can get like a strong mid trio or super strong side laners. You can't have both, right? If you have both, you've basically won the game already, right? But based on what we're looking from the Golden EXP, the good thing about Onyx Esports is the fact that they understood, okay, what is Matilda weak at? She's good at pulling people out of hard situations, but she doesn't really help you recover from bad ones until she gets 2 items. And that's where Keyboy really starts to take advantage. If you make a lane mistake, that's where he's going to go for the ankle kicks again and again and again. And I think Few felt it so much throughout this game. Misses level 4 timing, loses his battle spell, dies 3 out of 3 times in the first 6 minutes of the game. And then afterwards, what do you really do?
It's almost the same effect as what we saw from Onyx Philippines. You have that Kirk Hilda just terrorizing the enemy jungle. In this case, it was Keyboy's Khalid, right? Again, not only terrorizing Ogwen and Few, but he's also isolating that gold lane away from the rest of Team Falcons.
What made it more frustrating watching the early game is Sans as well. Again, they may have addressed the Sans problem a little too late. He was getting free Void Crystal smashes, he was getting free blasts, like he was clearing the wave, and then he could help check in the other bushes and make what Keyboy was doing all the more annoying. I think him getting the MVP nod here is more than well-deserved.
I suppose, but at the same time, I think, you know, the hardest part about dealing with Sans is the fact that you have a composition that's very linear. You want to go straight at your opponent, so you got to be pretty surgical with the way that you do it. Onyx Esports have a more flexible means of engagement, and the worst part yet, because you are taking a healing blessing, you don't have the access to conceal. That's when you can really kind of catch your opponents off guard and maybe hurt the position of Sans, but since they don't have that, Sans gets a free game, baby, gets a pepper spray you and walk away for fun.
Yeah, buckshots along the way, right? Like you are forced to commit so much to maybe get nothing in return, and that sort of was the ending of game number 1. So does this change your outlook on how the series is going to progress? I mean, we all stuck by Falcons, you know, Gideon went for all 3 games, but this game 1, does it tell us anything?
All right, logically speaking, you and I have already predicted wrong.
Yeah.
Because we went for the sweep. But I still think there may be a little left in the tank for Gideon to be right. Because this was such a spicy draft.
It was a spicy draft, and I think there's a lot to learn from it. I think the Team Falcons definitely can take a couple of pointers about, hey guys, well, what are we really doing here, right? We don't usually make these kind of mistakes. We knew that they were going for the Khalid in the wrong position. We shouldn't be like losing our battle spells pre-level 4. So I think that Team Falcons probably going to switch sides. Maybe, actually, do they want to switch sides or do they want to stick on to it? I feel like they can still stick on blue. Maybe the change of blue 2 and 3 could be the play.
Blue 2 and 3 with the right follow-through. Maybe stick to something cleaner like an actual utility or assassin jungler. So that, you know, if you are going to power spike on the Marco, the rest of the team know what to do. It's a better ramp-up instead of... I don't know, man. Maybe I just don't understand the meta as is with the Lucas. I just don't like it.
I think you sort of like pick your poison, right? You don't try to cover all your bases and then you end up with...
Nothing.
Nothing. It's like a weak hand.
We can. Should we though? I think that as of right now, yes, Team Falcons is going to be the big question mark, which is kind of surprising to say the least after game number 1. But I think that I'm very happy to see the way that Onyx Esports is playing. I want to see whether or not their playbook is going to be looking the same of, hey, early pressure, hit you in the ankles, flick you in the nuts, and then go for the chin, right? Are they really going to hit you in so many key points before they go for the knockout punch, or can they play the ultra late stages of the game?
And if they walk away with a sweep, again, match point for Onyx Esports here, they restomp the groin. That's scary. I would rather that Falcons put themselves in a position wherein we get the question of, can they make it to Game 3? Can they still go for the reverse sweep? Because Onyx Esports, I'll tell you now, this is the best feeling they've had in months. Remember that they got knocked out of the playoffs day one.
Yeah, they got knocked out by GeekFam, and that was quite a spectacle too. I remember before this, just now we did ask. Well, I remember asking Mirko, right? We asked Mirko, what do you think the chances are going to be between Onyx Indonesia and Team Falcons? He actually gave a 50-50.
Right?
He says it's gonna be a 50-50, but that game one says otherwise. Felt like the odds are slightly in favor of Onyx.
Exactly.
I think the odds are kind of good here. I still think it's 50-50 just yet. I don't think the Falcons are playing, at their 100%. I do think they still have an opportunity to equalize, and that's what I'm hoping for this game number 2, unless they switch sides. If they go to red side, probably they're going to revert back to the traditional, hey, Kyle, Bulletproof Marco, it's time. Take off the weights.
Yeah, they have time to take off the weights for sure, flex those muscles, get the scapula, warm up with the pull-ups as we head for a short break. But when we return, Game 2 between Onyx Indonesia and Team Falcons will continue.
Here we go!
Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rev. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion.
The faded rivalry continues between Onyx Indonesia and Team Falcons. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Group Stage for MLBB Season 6. It's Husky alongside Leo and Gideon Q as we now prep for game number 2 because game 1, it was all Onyx Indonesia.
Full control. I like the way that they're going about the game. It feels like they're coming back into their prime time, but that's just me. That's just me. I am still trying to get my predictions correct, so that means Team Falcons are going to need to go for the full reverse sweep if they want to, well, get my predictions right.
All right, so the fact that they had very little to do in Game 1, means they also have a lot to pick up on. You know what I mean? Like, it's a blessing to know what's wrong. It's a blessing to know what you did wrong. So, I think, are we all in agreement that that draft wasn't it?
I think, yeah. I think, our 3-minute discussion kind of solidifies, right? Like, draft was sort of like the main issue that they need to rectify coming into game number 2. I think the sequence really kind of gave a lot away, a bit too much to Onyx, in fact.
I think, I don't know. I feel like even for Onyx, there's a lot of ways to actually manage those first 3 picks coming in from the Team Falcons, right? Even if Lupti didn't go, oh wait, no, sorry, the 3rd pick from Red side was going to be the Khalid. So even if they didn't get the Khalid and instead played the Phobius, that would have caused a significant amount of problems for the opposing team. It's just, what could they have done at this point for game number 2? It's either they switch sides or they go for the same Granger first pick, and then the follow-up needs to be a little better.
I think Granger first pick is more of the 2nd and 3rd, right? I think they were given plenty of choices, but they picked the one that kind of was the oddball, and I think in that case was the Lucas. But if they go red side, I do feel like the same issue will persist if they don't change that approach. Plenty of choices. I think when you look back at the game 1 draft, Onyx Indonesia wasn't really clamping down on a lot of the power picks. In fact, like getting a Matilda or a Granger first pick was a blessing.
They even dug deep with the Arlot, so it doesn't matter. Like they were so happy with their first 4 that they went, you know what, let me just pick up an old favorite. It's what we needed anyways. So that's how sure, and that's how, I don't know, a good grasp Onyx Esports has on their draft and who they are. So maybe the rumors are true. Maybe the word down the grapevine is they are good in scrims. What's Falcon gonna do now? Like, what can they go back to? The meta's constantly changing. If they want to play the Lucas, I'd say keep it in the XP. Crab can play it.
I suppose, but I think they need to prioritize few. I think they need to give him a better matchup here, especially up against our MVP of the game coming in from Sans himself. Get him off that Yves, kind of shake things up.
Yep. Also, just an update for everyone else. Stream A, we had RQ Hoshi taking the first dub over Evo's Holy, currently 1-0.
Let's go Kingdom!
The Kingdom coming in strong, especially when Skylar recently announced that he's taking a break from the competitive season as well. We got Toy, who also, I believe, at the start was in the same position as Savero, but has already established his presence in the Kingdom throughout the challenge stage, at least.
Oh, well, hopefully that keeps on going. They keep on ramping up here. We'll see, because I feel like right now at the SBS, we don't really know after the first couple of games. Has it changed your opinions on who's gonna qualify for the play-ins?
Not as much. Maybe for the Group B shaker, right? It was between Onyx and Rora. I know you went for Onyx to qualify through Group B, so I think that would be the main topic of discussion as we progress through the group stage.
Rora hasn't played yet.
That's fair. That's fair.
At least not in Stream B.
It's true they went home early at M6. we were at front seat to witness that. But this is different, man. This is Snapdragon.
It is Snapdragon. I think that's the beauty of it, right? Getting the international before the international. Even before the regular, before the international.
The regionals before the internationals.
Yeah, but essentially coming into the regionals, I think a lot of people have been skeptical about a lot of these rosters, right? They're just like, I don't know whether this is going to be the great move. Obviously, the internet going to be the internet, being extra judgy on it. But I think, a lot of these players are really finding themselves this year.
Yeah, as the players kind of, get comfy, settling into the draft for the second phase. I'm gonna give you guys a bit of spoiler out there. Falcons still staying on blue side for game 2, so it kind of goes back to what we were discussing, right? What is going to be that approach when you have that first pick? If in this case they get the Granger again, what is that adjustment for second, third going to be?
All right, so instead of a full-on revamp, I think Falcons might just go for iteration. Take care of what were the problems in game 1 and just address them where they need to be addressed instead of reinventing the whole wheel. So I'd say, stay blue, ban out the MVP Eve in Suns, and then try to keep that Granger open and put it back on Marco, build the Hunter Strike.
Please do. Or just get the Sky Piercer. One or the other. You got to start with one or the other. I don't mind if they go Sky Piercer early. I don't mind as long as they have a Fury Hammer built somewhere in the middle of it. Either way, as Leo did mention, yes, ban out that Yves coming up for MVP Sans, but based on what we are seeing here, right, they also got rid of that Loyi, and I like the approach coming in from Team Falcons. They want to kind of equalize the playing field between both of the mid laners, and I think there's going to be a bigger emphasis on Keyboy and as well as Ogwen in that rotating matchup of how do we get pressure on the map and how do we kind of sandbag our opponent.
It's always a good feeling when we watch the Indonesian teams play every once in a while, right? Because it's not like they're bringing back old stuff. It's just they never left, right? For example, the Arlet, the Arlet, for example, is a very good showing of a hero that has always been there. A lot of teams moved on from it, but Onyx, they stuck to it and made it work.
It's like that old SpongeBob meme. All reliable is that, you know, that jellyfishing man. It's just, oh yeah, there's my Arlet.
Oh baby. Oh baby.
No other hero does what Arlet does in that case, right?
It's true. It's true. I mean, yeah, I would like to say Drizzle, but it doesn't have the displacement effects. Never mind.
Atlas. That's the only other hero that can pull like 5 dudes into a certain space.
That's facts. That's actually facts. Ooh, interesting.
Bronze Open.
Granger's open.
I'm surprised that Onyx Esports is so nonchalant about it. They're like, Granger, he's not that big of a deal. The M6 problem?
Because they have the Irithel and the Moskov to answer for.
They've got general answers for it, and I'm curious to know why exactly the Matilda is more of a problem after what they did in game number 1, right?
Because Ogwen didn't do much.
Exactly. It was more so Super Marco was like, oh, you're standing too close together, give me that triple, and then I'm gonna end the game 5 kills, but still unable to kind of like make the difference. In this case, I think that Onyx Esports, now that they realize, okay, we don't have the Eve, we don't have Box to play with, where else can we start to build advantages? I think they're still gonna go with the Suyo here.
I think so too. I think it's also because the Yi was banned out, so now you don't have that RWM to contain the Matilda. Maybe that's the idea that they're going for. Hilda pick up first for Onyx.
You think Ludby was annoying with the Arlet? How about now?
I think this is a flex. There's a
chance that the Keyboy goes on a Hilda.
Exactly. There's a chance that Keyboy goes onto it. There's a chance that Lupti is going to pick it up. But for now, it's a bit of a wild card, right? Because the Joy is going to be the go-to. Ooh, they're going to go into the Suyo. 14 Falcons. A pretty normal matchup for most people. Joy into the Suyo, vice versa.
Very M6.
Very M6, of course. And then the Bruno comes in. The PTSD continues. Even so, I do think that both sides are really holding on to their cards close to their chest for as long as possible.
One card is the mid lane. I think even Falcons, Coach Treb, is questioning himself like, all right, Few, do you want your hero now, or do we protect you for later? Because you'd have a great game 1.
No, I think it's the flex.
XP, roam flex? Okay.
I personally feel like they might take the risk. Like maybe Onyx goes for mid and then they start kind of locking down the... The Badang.
It's literally the flex.
Literal flex.
Oh, I was waiting for it. I was like, okay, there could be a Badang angle, there could be a Cho angle. It depends on what people are.
angle.
I mean, the high loss is okay, but then when you're up against the Joy, there's like, oh, even if I Glorious Pathway, what am I really doing here? You know, oh, dash, temporal, dash again, and then you're basically out of it. The Badang, however, super disruptive. Doesn't matter where she is in the stacks of her dash, you just knock her out of position one time, and it's like, I don't have CC immune anymore.
Yeah. And even if you do have CC immunity, you have to commit a dash out of that wall and still get punched silly. That's the weird thing about Badang is he's a CC specific hero that has some level of damage, and here's a breakout pick this week, well today specifically, Jawhead. We've seen a lot of Jawhead.
Yeah, Brusco Jawhead, like I saw Yum Jawhead went like 5-0 on that stream see against See You Soon. Talk about isolation, right? Something that game 1 we had that from Arlet, and right now Jawhead kind of does the same thing, but more focus on a single target.
But it also demands respect out of Badang. If Badang goes into the support sector, that's where he's going to have a lot of problems. Like, yes, he can kind of like keep the Jawhead away, but one wrong move, one bad mistake, Badang is basically just trapped, right? There's nothing much he can really do, especially as a support. If he's EXP, maybe there are a couple of options here. And I think that Badang going into the EXP, now seeing both Jawhead as well as the Hilda, he does all right in lane.
Yeah, so now he knows I'm going to be slower in the rotation, but I'll win fights better.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, just let Hilda do her thing, right? Like, Hilda is going to do her thing. If we can't stop her, at least I get to my items earlier, and then when we need to fight, Badang is going to be there.
God, they're really taking their time with the bans here. I get where Onyx Esports is coming from, but they are on red side and they will get first pick in the second phase. I'm thinking mid lane here, before, or maybe even just, you know, pick up your gold and then hold on to that mid lane. But the pool is getting very narrow at this point. We're probably gonna go into some good old favorites like Farmis or even Farsa as well.
I was thinking of the Pharaoh, right? Like, I see the Valentina ban and I looked at Onyx Esports. they kind of want to be in your face.
Oh, they're attacking Savero. What are they saying here? You better be the Indonesian sniper or bust? Because that's the only one left. What else? 1-1? Layla?
I think Layla is
Bruno?
possible. Bruno's okay. I think the safest among safest is going to be Claude, right? I mean, just look at the first three in their lineup.
That too.
It's hard to keep up with, you know? I think Claude probably is going to be, like, by far the most okay.
I mean, if this was like CW, you know, the Beatrix would be an option.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just
No.
miss Calvin Winata, all right?
Even if Calvin Winata is here, I don't think he would go for the Beatrix. He'd probably go for the Wan.
There you go. See, those are the options. So, guys, this is the weight on Savero's shoulders. Even if they won Game 1, people are still talking about his predecessor.
You gotta do a lot more than that. You know?
It's true.
It's true. So you get just big team fights right now. So like you said, like you call it, Gideon, it's gonna be that Padang XP. We get a Keyboy Tigreal, one of the classics as well. Alongside that, Vex.
Oh, that's
the Ogwen classic.
Yeah, it's Ogwen.
It's a Keyboy Jawhead.
Close your eyes and you see their names just intermingle.
They know each other so well.
Oh my god.
This is a nice soft counter though, right?
It is.
The Jawhead ejector into the Tigreal, putting him in the perfect position for an implosion.
I mean, there's one way of saying, because I feel like Team Falcons are probably going to be less inclined to look for the engage. It's kind of on the onus of Onyx Esports to make something happen with the Jawhead as well as Hilda, because eventually it's like, oh, who really scales on your team right now? We don't see your marksman. The most you got is Joy, and Team Falcons are like, we basically scale into infinity. We're going to outrange you for a majority of this game, so you have to come to us.
It's got to be physical. It's got to be physical.
It's got to be physical.
I've been waiting.
Or true.
I mean,
or true.
Might as well just blow through the health bar, right?
Is this the way to go, though? I mean, the light wheel there has been like a small hot patch here to get more higher tick rate.
A little buff.
It's a little buff, but it doesn't really save the hero for her major issue, which is she can't like really get close anytime soon. I think the most is just to say, Tigreal, stop. Don't be a bad boy.
That's the one hero that the carry preys on from Falcon's lineup. Because even the Badang, sure you can kite him, sure you can like find a way to have him feint his ult, catch him, dash away, and then let rip. But I don't think that's easy to do. That's a lot of mechanics in just one engagement.
Yeah, talk about the weight on Savero's shoulder, right? Now
Again?
you feel that carry really is the embodiment of it. So we're gonna head into Game 2 between this one. We'll see if Indonesia can close this out, or will we get a Game 3?
Oh, I'll be interested to see how Keyboy is going to play the game, right? Because it's all about attack versus defense, right? Can you mark him well enough? Will he cause too many distractions? Will he keep Team Falcons on their toes? Or is he not going to make any impact whatsoever? It's time to get into this game here. It's going to be Team Falcons on the blue side up against Onyx Esports on the red. And it looks like it's going to be a fast jungle clear for Onyx Esports with the help of the Jawhead and the smart missiles.
Amazing crossover jungling from both sides. Real quick look at the emblems here. Little Wanderer scored by Kyle Teasy. So that is the map slowly edging more towards Team Falcons. What do you put on carries these days? Oh, tenacity. Okay, wants to trade blows with Marco, huh?
I think he doesn't have much of a choice in that sector. Can't really space Marco as nicely as you would do compared to other marksmen, especially with the way that you can reposition yourself with the Rondo as well. It's going to be hard to land a single light wheel.
Look at Ogren. Oh, he's in trouble. That's it. First blood drawn by Onyx.
Interesting. So yeah, again, this is the main issue that we're going to be seeing throughout the game. They're going to be looking towards, hey, where is Keyboy going to go? And they have to make a hard read. And if somebody's caught off guard, Onyx can really use that attention, that resource of attention to punish their opponents.
Kyle Teasy pulling the surge fast enough to avoid getting ejected into oblivion. Onyx Esports picking up the pace. Man, this is momentum from Game 1.
Well, let's see how long the momentum is going to last, right? Because now that Team Falcons are aware that Onyx Esports understands what they're doing with this Jawhead, they need to really start taking their time and follow back to the fundamentals, right? Check every single one of these bushes. Give up this first turtle. No point fighting it at this point in time. The most we can do is just threaten it.
All right. Onyx Esports, quick, major objective, lower quarter. immediately picking up the pace. It's a much cleaner game compared to game 1 for Onyx.
Yeah, look at this. Even Onyx, we've got Lippy just double-checking the jungle just to ensure where Kyle TZ is on the map and where in his rotational path, his jungle clear he's going to be in. And as soon as Keyboy hits level 4, I want to see whether it's going to adjust how fast Onyx Esports is going to play, or are they just going to keep it up of, okay, Severo, pick up double waves, let's keep on with a Kyrie train here, package him well, and then ship him off into the Falcon Esports' backline.
Yeah, but that's something we did not talk much about in the draft is Onyx Esports, the lineup they have is even if you're not getting anything, like no big major fights, you're still doing something.
Oh, yeah.
You're leading up to something. You scale so good in the gold lane, and you're farming out of your mind in the jungle. The rest are just utility towards that.
Right now, so far so good for Kyle, at least. Level 6 to level 6, despite getting that early clear coming in from Kyrie. With the help of Keyboy, Super Marco currently the top of the gold leaderboard, which is good to see. So Team Falcons are keeping up with Onyx despite the first blood being given over. Now, unfortunately, it's going to come down to a point where Flap needs to get that first item, Thunderbelt, down as soon as possible and make an impact in one of these two next turtle fights.
Yeah, it's going to be hard because Lutpi is breathing down his neck. Look, he has to struggle to kick him out of his side of the map.
Stay back.
Get out of here. I need my farm. And there it is. It's coming underneath the turret. We're looking at the mini-map, folks. In mid, I'd say Ogun and Few are playing a little more cautious.
Oh, for sure.
They're afraid of like the repercussions of a wild ejector.
Because here's the problem, right? If you get, as much as you want to threaten Sansa's position, you don't know if Keyboy is going to show up, or worse yet, Kyrie.
Exactly.
And if Kyrie picks up that kill and continues to snowball off of that, it's so much worse compared to giving the kill over to Sans.
That's right. Might end up with another lightning round, the same way that first game in the series lasted just 13 minutes. All right, second turtle spawning. Upper quarter, still a better position for Falcons for sure now. You do have Kyle TZ grabbing his buff and then propping up. And
oh,
no! For the implosion. Does commit the flicker as well. Major L for Team Falcons approaching this major objective.
Oh, no. That's just pain. And Severo's going to get a double wave on top of that. It's, well, they might recover here.
Quick knock-up, Keyboy goes down, and the ultimate on Sans, no one home. Few goes down, Severo gets a kill 1-for-1. So far, so good here. Onyx Esports making the most of that fumble. Team Falcons are not so sure if they want to take this.
I don't know. It's actually looking kind of good here. I mean, they've kind of... Onyx has dissipated. They've given up on this turtle. They're like, whatever, we don't need that anymore. Ogwen, despite making the initial mistake, kind of made up for it. But
oh, yeah. For sure. Severo goes down. Oh, eating a face full of fists and lead. You were saying?
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting Badang to be in that position, hoping that he would go back into the lane after Luffy went for the initial fake. They will be able to take this turtle as Kyrie is halfway across the world, won't be able to catch up in time, and no way to slow it down.
Oh, that's a fist crack coming in, taking down Lutpi. All right, interesting. Onyx Esports grabbing nothing on the map, trading out for that turtle, and now Team Falcons collapsing onto this orange buff.
So far, so good. Okay.
The flicker ejector by Keyboy. No one home. Quick knock-up. Down goes the robot and the little girl inside him.
I hope teams remember that they can call a pause if they're lagging. Like, what is happening?
Both sides. Both
sides. I mean, it has occurred to both sides. Like, it was a little awkward. It's not the smoothest combinations we've seen from either or. Funnily enough, both coming in from the rope position.
Yep, both of them in that spot. Hot zone. Uh-oh, Severo gets caught out. That's 3 members of Falcon collapsing onto him. Marco gets another. This would be a good time to build a Sky Piercer, which he does have.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. But he's still going to go with his traditional, what he did in the previous game. He went from Malefic Roar and then goes for the Sky Piercer, all the while holding a Fury Hammer.
And then he's on his way to a Hunter Strike now. Like, Gideon, look at this. I'm still doing it.
I refuse to build tier 2 boots. I'll only do it 4th item. Oh, you're crazy.
There you go. He's number 1 on the net gold worth here, 5,700. Kyrie coming up at 1,000 down. I think this is what Falcon wanted since game 1 anyways. Like, whatever we're seeing now is what they wanted to do in the game prior.
Yep. And they're making it work this time round, and they're making it work well. 2.6k goal lead for the side of Team Falcons. At this point, Onyx Esports, it's a little hard to kind of refine that momentum, especially since they've lost a lot of their positions, right? 2 turrets down, mid turrets still available, so at least they have their safe passage, their lighthouse they can always fall back to. But even so, you can see how much coverage over the river Team Falcons actually have.
Yep. Quick crossover by Ogwin using that surge in the river to reposition. Post up, he does have a flicker. And this could be anybody's turtle. I think this is a bigger chance for Falcons now that Ogwin can redeem himself.
I don't know. I feel like good guy Ogwin, he's redeemed it. Oh!
Implosion on the one! Kyle DZ gets a turtle. Big damage. Big shields. Keeping Falcons well topped up. And now they're going to punch. Knock out Loot P. Marco gets another.
He pays with interest every time Ogwin finds it. And I think they've kind of figured out the recipe. They realize, hey, there's only one person in Onyx who can really engage, and Kyrie doesn't have a lead, so it's got to be Keyboy.
And this is the worst position you can be in as a Jawhead, in a reactive defensive position. And now even Kyrie can't get to his buffs, can't get to his camps. Look at that, though. Look at Savero working so hard. He pushed in top lane tier 1.
Oh, it's not looking good for Onyx Esports here. Especially after game number 1, we were hoping for so much more. But this time, Team Falcons really let go of the weights. In terms of the item build, we're seeing full tank coming down from Keyboy. He's not doing anything cheeky. He's not even going for Thunderbell at this point. He could build into it if he wanted to. And even so, Kyrie still hasn't gotten that Holy Crystal just yet. Very expensive item.
He's on his way, but will it pay dividends when they get to that point, you know? Because Team Falcons are literally breathing down their neck. Super Marco, he can stand in front of you now in the RGM.
Interesting. Rose gold purchase coming in from Super Marco as well. Wants to make sure that he can at least survive against Kyrie if it does come down to it. Not sure if that's going to be enough, but hopefully that lifeline makes a difference because he does have Flicker just in case.
He can just like use the shield, get the vamp, and then survive.
Man, now
and then go again.
Yeah, and now he finally finishes his T2 boots. After 5th item, T2.
He's doing it for you, man. Something tells me he's like, Gideon.
I don't need the extra movement speed. I'm just that good.
All right, about 5 bags up. Falcons are 7-2. Onyx Esports haven't crossed the river in like a minute now.
They haven't. I mean, there's no point to do so, right? It's difficult, especially when your side lanes haven't been able to get as much pressure as they want to. And not to mention, Keyboy has just been eating it. Just eating fists, eating shields every single time.
Eating Tigreal's shield even.
Oh.
And Fuse is in a much better place because he has a hard stopper in Ogwin, someone to actually peel. And all this while we were talking, Team Falcon scores a major objective. Quick take on the Lord.
Yeah, I think it's going to get even rougher for Onyx Esports because I don't even think their high ground is that great as well. They needed that initial snowball to get rolling. After the first 3 turtles, they should be able to kind of cash out on the very first Lord. But since they completely missed that timing, I think that Team Falcons will now take full control over the game. Oh, man. Blade of Despair already finished for Kyle TZ. He's a level ahead of Kyrie as well. Yeah, this is not going to stop.
Yeah, what's making it more of a difficulty for the late game defense for Onyx is their damage profile. Even if you have a hard stopper in the Aurora, who's going to wipe those waves out? The Aurora deals only so much damage into a wave. Kyrie kicked out of that bush by Flap TZ. This is inevitable. Whatever happens is once Team Falcons gets into their base, Onyx Esports have to pray for a miracle.
Yeah, Kyrie might be able to buy a little bit of time in one of the side lanes, which he will try to do as the majority of Team Falcons will lean into where the Lord is going to be pushing. Even so, this whole time, very efficient movements coming in from Team Falcons, right? They only need 4. Oh!
Implosion onto 2 and the knock-up and the collapse. EG into all of them. Down goes Lutfi. Ogwin, though, does pay the price. 1 for 1 so far the trade. Keyboy follows through. The frontliners have fallen. Onyx Esports suffers a loss in mid. Suffers a loss next in bottom. Those are massive waves falling through.
Oh, disgusting. And they want to keep going forward. It's fine. Oh, finds it. Super Marco is able to take Savero down as Kyrie takes out Super Marco. But without the rest of his team, this crystal will fall and Team Falcons take to equalize the game.
We're going all the way, folks. This M5 rematch ain't going out without a fight. 1-1.
Balance as all things should be. Just like good old Thanos said, we have achieved equilibrium in this best of 3. Falcons ain't going down without a fight, that's for sure. Not up against the Sky Kings, but this one is a completely different story. Just like game 1, but a different team dominates.
making sure that they didn't make the same mistakes, right? They've corrected their mistakes in draft. They've also corrected their mistakes in game.
All right, Big Dog Husky. Is it just me or am I filling in the blanks? Are you saying Onyx pulled the Game 1 Falcons here? Did they try too much with this draft? I feel like they kind of did.
I agree. I feel like it was a jaw hit, though.
Because look, I agree with you now that you say it because I'm looking at it. Hey, Falcons clap back much stronger. It's like a 2-minute shorter game. And as Gideon mentioned it, oh no, they have to have a high ground defense. They don't do anything against Waves, dude. They stop them, sure, but what do? As a Hilda, smack him, concussive blast each minion?
I mean, just look at Keyboy's items, right? Like, you know he's in a horrible state this game as a jaw hit. And this was a cascading effect from, what, 5-6 minutes of the game? We saw that very awkward missed implosion by Ogwin, followed by a very awkward toss by Keyboy, and it was just a ripple effect. Onyx never recovered from that chain of events.
All right, you know what? I'll call it now. Ogwin pulled a witty.
He pulled a witty?
It's an implosion out of nowhere, but I'll win anyways.
I think that good guy Ogwin, he pays his, he makes the mistakes, but he pays it back with interest. And I mean, you can tell by the haircuts alone, he was not able to pay that back. That mullet is not saving him anytime soon.
I thought you were about to say, like, he put a Beloy, like, mistake the opponent and still win the game.
Exactly, yeah. So I guess, no, you're right. Beloy did it first.
Beloy did it first against Onyx.
And then Witty. So we're going down a line of just great roams, just making mistakes and doing better.
It's a generational bait, dude.
It's a generational bait. I think it's tough. I think that Onyx, unfortunately, when they first initially locked the Hilda, I was like, okay, yeah, Hilda makes a little bit of sense. But when you have two early game oriented not mid flexes, roam EXP flexes, like the Jawhead, like the Hilda, a couple of problems do inevitably come up, right? Because Severo was already in losing lane. And funny enough, Super Marco, he's not looking to win the lane super hard like we see like a majority of Granger players. He actually wants to scale at a very effective pace.
That was his priority.
Yeah.
So he would not put himself in the line of fire or put in any harm if that was going to stop him from scaling better.
Exactly, exactly.
I think there's also a good understanding from Team Falcons, right? They have a lot of ways to kind of stagger on esports, to kind of stop them. The Badang was a good example, and then you have Tigro, Vex, they all have tools to do so. Whereas for Onyx, the moment they let their foot off the gas, they just gas out. There's just no way back.
They did.
It's basically committing the first 30 seconds of an opening round, throwing haymakers, just That's what happened, because look, they were still up at 6 minutes, look. They were still ahead, right?
Yeah.
And then suddenly...
you ran out of steam, and then you start trying to block shots, and inevitably, you're going to fall.
Look, even Mike Tyson can gas out, all right? We all saw the fight. We all know how to...
Man gassed out at 50, 60 years old, right?
He is 50, 60 years old, and I think that, unfortunately for Onyx Esports, this composition gasses out really, really quick. And I think, okay, one of the few things that I think the internet is also going to be a little judgy on, it's like, yes, the starting of it, hey, let's do a quick clear with Kyrene as well as Keyboy, and then let's use Sans and Keyboy as a necessary evil to kind of enable the rest of the team. We're going to eject her, we're going to follow up with the mobilization, freeze you to death, and then Kyrie comes in for the big hit. Or even Lupti. One or the other doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that synergy didn't happen as nicely as it should, and Marco took full advantage of it. Oh, you whiffed on good guy Ogwin? Perfect! Now I can bail him out of these situations with Death Sonata and pick up the kills along the way.
I think when you look at Kyrie's involvement, it was an assist onto a first blood onto Ogwin, and afterwards he got like 1 kill. That was it. Didn't really see Kyrie for the rest of the game.
So now another question comes up. Did Onyx Esports initially come out of the gates with their pedal to the metal and then somewhere in the middle stop? They're just like, yeah, no, we went too fast, bro. All right, let's slow down. And then they went too slow.
Well, I think a lot of it is because they kind of put all their resources in this big combo of Jawhead into the Aurora, right?
And then into one of their cores.
And into one of their cores, because their cores need time to scale. Like, okay, let's play off of Lupti. What's he really gonna do, right? Oh no.
Lupti was the stopper while they tried to set everything up.
Exactly. He's not exactly the big finisher that you're looking for, and the targets of which he needs to hit. Like, if he's hitting Ogwin, why is he wasting his time on Ogwin of all people, who does really well against physical damaging heroes?
Yeah, I mean, we have our MVP of this game. It's Super Marco's Granger, but I would say hidden MVP definitely flap on this Badang. So many of these catches that I honestly felt like Oni could have respected the Badang a lot more because there were a couple of unnecessary deaths. Savero on the top side, followed by Ludpi, who thought that he has something on Flap and got picked off. And it's again the cascading effect.
Flap is the true bulletproof one in game 2. He didn't die.
Ah,
Despite all of the peel and despite all of the threatened crowd control in Onyx Esports' face, he didn't die.
He's killing it.
I feel like he's got his fist, holding up his fist. It's like, yeah, kill participation. I was able to get in the game. This Hilda sucks. This Hilda stopped me out of lane. I have to keep him out of the waves as well. And then when I finally make something happen, Marco's like, it's all me, baby. It's all me.
He proxies my wave. I have to fight him in my jungle.
And then Flap just does the Arthur meme, just a fist.
I'll get you this time. I'm curious to see how many stacks that he ended up with by the end of that game, because all he saw for a large majority of it was Hilda, which is kind of funny to say, but I do think that Onyx needs to give respect to this Badang.
I'd reckon about 20. About like 15 to 20, somewhere there.
It's got to be way more than 20, right? It's got to be way more.
It was a fast game, gentlemen. It was 11 minutes.
Hey,
he was fighting a lot.
Again, he was trading a lot.
So you're saying he maximized the 1, 2, 3, 4 hit, 1, 2, 3, 4 hit.
I mean, you still have to
attacking the procket.
Hey, look, you still have to wait for the Thunderbelt cooldown to like completely finish, and then you go back up and do the poking all over.
4 seconds,
right? It's
That's
4 seconds.
Just enough. Just enough.
Just enough.
Every 4 punches is a Thunderbelt stack.
Ah, that's fair. But even so, I do think that, you know, the Badang's main issue is just being part of these fights, which again, Hilda's pretty good at kind of snuffing him out. Although I do think that Onyx need to kind of double check the way that they approach the draft once more. They can't just double down on the early game.
All right, this one is a Stream C update, and it ain't looking that good for Aurora.
Buddy.
I don't know what to tell you, Leo, but
Yikes.
Falcons Esports got that 2-0.
Hey,
this is unacceptable, man.
You say unacceptable? Falcons Esports shocked everybody. M6 it's been a long time coming.
It's less about Falcons, all right? It's more of what's going on with Aurora.
Hey, we did agree that they were the team that actually pushed Onyx Philippines the farthest in M6. Right?
I agree.
Like if not for the seeding, I think it wouldn't have ended up with them losing that lower bracket. But I mean, either way.
But Aurora pushed Onyx in the grand finals, 7 games. What's going on?
Hey, at least they didn't lose the Flash SG.
Who lost the Flash SG?
We don't know.
I don't know.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Hey, everybody knows I will always talk so much smack against SG. We're brothers like that.
Whoever it is.
Yeah,
whoever it is.
We can't say that for sure yet because we still have SRG against Flash next coming up, like on Stream C.
Oh, dude,
but we
if we
could after
lose.
that. This is a Stream A update. It's also a tie.
Oh, they brought it back.
So Stream C is ahead of everyone else.
Dang.
All right. So that means those games were like, what, 8 minutes each? What's going on?
I thought we were going like pretty quick, to be fair.
But also Stream A
11
started
and
slightly
13,
earlier, right?
yeah.
Stream A started slightly earlier than us.
Oh, you're right. They did start slightly earlier. Wait, no.
Just like 5 minutes or something.
5 minutes earlier.
I thought
Who
it
knows?
was,
Maybe we caught up.
I suppose. I thought it was Stream C who started slightly earlier.
No, Stream C was the latest.
Oh, wait, yeah. Stream C is the
A,
latest. You're
and
right.
I mean, they still finished 2-0, so something went horribly wrong. That means Stream C's series was the fastest.
Yeah. Whatever was catching Keyboy and Ogwin in game 2 hit everyone. All right, we'll get to it. But, you know, as sad as I am for the loss of Aurora in the hands of Falcon Esports, Burmese team. I love the Burmese. Let's get back into the action here. Team Falcons versus Onyx Esports. It's a rubber match, man. It's anyone's game now because they both pulled crazy drafts in their losses.
Yeah.
And now to spice things up.
And it's the one-dimensional approach, right? Like in both games, the losing team had a very linear approach to the game.
Now, if game number 1, it was like, oh man, Sans, super annoying. That Eve sucks. Hate dealing with it. Ban it. Game number 2, Onyx side, they're probably thinking, that Badang's kind of annoying, huh?
That Badang.
They did ban Badang, right? Game 1?
They did. And then, yeah, yo, that Granger's real. Let's go, Brew.
That Granger's real.
I think they're going to let Granger through again. I think they're going to pick up first phase Badang.
I think so too.
You think that's what caused the MVP performance?
I think what caused the MVP performance was mainly...
Besides Marco being good, you know?
Marco being good. I mean, you got to give credit to Ogwin. he made a couple. He
Great
made
recovery.
Yeah, great recovery, and he paid it back with interest.
For sure.
I think that's where Onyx is going to start figuring it out, right? We're still targeting the mid lane. We need to kind of figure out a way to kind of deal with it. We don't want to put all our eggs in the basket for the early game anymore, especially if we're going to give Kyrie the joy one more time. But let's also get the Badang, because I think that Kyrie is probably calming to the rest of the team. Guys, where's Badang? He's the only person who can really mess with me because I know that I can outplay an implosion.
Right.
Then also, guys, I need a set, but we don't really have that person.
Keyboy, do the thing. Ah! It's pain. It's just pain for him. So give him something a little bit more team-oriented.
Yep.
Maybe, you know, put Keyboy
on the TIG.
On the TIG.
Yeah. One of his signatures for about 2 years now.
Or take the Khalid back, right? Khalid, Arlet, couple of options.
That was nasty, Khalid Arlet.
I think ditch the Hilda. We need to ditch the Hilda.
Yeah.
I say the Jawhead is all right, but the Hilda is something it doesn't feel like it makes enough impact other than I am here, look at me, you play Assassin, I make your life difficult.
Yeah, Hilda beats teams that don't know what to do when there's a Hilda in your jungle. Or teams or lineups that are so bothered when somebody lives in your jungle.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, game number 2, like, Falcons were fine.
Or you take a page off of Onyx Philippines where you have a Hilda, but at the same time, you could look at something like a Cho, right? Something that can kind of facilitate that movement and not like a Jawhead who can get in, but can't get out.
That's right. Granger again! Sorry, Husky, but Granger...
I mean, we sort of called it, I think.
Harith open.
Take the Harith.
There's Killua. Yes, sir.
Now the real question, do they take Lucas here? Because Phoveus is a very interesting ban.
No, they take Suyo. So the Badang is still open for Falcons.
But the Harith is okay with the Badang.
Yes. The beat of the flash.
They take Joy away.
Joy?
No Badang.
I mean,
Badang eats these two. These two eat Badang for breakfast.
I think, yeah.
They don't care?
I think it's fine.
I guess.
Because Badang
it's
is
still
more
a flex, you know?
Exactly. It's still a flex and is a big disruptor to the Joy. So there is some kind of like a counter synergy going on
So
there.
you steal it.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's protection.
All right, so it's a plus, and then a minus, and a plus again.
Exactly.
Okay.
Net negative, net
positive.
Net neutral at this point.
Neutral.
We're
Okay.
looking for the second phase until we find it. I don't know about the Hilda though.
There it is again. We just talked about how. I don't know. Okay.
No, but
Stop it.
But I think
Listen.
I think it goes back to like if you have a Hilda, if that roam can supplement it, right? Like getting Khalid, Cho, something that can move around with the Hilda a bit more efficiently instead of a Jawhead that commits and has to full commit.
Yeah.
Maybe it works slightly better.
Yeah, maybe not the Jawhead.
Maybe not the Jawhead. I think you scrap that Jawhead.
Yeah, Jawhead can take a nap. All right, mid laners ready to get banned out because neither side has one yet. What's left on the board here? Vexana, Valentina, Xavier. Faramis just got banned here. Aurora. Cecilia.
Cecilia,
Ooh.
Ceci.
Falcons can't pick. Neither can pick Cecilia no more.
Yeah, that's a ton of magic damage.
Can't afford it.
To be honest, I'm surprised that Sicilian wasn't picked more often between these two teams. Both games, you know, we didn't see Sicilian touched at all. It was all about like forcing lane priority more than anything else.
I see Sans more of a Sicilian between him and Few.
I mean, with how fast both game 1 and 2 are, Sicilian was never gonna make it to the phase that he comes online.
Jawhead is banned here one more time, so there is respect coming out from the side of Team Falcons. I'm interested to know why. If they're getting rid of the Jawhead, does this mean that they're like, hey, we want to open up options for maybe Badang going to be played by Owen. He's paid his dues, let's let him have some fun.
Yeah.
So the Tigreal gets banned up by Team Falcons, kind of reading into the Tigreal for Valentina for Onyx.
All right, he's saying, you know what, Few, I look up to you, I respect you, but I can do better.
Whatever you get, I'm gonna take a piece of it.
That's right.
I'm gonna be the idol of the kids. Oh man, I think the Valentina is all right, but there's no real like nice ultimate to really take at this point.
Yeah, watch out for the fist krakens.
it's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. They're just both fisted each other. But there's no real reason other than the fact that like, hey, maybe you a deterrent, terrify the Joy. Keep it away,
and
Shadow
take
Strike.
the electrifying beats.
Yeah, that's like the only thing you've kind of got going for you at this point.
That's good. All right, there's a Kufra. Stops about 3 heroes from Onyx.
Okay.
And the Farsa. Okay, so confirm this is Flapteasy riding the momentum of game number 2, again, the silent MVP. And favorite in Ogwin. I like this. I missed Ogwin Kufra, man.
Yeah, plenty of artillery strikes from Falcons, right? Not just from Farsa, but then you have the Granger.
When I give the
of course,
word.
we get that Keyboy Khalid once more. I do like this a lot more than what we saw in Game 2, especially if you want to run this Hilda.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty important to just have your eyes on where Ogwin is going to be at pretty much at all times. Ideally with the Hilda, it doesn't really matter if you put it on the Khalid. Khalid just moves a lot faster, so at least then when you're not trying to man-to-man mark, you can at least go to a different
This
corner.
is such a good lineup for Onyx to just clear bushes. You got Sandwalk and you got Hilda. No bush will be unturned.
Yeah, I would. Looking at just what they have, the assumption would be Keyboy helps blow out that midway for Sans, and they start moving, right? Start moving into the jungle, look for Kyle, and try to shut him down as fast as possible. But we'll leave it to the players to play that game and walk the talk, Gideon and Leo's Game 3, baby.
Let's jump right into it here. After the equalization, only one of these teams are going to be walking away with at least 2 points in the bag to try and qualify for the playoffs here with our porcelain heroes ready to go. It's going to be Team Falcons on the blue side up against Onyx Esports on the red. Let's jump right into it because, again, it's going to be an early leash for Kyle TZ.
Picture perfect. I think Game 3, both teams have already learned up to this point what they should and shouldn't do in their draft. And despite the Hilda still being big, I think it being paired with the Khalid makes sense. Like, I'm thinking like 5-6 minutes forward, right? Where's Ogwin gonna hide?
Exactly.
There's very few places for you to stay where neither Lutfi nor Keyboy won't check.
Well, that and also the fact that at least there's somebody to legitimately threaten field. You don't have to kind of throw bodies. Keyboy can just press one button and force it out.
Dear Lord, there's a start. Bouncing ball by Ogwin to get out of harm's way. Few committing to the flicker, and he wants to wave. He wants to wave, but he's down to like a third of his health.
Repeat of game number 1. I mean, he did lose his battle spell very early on prior to the 3 minutes end. He might just lose out some EXP. Oh, they're freezing it on him as well.
Oh, that's dirty. He's gonna miss 3 waves worth of minions. Kyle TZ here waiting in the wings. Ogwin waiting to get blasted. All right, they'll share. Kyle TZ trying to take down Sans. Not gonna happen, says Keyboy.
Yeah, feels bad situation there for sure. Lutfi's going to take a bit of damage here, but even so, Few is a little bit behind on EXP, and Sans gets a free reset off of this. So he's on tempo. And I think right now the game is all about finding the tempo in the matchup. Ogwin needs to kind of squeeze his ways into the side lanes to try and create opportunities for Team Falcons to keep control over this game. And this is what I'm talking about. Catch them off guard, and Keyboy finally gets punished.
Nice catch by Idol ng mga kids here, putting Team Falcons up by 500 gold just in time as the turtle spawns, and it's the Falcons first.
This time, he can steal a camp away from Kyrie. Few doing a good job, and here comes the steal on the opposite end as Lutfi ends up being fish food for Team Falcons. They trade 1 for 1 so far, but nobody is able to touch this turtle for free.
Both mid laners committed their ults, the stolen feather airstrike there by San. So he says, touche. I think we now have found each our match. The turtle let go by both junglers. Where's Kyrie headed? Oh, he's going for the delayed rotation. He's waiting for his purple.
Now he's going to invade again. He's done this similarly in both of his games, right? Very first turtle, instead of going straight for the turtle, you take your buff and then you move down to the opposite side of the map to keep up. Because as of right now, I'm assuming that Kyle understands that if they trade spells, Kyrie's most likely going to come out on top, knowing that Keyboy is going to be there a lot sooner than his reinforcements.
That's right. And his reinforcements, that being Ogwin, has to consider, I'm more of a team fighter. I can't babysit. Babysitting ain't what a big bouncing ball does. It takes down dudes. And now he's stretching, finds nobody. Keyboy sidestepping it, bouncing ball, keeping dudes in check. Oh, this turtle must be so pissed off right now. Like, come on, somebody take me.
That's what turtles want.
Yeah, he wants to give the buff and shield.
He does. Right now, finds one.
Massive hog, plus the feathered airstrike. Lutfi barely alive, and he does go down. Kyle TZ gets him. Raging Sandstorm coming through. Super Marco with a blast, point blank to the face. Keyboy falls, and now Kyrie down the barrel of a loaded gun. Super Marco lets him go. Ain't no energy for the Death Sonata, but a kill is a kill. A pickoff for Team Falcons.
Onyx really thought they could get away with that, right? The man advantage was very evident for us as the viewer because we could see the whole map, but at the same time, they probably expected this to happen. Severo was already in the wave, clearing it up and realizing there was no pressure whatsoever. Then finally, once the Death Sonata connected, they knew exactly where he was and was already too late.
And then that leads to a free turtle. Now Team Falcons are back to regular programming. Great instincts by the M5 World Champions. They know that, hey, we're winning slowly. This is the same instincts that Marco had in Game 2. It's like, we don't need to overcommit. We are scaling to a point where our opponents can't deny us that point of no return. But look at Severo. You talked about how he was compromised in that situation, but he's still pretty good on farm.
He is, but he wasn't part of that fight entirely. And I think it's not like he was compromised. Compromised more so just being missing in the fight and needed to relay information so that Onyx can make some informed decisions. That's the sad part. He is slightly ahead of Super Marco at this point of time, but if you look at Super Marco's items, he's got the Fury Hammer. Sky Piercer completed, though.
Okay, so better positioning now. And it just took him 3 games.
Exactly. Now he's like, all right, I get it. I understand now.
All right, Keyboy coming in with the Raging Sandstorm down to 0 health as Kyle TZ pops him. Summon Force dropped in by Severo, so that's a clear no-go. The Retribution said, and Kyrie in trouble. He does dash through, surge through that thick wall, and the Joy beats just come out at the very last moment. Could have been great to finish off Kyrie, but Onyx Esports are going to save themselves as Few gets blasted by Sans.
Yeah, this is really a battle of the mid laners, right? How many plays can each of these mid laners make with the Feathered Airstrike? And so far, I mean, Few's done a great job at hurting Lutpi and also finding big chunks on Kyrie, but Sans on the opposite end, doing the same, almost the same amount of damage. Despite all that's been happening, 2.2k lead for the side of Team Falcons. I don't think they're losing that lead anytime soon unless we see a big Raging Sandstorm coming in from Keyboy, but I don't think it's really going to happen. Just look at the way that Team Falcons are fighting. They've got ample space between each of their members.
Yep, he has missed a majority of his Raging Sandstorms. Used one maybe defensively, so that's something that Onyx Esports have to work out. Figure out how Keyboy can get out of that jawhead rot he had in game number 2. Turtle danced on here by Lutpi. The stretch, the jump by Ogwin, waiting to be unleashed. Let's go. Kyrie just wailing away.
Let's see, Sans hasn't stolen ult just yet. He's looking for Few, and Few's saying, no, I'm not going to give it to you just yet. Take Ogwin's one at least.
Few's keeping himself scarce. He knows how dangerous a stolen Feathered Airstrike could be. Look at this, he's inches away from Sans, but Sans can't see him.
Yep. That's how you should be playing this, especially in these scenarios. And not to
oh, the flicker, jumping ult, and the collapse. Sans goes down. Another will fall here in Keyboy. And point blank, the Feathered Airstrike and the Rondos pushing away on Esports. Another turtle scored here by Team Falcons, the last of Game 3.
A beautiful engage coming in from Ogwin's side. I love the fact that he waited until the very last second to actually make that flicker happen. I felt like Sans knew exactly what he was doing too, but it's a matter of, can I react faster?
Yep, I'm pretty sure Sans, his eyes and his head knew what to do. It's just the mechanics of the game did not allow him to get out of there. Slow motion moment.
Help, please. Severo at this point, 2 items already complete. He's going to need that Holy Crystal before you're expecting him to do some big damage, but
Flapped easy here. Gets out still. Feathered Airstrike, the punish coming in from Kyrie's inertial jump. He thought that there was nobody there, but Kyle TZ finishes the job.
At this point, we need to know, how many stacks does this man have? I felt like he should have died there. I really do. He is running the Brave Spine, so he does get a little bit back on the fight, but again, very early Thunderbelt being picked up by him.
And it's a support Madang too. It's not like he has the innate defense.
I mean, no, that's the whole point. Because of that shield, it gets way bigger when he dashes around with the second skill, right? That's the whole point. That's why people wanted to pick it up in the first place. I am curious, though. If Prague could hover over Badad, we would like to see how many stacks this big man has.
At 8 minutes, so assuming he got it best case scenario like at 3. So what has the past 5 minutes been? How much hybrid defense has he built up? Because he just picked up the Oracle. So the extra shields got from that is null up until that point.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty big.
It's bigger now.
Bigger now. I'm going to assume he's around 18 stacks, assuming that he's continuously, farmed up the Lutpi like, oh, what he's doing right now.
Nice jump on the Lutpi, the punish. He was just checking bushes, but Team Falcon wasn't having any of it. Tier 1 goes down. A stolen purple buff as well. And look at the back, Keyboy caught out.
Oh, who thought it was a good idea to make Badang stun 1 second?
Oh, the fist crack! San survives though, but just barely. It comes Super Marco to finish what they all started.
Jeez, he caught him mid-animation as well. On that first dash, was able to lock him up, force out the second one after stunning him. Woof! This disruptor coming in flapped easy. Disgusting.
All right. As Team Falcons pressure mid, check out top lane. Kyrie has been working quietly, silently, taking down tier 2. Away from Team Falcons. Oh, look at the Lord! Kyrie, talk about a silent assassin! The Sky King isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. They take down Kyle and they take the Lord.
Oh my goodness, what a steal. What a steal. This has just bought Onic Esports some time into this game. And that's great for Severo because so far he has not been able to participate. Super Marco has made a very big point to not let him have the space without paying the brass tacks. But Onic Esports at this point of time, I mean, Lupte is only doing so much, but I think he's got to play a little sneaky now. Like, he can pull attention, but he needs to stop giving stacks over to Flap.
You know what? We have omnipresent vision, right? We're omniscient in this game, but even I didn't see the quick rotation from top to Lord.
He waited for that wave to pass by him as well.
And then snuck around, and Keyboy was there this whole time, and they were keeping tabs on the rest of the map. That little corner was empty, and then it was too late until Kyle TZ came in and just saw the steal.
And that's why in a lot of these games, most people are like, oh, how could you not expect that to happen? Attention is a powerful resource in these types of 5v5 MOBAs. If you're able to get all 5 people looking at you, even if it's on the minimap, you won't expect the next thing to happen. Even so, with Onic Esports able to take that load, they've only developed a 3.6K 6K recovery from where they were before.
Split the lead in half.
Yep, split that lead in half. And, ooh, a Twilight Armor purchase coming in from Open. Interesting optimization.
All right, in comes the Sonics, crashing through another Raging Sandstorm spent in. Down
wow!
Shut down by the Sky King. Few flickering away. This might be it. Double kill by Kyrie. They're in trouble. Team Falcons Esports, the hunter becomes the hunted. Down goes Ogwin. It's just 2. Kyle and Flap. Down goes Sans. Can Kyle TZ clean up? Kyrie going up in the heel on that hold sever. And now they're backing off. Kyle TZ holding this bush. Oh, that was a catastrophe, disaster for Falcons, down to just 1,000 gold ahead.
Whoa, they read the movements really, really well. Team Falcons wanted to go for a little bit of an L-step to kind of move themselves out of the way, but Onic Esports really picked a good spot to fight where they could intercept them on either side, having heroes who are able to dash over really easily, even if it's just Raging Sandstorm, but in Kyrie's case, very effective, a lot of distance covered.
This is the worst kind of lineup to get hit by a pincer maneuver, right? Your cores, well, two of the 3 attack in very specific ways. A circle for the Farsa and a straight line for Granger. Neither were given the option, given the positioning by Onic.
And there's only Ogwin and Flapteezy. That's why Ogwin and Flapteezy, they want to be close enough to each other to follow up on their engages, but separate enough to get more coverage to make sure that the shield is not only broad, but extremely wide in all angles.
And to not get ruined by Severo.
Yes.
If they were too close to each other and Severo was nearby, just dashing underneath the Zaman Force, they both die.
They have to play rock, paper, scissors. One of us has to die. We have to choose who. We can't give them both.
Or if we do this right, Severo dies first.
One or the other.
If they get it right. So far, Onic has been figuring out how to spread out Falcons enough to sneak out these wins.
Yeah, look at this. Another optimization. Again, Lupti also picking up the Twilight Armor for himself. This, interesting. Haven't seen too many teams actually opt to do this. And it's really good against burst heroes, especially those that have true damage. But even so, I think more teams are opting to pick it up because of just how, I mean, what can you really do? Joy, max items as well. It's devastating.
Yep. Granger, oh, well, they did shut down the Skypiercer now. The Lord getting blitzed out here, down to 10th of its health. In comes one jump. Kyle TZ takes it. The failed Raging Sandstorm. Kyle TZ traded out for Suns. And now they back off happy with their win.
Oh, boy. Man, that was a very... I don't know what the correct call should have been there. I understand that Keyboy was trying to stop Kyle. I understand that the rest of Onic was pushing them up. They technically could have stolen the Lord. They technically could have just kind of like sacrificed one, moved away, or even extended the fight even further. Not sure what the call should have been there, but...
It's like they all suffered analysis paralysis at the same time.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, there was no wrong call there. And I think inevitably, at the end of the day, it's still Team Falcons who come out on top.
Yeah, and I was just like, wait. Somebody's got to take this right now. It's Kyle.
It's Kyle. Right. But how?
But how? 2,000 ahead they're making with this Lord take, and they're marching down mid. Look at this. It's the same combo. Keyboy and Kyrie in that lower quarter. Feathered airstrike by few, clearing the waves, and leading Lord up to the top lane?
Yep, that's the way. Just delay it. Delay it as much as you can. It does get the initial mid one, which is great. I love the idea of the way that they've delayed this perfectly because they lose no inhibitors, and Kyrie gets to live as he's already distracted the attentions of Falcons, knowing they don't have the feathered airstrike. Great decisions on this defense for a team lineup and composition that isn't exactly great at high ground to begin with.
What you call the Delta split. Onyx Esports use their bodies and their resources to defend successfully. A ring Sandstorm from the back. Lootby very low. Sans as well. And now they're going to have to use what they have left. Keyboy very low. Doesn't have any mortality left. Salmon forced by Zavero. Dropped in. Defensive maneuvers by Onyx. Keeps their inhibitors.
You know, as we see this game progress,
All
right.
The jump in and the ult. Throwing Lootby up against the wall. Just enough of an effort to take down inhibitor. Gideon, you were saying?
I was saying the Keyboy, as we've seen the Raging Sandstorm come out, how often do you see him use the Raging Sandstorm to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike? I feel like most of the time the Feathered Airstrikes are coming out on off timings. It's already gotten 3 shots. If I commit the Raging Sandstorm, it's going to be a waste of my time. What am I stopping? 1 extra shot?
It's got to be at the first. So as soon as you see that major AoE,
pop it.
Hit it. So that's got to be a very small window. You got to understand, Keyboy is a world championship caliber player. It's just in that moment, he's also thinking about like a dozen other things.
Honestly, this game is quite the chess match between both of these teams, right?
Roamer specifically.
Roamer specifically, as well as the mid laners. I think the junglers have.
Loopy gets hit with the ult, and the Raging Sandstorm canceled out. Flicker to the side, caught out by Flapteasy. Another feathered airstrike, blasting. 1. Keyboy gets the immortality pop. Loopy gonna fall as well. The defensive Salmon Force once again does not get the job done. 1 more. Ogun with the jump, committing the flicker this time around. 3 members of Onyx left. 2 free pickoffs for Team Falcons.
Oh, it's too tough. It's too tough. The shield coming in from Team Falcons is just too wide. If Flapteasy is in there, Ogun is there to zone out the rest of the team, and it's so difficult for Severo to actually walk up for free.
Massive wins. Team Falcons taking that top lane inhibitor, and then a free Lord by Kyle Atizi. Once again, all is according to plan to the ecosystem of the newly formed team out of MPL Philippines. It's hunting day once more, and they're circling their prey.
It's getting close. It's getting close to that killing blow here. Onyx Esports, once again, they have to put their bodies on the line. Their composition is just not that great at the high ground defense. Worst comes to worst, this is their very last inhibitor as well.
There's a feathered airstrike committed. Lootby down to a 1/5 of his health, and this is a sad hours for Lootby. There's no bushes to use in your base.
Nope,
you
there's
can't
none.
peel the same way.
There's none, and even an Oracle purchase coming in for Severo just to keep alive.
Onyx taking care of the Lord. Quick business. That base still standing. 3/5 up. Severo dropping that Zaman Force, kicking out Ogwin. Kyrie throwing out that Queller just enough, but never enough to take down Ogwin just yet. And all right, Onyx happy with the defense, successful, no bodies thrown out. We get to see another Lord.
Yep, 1 more Lord, but it's such a huge advantage for Team Falcons, right? With no inhibitors remaining for Onyx Esports, they're going to be super minions coming from everywhere. Look at the size of them at this point, right? It's really difficult to handle, and I think that Flapteasy has been having the time of his life. Can we get a Thunderbelt check from production? How many stacks does this man have? 17 minutes?
Hasn't died. Got the belt at what, 3 or 4?
I'm curious, and he even opts to go for the Brute Force Breastplate. What do you think about the Brute Force Breastplate on Badang? Because technically he doesn't really need it, but
he's one of the few that benefits only if you're constantly fighting.
Only if you're constantly fighting?
You know what? Never mind. With a fist crack, you're suddenly at max stacks, are you not? You are!
You kinda are.
You suddenly get the extra resilience, you get the extra move speed, the extra damage. I think him and Alpha are the few that actually love the Brute Force breastplate.
I gotta double check what his emblems are. I'm curious to see whether he opted to go for the extra 5% cooldown as well.
So
Then
he
it
hits
would-
max 40.
So he gets max 40, but I still feel like there are better items out there because the raw stats just aren't that great. And I would rather if Flap is like, hey, how about we just add on a little more armor, a little bit more magic resist, deal a little more damage with my Thunderbelt that I'm already stacking to infinity.
Well, we are approaching TikTok timer, so maybe he'll start juggling once we do get to that point. But yeah, 19 minutes. It's a crapshoot. What Flap TZ could build. He could build a Dominance Ice. There is that casual shield there. Does he need a Athena shield? No, he doesn't need it. He does. Is Savero even a threat? We haven't seen Savero really do much.
Well, I mean, he's been struggling again on these fights. He really respects the front line of Team Falcons. Like, he understands if he gets caught by Flap TZ, it's not necessarily I get out for free. The Purify is very, very short.
It costs him.
It costs him. But also, Flap TZ is able to create environments around him.
Yep.
So, it's a bit of a pain.
Him and Ogwin, actually. You can't dash and dance on the Zaman Force even if you wanted to. So there's so much. And folks, that's exactly why Savero isn't really presenting much of a threat. Was a legit question. And now, they're struggling to even contest. Team Falcons are taking their time here, making sure that the long wave is managed. Keyboy and Kyrie take it to the flank.
And then we come back to Lufty, who's just like, free Thunderbelt stacks on me! Free Thunderbelt!
Anybody?
Anybody? Oh, nice and fresh, nice and hot. Flap easy, you want one? Another one for the road?
All right, Ogwin clearing that bush. The conceal from Keyboy to reposition, as Kyrie can only really take care of the long lane. That's the only safe thing he can do.
Yeah, honestly, it's really difficult to play from Onyx Esports' position because it's like, yes, I want to be able to like sit by this Lord, but there's just no inhibitors.
But do they know that Kyrie went up to the orange again? No one sees Kyrie here. Not at this range. Okay, Kyle saw him.
They spawned him out. They're going to reset. They can do this all day. They've basically got Onyx Esports in a bit of a chokehold here,
That's right.
You can't really do much. They understand that they've got waves working in their favor. It's just a matter of time.
All right, so they see that Sans is home. They see that Sans needed to defend, and there's a small window of opportunity for them to go in. The jump by Ogwin, forcing out that Purify from Savero. Then there's strike already by Few. Lootpi gonna get popped here. That wall gets up. Flap TZ gets one kill. And now Sans and Keyboy compromise. The flicker by Flap TZ goes in, takes a few hits. And the jump by Ogwin does have one. The answer, Raging Sandstorm. Free Lord for Team Falcons.
Ah, man, Ludby, he's got to learn. He's got to learn his lesson here. He doesn't necessarily have to pull the attention, especially once the Purify came out of Savero. I do think that the lack of experience is starting to show here. Onyx Esports, unfortunately, there's so little they can do, and I think this should be the push. I don't think they have enough stats to cut through this Lord fast even.
Yep, Lootpi has 20 seconds on the clock with a 4-man defense. Feather strike coming in. Can they do it? The freeze here in the middle of the Zaman Force. Oh! Get pop Few. Gets taken out by Kyrie. Look at the base. Look at the base. Down goes Sans. And Savero as well. And the base, the reverse sweep by Team Falcons, taking the series.
Woo! One sweat of a game here. 2-1. Well done, Falcons.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And Team Falcons, they've got a big haul back to the roost today. It's the Sky Kings in a reverse sweep fashion. But honestly, gentlemen, longest game of Stream B so far, and wouldn't have it any other way.
You know who else wouldn't have it any other way? Gideon, because he got the prediction right.
Bang! I was waiting for my moment. Oh boy, 2-1. I gotta give it to Onyx. They've got some good ideas. However, I think we're now seeing the limitations of what the team is actually capable of doing. I feel like when it comes down to the shot calls, people are not getting very creative. And I think the initiations is heavily dictated by Keyboy, which Falcons understood straight away. We take him out of the equation, they lose one huge chunk of their shot calling.
And I think it's also the adaptation, right? At one point, Onyx understood Falcons wants to fight together as 5. And it led up to that Lord steal by Kyrie. That was the ticket back into the game. But afterwards, Falcons never really gave them that room to kind of divide and conquer. And like you said, Gideon, Keyboy needs to get into the thick of things, but he's the only one that can do so. And if that fails, it falls apart.
What's so beautiful about this game specifically, you mentioned how Onyx found that window in Falcons' rotations wherein, hey, they haven't checked lower quarter enough. There's this free Lord over here. That's one of the moments where, oh, it's an old dog, can't learn new tricks. But suddenly, the fact that Falcon knows how to control the map so well means that, yeah, they have new tricks, but they also have their old tricks. So you can't beat them when they're in control.
Especially when Falcons were getting a little comfortable, and that's when the steal happened. It's just like, guys, fundamentals. Like, come on, we can't be giving these freebies over.
All right, let's snap it back. And again, what's that saying? With interest.
With interest.
We'll take the game too.
It's pain, but what do you think about some of the items here, Husky? Like, specifically when it comes down to like the Badang build, do you agree with the Brute Force Breastplate?
Yeah.
And also the Twilight armors that have been picked up by both teams.
I think the Brute Force Breastplate is just icing on the cake, right? I think if I'm in Flap's position, I do whatever I want.
Only if you're winning.
Only if you're in that position, yeah.
But I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah, when you hit someone with a crack, you're suddenly at
trigger
max
everything.
stacks. Yeah.
I think you start stacking like every thing. Yeah,
right?
Yeah, you don't
Which
like
is
maxed out instantly,
Which is
but
no, it's instant. Because
actually instant?
How fast do those punches come out?
Not as fast as most people think. I gotta double check because I'm pretty sure it works similarly to the War Axe, which they've changed multiple times because that's why all our favorite EXP laners are out of the meta now. But as we come back into this, I think a cool adaptation here that we're seeing happen a little bit more often, and I'm not sure about the other streams. I'll double check with them once we get into the break. Is the Twilight armor pickup because I think now people are like, it doesn't matter if I hard stack armor or if I hard stack MR. No matter what, it feels like heroes just blow through the tank items regardless.
So you need the hard stop.
So we need the hard stop, and I think that's where the Twilight armor comes in.
I actually had this conversation with Ares.
Ah.
So we were talking about magic resist defense item, right? You look at Oracle aside, there's Radiant Armor and Athena Shield.
Oracle is now hybrid.
Yeah, it's a hybrid, right? So we're looking at Athena and Radiant Armor. But when the game goes late, you're dealing with Farsa, like heroes like Farsa and Joy. It really doesn't matter, right? You can build both plus tough boost and still get blown up in three spells. Yeah. So that's where the Twilight Armor comes to play. Though I would say, I do feel like Onyx Esports were slightly building ahead of their time, and Ludwig got a pretty early Twilight after the Radiant when it wasn't entirely necessary. But if you look at Team Falcons, I think it's completely fine, considering majority of the damage from Onyx was magic, especially Savero, right? He couldn't get the numbers in.
Yeah, he really couldn't find an angle into this fight. It's really tough in his position, right? I don't blame him for that game. I just hope that, he builds the experience to kind of weave his way into the cracks, because inevitably you need to be that person who not only starts fight, but puts yourself in dangerous positions to cause reactions. And that's what we see Kaltizi doing sometimes as well, right? He's on the Lord. Next thing you know, he's already trying to get Sans, and then causes a chain reaction of Keyboy following up into nothing.
Yeah, it's in the nature of the hero he picked. Again, the Joy is a scalpel, but you have to get in there. You have to be willing to get blood on your hands to be able to finish the job. And he weaves out of fights, and he had to go through a relatively rough early to mid to be able to get to this MVP performance finish.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about getting the kill, right? It's about bleeding, cutting the right parts of your opponents, crippling them.
It's getting visual.
It's getting visual.
It's only going to get more visual from this point onwards, boys. Because again, I would say that even for Sans, he was trying to keep up specifically against Few, because Few was making off-tempo plays pretty consistently. And I think that's what really made Keyboy struggle to find effective raging stance specifically towards him, because he knows that the spotlight is on him, and he knows that Keyboy, throughout all these matches, has been looking at him specifically.
Yeah, and for every proc of the Feathered Airstrike, it takes 2 for the Raging Stance to even travel. So it was a losing bout unless he could preempt when the Radius was going to show up. And that's the only time it's going to feel good.
Yeah, it's too much pressure, right? Too much pressure on Keyboy to really make something happen. And it's always a one-way ticket, right? Once you get in, it's either you go down or you win the fight. And most of the time, it just was not the case for Onyx. This was the steal that extended the game for another 10 minutes. But Team Falcons readjusted. I think you could say the same for Sans. At one point, he went a Talisman, Blood Wings, and then into a Lightning Truncheon, realizing that they need more damage, but it's still magic that was dealt with some itemizations from Falcons.
I think at this point, the hardest part about this game was probably Ludwig, no matter what he did, was losing relevance every minute that was passing by in this game, especially on the Hilda. With the changes to Hilda, now, sure, you can kind of get to the same late game as it was in the previous patch, but you want to end the game prior to that 11th minute mark. You want to be in a winning position before then. And he just can't do anything on this Hilda against a lineup that naturally says, oh, you can come forward, but we've got good distribution of damage. We're fighting in places that have a lack of bushes, and most importantly, we can run you down.
Yeah, that, and also you will go from being able to draw attention of 5 people to running through 5 people and actually getting killed. That's sort of what we saw in that final fight when it was already pretty bad for Onyx.
Yeah, very, very rough game for it. But once again, congratulations to Team Falcons, doing a great job turning it around with the reverse sweep 2-1 against Onyx Esports. However, it was a very good bout. We got to see the full length of both of these teams.
Yep, a lot of experimentation from both squads, and then eventually a test of endurance, a test of adaptability. At the end of the day, it's the team that really didn't change much over the past 2 years that came out on top.
Kind of goes back to how the teams are going to perform if this is them at their best, right? Like we kind of that plays into your prediction, Gideon. 2-1 for the Falcons. You think this is kind of the peak, at least at this point in time, the peak for Onyx, especially Onyx?
Well, I definitely don't think it's the peak, for sure.
I hope not.
Because again, as you can see it, right, initially it's very linear with the way they play, very surgical because that's what they've been practicing and what they're good at. I want them to see, I want to see them grow by not only changing the repertoire, but adding to the repertoire. We need to see more coming out from their side laners as well. Yes, you want to create opportunities with Keyboy, but I think there needs to be synergy between Severo as well as Sans, or maybe if Lupti is on something else, can he make calls and make creative plays and engagements of his own?
I think to echo of that statement, I think the footnote would be, so far, I prefer Lutpi to be on a hero that can start something, right? Instead of that Hilda. I think it's a very... The Arlott was a great example.
He is an Arlott guy.
Yeah.
Maybe even Tarisla, if they find a way to do it. But
something to start a fight, right? Like, you're not reactive, you're actively setting your team up for success.
He's a star in the making.
That.
Say that.
He's looking for it. He's going to be the big engager one day. One day.
Well, Stream A, I mean, Evo's Holy came back 2-1.
They did?
Yeah.
What happened that game?
I mean, Stream A.
It's a star-studded lineup.
Oh.
RRQ just lost King Skylar, and then Evo's Holy here started playing with Key. And Albert.
and
Doma, Erlan.
Deposit's there too.
And Reg,
yeah, they got the full package.
They really got the full package there. We gotta ask Stream A what's going on. What's going on over there? How do those games actually pan out? But oh boy, I'm curious. I'm curious to see what happened. What exactly made the difference? And I feel like a lot of it is boiling down to like drafts when it comes down to these like not clean sweeps.
Match 1 and 2, yeah, definitely. The losers are the ones who are like, yeah, we couldn't put something together.
Yeah, I think match 1 and 2 was more of a very glaring draft difference. Match 3, the draft still play a part, but only at the later stage of the game.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But we do have some upcoming matches here.
Yeah, we got See You Soon against Onyx Philippines as our third best of 3. I think this one, the outlook's definitely got Onyx Philippines going to walk over them, but who knows, right? See You Soon, they did lose their first series earlier today against SRG. They're going to be even more hungry to get their first series win, but against Onyx Philippines is a tall mountain to climb. We're going to go take a break, and when we come back, it's series number 3 between See You Soon and Onyx Philippines.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Desire to be great, I got
need, I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement. Understand it when I'm impatient. That only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places. The strength to stand here in the face. That only I give to me. Waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Group Stage 4 Season 6. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are watching the BBC Best Broadcast Channel. Alongside me is Big Dog Husky as your desk host. Leo is gonna sit out for a while, but I got BBC Big Bicep Churros and I got BBG Big Brain Guy getting cute.
When you say that, like, my brain just goes in the opposite direction.
That's not
but
what you
good to be
thought.
back.
But it's good to have you back on, Churros, because of this upcoming game is See You Soon. They need some redemption time because previously they faced off against SRG, and I mean OP being OP, good as they are, this is going to be quite the challenge.
Yeah, I was sitting at the room for a little bit, and I was like just rewatching some of the games, and they did put up a hell of a fight. It was just maybe their synergy of being a pretty new team with Ryzen in the mix, with Nomad in the mix. They really need some time to, get that ramp up. And I think this is a true test to the prowess of what their team is.
I know we sort of like had a kind of a small 1-2 back and forth regarding See You Soon. Brantizi in that roam role, right? Was had to face up against Yums. Felt like he was really uncomfortable, but right now stakes have been amped up, right? It's even tougher. It's up against Brusco, current world champion in that roam. But they need to put out their best cards because you don't really want to end your first day 0-2 in the group stage. It kind of leaves you with 3 more best of 3s. So See You Soon. It's a tall mountain to climb, but we gotta face it.
Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult mountain as well. But I am curious to see whether or not, like, if the dynamic of the draft is going to change, right? Especially for OP, if they want to kind of like push what the draft is demanding out of us at this point of time in the meta, or whether See You Soon is going to get a little creative with it.
Yeah,
I think especially when the bar was set pretty high after MSC 2024, right? When MP the King was kind of the face of See You Soon, they had this deep run in MSC, and then afterwards the M Series was a sort of a no-show. They didn't even make it there. And now a full rebrand, and starting off the year, I think this is a very good place for them to get comfortable with this roster, regardless of the results.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. Especially since this is the SBS, is one of the third-party tournaments that are happening outside of the, the MPL circuits, the M Series circuits as well. Again, as I mentioned, the international before the internationals, I like to call it. But even so, it's a good taste to see how they're going to perform overall, because even in their own region, there's a lot of competitors who are hungry for that spot as well.
Yeah, I want to throw out something a little bit more controversial right here. Onyx PH has been having a heck of a game in the first round, 2-0 against BTR. If they're sitting on their high horse, they want to get a little bit more experimental, a little bit more, tasteful in their drafting. Do you think that might be sort of one of their downfalls in this game?
Funnily enough, we actually talked about this, I think with Leo.
Because honestly, they can go a little bit more experimental.
It's more like will they, right? Like if we're talking about TLID, 100%.
Oh yeah. Yep.
But on the Philippines, we haven't really seen much of that playful side. Like even then, it's not reflected in the draft in a way where it is too outrageous. I think that's the best way to put it.
Well, I mean, the last time they had fun was probably when they're in their show match in China, where they got to play with all the fun tools,
I was watching like clips of that, and I was like, hey, if this happens in SBS, it's gonna be a heck of a show. But like, this is actually what I'm looking out for, because I know that this team has the potential to do that. We've seen Hilda's being thrown in the mix across all games, but I think it was Kirk who actually played it the best out of today's matches. But I know it's a little bit too soon to say, but a lot of teams, they're bringing out the Badangs, they're bringing out the Hildas, but they can't play it to the level that Kirk can. And from the side of like Onyx PH, this is the power of their mastery of all of the heroes, all of their rotational gameplays and their synergies.
Well, I think, the team, especially when we're talking about OP, is that they're a very all-rounded team. When it comes to combining, advantages being created into the draft and brought into the game, they know how to like really mix it all in.
Yes, sir.
But against a team like See You Soon, I wonder if we're going to see something new. And I feel like the one thing that hasn't been touched so far in the EXP lane has been Sun.
Oh yeah, completely untouched, at least not on Stream B, right? Not banned, not picked at all. But here is the new generation of See You Soon's lineup. We got Luffy's, Ryzen, Akira, Brantizi, and Nomad. Completely different lineup. We've got a taste of them earlier on Stream C against SRG. But right now, if the gloves ain't come off yet, they better be off because they're up against the Super Family. I think it's one of those situations where I feel like every single head-to-head matchup, it's incredibly one-sided.
Yes.
Honestly, it's a tall order because it is a fairly new lineup, a fairly new team with new faces as well. Ryzen, one of the more prominent ones from TNC MPL, TNC Pro Team MPL PH 13, as well as MPL Mina. He's been traveling around a lot. So when I bring this up, it's sort of like two sides of the coin. Yes, they might be a little bit dis-synergistic, but it also has that wild card opportunity. What do you think?
I think the wildcard opportunity is something that Onyx PH is able to handle really, really well. Because I feel like if we're talking about unconventional strategies, Onyx PH is the one who really pushes that boundary of like, is it unconventional or is it just something that they're just naturally good at? Especially with the lineup with so much chemistry, it feels like they're turning around some pretty bad situations into like heavily winning ones.
And this is kind of like the recap of what happened earlier today, right? The first, the opening series against Bigatron Alpha, and just in game 1 they pull out the veil for Super Friends into a fanny, right? Where they willingly let it through, and in both games, Kelra got that Moskov and went on a tear. It really didn't feel like Bigatron Alpha could get much done, especially in game 2, which was a complete mow down. And this was also, it kind of ties back to what you said, right, Shiros? The Kirk's performance on this Hilda was out of this world.
Phenomenal plays coming in from honestly all players of Onyx PH. This really reminds me of the Team Falcons AP brand back when they were super consistent with everything. They go into every single game, you know that they're going to win. It's just how long do they take. But Onyx PH is really coming to show that they're just they're hunkering down as a family. The super family that they have in Onyx alone is just what makes this team really beautiful to watch.
All right, calm down, Dante. All right, we get back into your muscle cars here because I feel like what really sets them apart is the fact that they can turn any situation into a winning one, which is pretty crazy to see. Because sometimes there are some scenarios where it's clearly bad, but for some reason they have a really good sense of where everybody is on that and how the relationships affect each other. And I think that's something that a majority of teams haven't really completely fully understood just yet, which is why I like Kirk as an EXP laner, because not only can he be like the game changer for you despite having minimal amount of resources as the EXP lane is only given, but he's really consistent at holding his lane despite the odds being set against him.
Yeah, on a depot level, I think it was something that has been echoed during M6, especially M6, where Onyx Philippines is a team that operates in a way that their micro mechanics is so good, it translates into the macro decisions, right? Like you make the best out of the worst situation, and that's why every single one of the members, you look at the monikers that they have, it fits perfectly, right? Architect Kirk, Beast King Kong, and you know, the rest follows, Gold Standard, Bruiser, Super Monster the Mage, even.
Yeah, honestly though, when I was watching the first game against BTR, they're just moving around as a hive mind, sort of like if I go to the top side, Kirk immediately knows, okay, I gotta settle the long lane. And if like Kelra needs some help on the top side, or Kelra is pushing down the turret, the rest of the team kind of knows. We can sort of like feel their communication coming through in the stream itself. It's so sort of like very seamless in a way.
A fun little exercise viewers can do if they want to really see how well their chemistry is. How often do you see a person walk up into the lane, turn back, walk back into the lane, turn back up, go back in towards the mid lane, like all within a span of 3 seconds, just wasting time trying to make a decision, because every single decision they make, it's snap efficiency. Oh, somebody's moving over to the mid, somebody's gonna have to cover the bot side.
No wasted movements at all.
No wasted movements, which is why the team is extremely dangerous and why some of our predictions are leaning heavily towards CU Husky. What's going on here?
Wait, what? No, it's Onyx Philippines. Am I? I was pretty sure I went for Onyx Philippines. I wouldn't dare go.
But hey, you know, just for the record, in Stream B, me and Gideon, 100% prediction rate so far.
If we disregard the points, I'm 100% Are we looking at aggregate points? And that's what I want to know.
Tell it to the teams, man. Only the top 3 teams based on points actually make it through to the playoffs.
Facts,
brother.
Hey, it's all about the wins, dude. I take the W's as I see them.
Oh, that's true. That's true. At the end of the day, it's not MMR. It's stars.
It's stars.
Exactly.
In the end of the day,
They don't show you
matter
MMR.
how you win, as long as you win.
They show you the stars, you know?
Exactly.
They do.
It's like, it is no difference whether you win with with a Layla or a carry, right? You win.
Exactly. It's just another start in the books. All right, coming into this, I do want to see how the draft is actually going to play out. Because again, I feel like in terms of the meta, have we truly seen like a big shakeup in the meta? Personally, not really. I feel like it's still within like relatively the same bubbles, and now I feel like it's easier to categorize what team composition people want to play, whether it be early or late, or more importantly, the types of synergies they want to do to trap opponents.
Yeah, I actually do want to have a counterpoint for that one. As we see the Badangas coming in, the Hyuda is getting the resurgence as well, the Jawheads are coming in. I don't see a lot of junglers actually wanting to go back to the alpha, and was so dominant in the group stages and even in M6, and it was sort of like a mainstay for one of the longest times just because of the true damage. You're dealing against so many new heroes that are resurging up, that are super tanky to break down. Why not pick up that alpha instead of like going with the Suyos, the mainstays like that, or even like forcing yourself to pick an assassin?
Well, just wait for TLID to play. I'm pretty sure Alpha's going to come out at some point in time. It's just a matter of time. I kind of agree with you. I think there's like one of two ways, especially when we're talking about the big trifecta here.
That's right.
Like, oh, it's either Joy,
Suyo,
or that Alpha.
And then your Hayabusa, right?
And then your Hayabusa, who's just like, I'm here, brother, you know, in case the bans don't go well.
Yeah, and then Fanny's definitely gonna be taken off the ban pool. So
for sure.
Yeah, you don't deal with that flying bee thingy that's always.
I mean, we've seen it being
right
dealt
on
with
you.
like once early today, right? But
Yes.
yeah, Onyx against
But that was a
BTS.
loss though. BTR
I mean,
was
the
playing
Fanny
it,
lost, right? Yeah, it was dealt with by Onyx.
It was. But yes, coming back to the trifecta, I think a lot of teams now need something that's a little bit more like independent, because if you are playing Alpha, once you start falling behind, you don't really have an answer to get back ahead compared to Suyoin as well as Joy.
Speaking of that, right, I'm looking at the draft. I'm not going to spoil it yet because this one is a bit spicy. Both teams, in fact, I think priorities definitely shifted a bit from what we've kind of gathered over the past two series, right? Like, we know mid lane heroes like Drusin and all that, perma banned, but wow, it's not banned. Spoiler alert.
I mean, you might as well have.
The craziest thing was when that draft shows up, you quickly realize that a lot has been given away.
Yeah.
Is the
This is the playfulness you're talking about? Like,
I think it's okay.
I think it's still like it's pretty standard all across the board. Typical games that we see in everyday ranked. That is basically like what a lot of teams are facing up with. It's either this or that. It's either you pick this one, you pick up that one, and it's like, okay, we'll counter it with that. But I'm seeing a lot of Jawheads actually coming through as well.
Yeah. You know what? We're kind of deep into the draft.
We're actually really deep.
We're
I'm
lay it out,
wondering
right?
why
So,
it's
I mean,
not showing up.
Yeah, then with Onyx Philippines, they got that Granger first pick. They got that Jawhead Sicilian, but see you soon. Ooh, they got that Suyo, they got that Drusin, and the Irithel.
Drusin's really juicy right now. I don't see it picked up by a lot of teams, and it slipped off out of the banning phase as well.
There we go.
But it's actually being picked up quite a bit. Win rate 0% because it's only picked one time. But I think it's still quite good in the fact that like anyone that comes close, you get that mosquito spray, just spray anyone out and then throw them away.
Who lost while still having Jushin? That's what I'm curious about. And question is, was Granger on the other side? Because I feel like the one exception to be like, oh, Jushin is 100% going to win you games. If Granger is on the opposing side, it's one of the few, with another pick in mind. I know you're going to bring it up in just a bit. Granger completely outranges her, but so does the Xavier. And it's just one of the few heroes where if you can space really well against Jushin and you have a lot of heroes who are touch and go, you don't stick into the fight too long, then that's totally fine, because that's what I'm seeing coming in from See You Soon. You get rid of the Joy, you get rid of the Badang, things that are very touch and go.
In the world.
That or if you let Fanny through, right? And this probably another reason. I felt like I casted that game, but I really don't remember who lost to Drusin.
It flew by so fast.
Yeah. Oh, we're actually seeing a resurgence of the Ruby and the Edith. Talk about experimental.
Wait, is this a Jawhead jungle? In Ruby, I mean, I've seen Ruby jungle before.
Granger jungle. Granger jungle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, King Kong goes Granger jungle, and then Roam Jawhead. You can go Ruby Gold, and then EXP Edith.
Yeah, I mean Kirk
that
Edith,
makes sense.
Right?
But this lineup practically shouts like super early game, because you don't want to put a Granger in front of a Irithel.
I mean, they know how to have fun. That's
You
for
want to
sure.
have fun. You want to have fun, and you also want to win fast while doing it. It's basically a speed run strategy, and then you have Super Friends just at the back line.
What if it goes wrong?
Building up your stacks.
What if it goes wrong? Like, what if See You Soon kind of stops that first 5 minutes? Do you just wait for Super Friends?
You friends! Help me, friends!
300 stacks!
300 stacks! Cecilion, save me! I don't know. This one's a little bizarre here. I think that Yusun has more like... okay, wait, hold on.
Yeah,
You're right.
Carolina,
Okay,
yeah.
so it's going to be double fighter side lane. Double fighter side lanes. But how do they deal with Jushin without Brusco? I don't think, unless...
Just soak up that damage and pray that you can take a lot of hits. I
guess
think that's
it's
their MO.
Super Prince and King Kong, right? Long range.
Long
They
range.
just shred them from long range. You kind of shave it bit by bit.
Yeah, there's no mega dive. It's only that jaw hit that could really go into that back line, but then you
I don't
throw it on
know.
back. But it's very, very high committal play if you want to do that. And I think Onyx PH might be able to go in aggressive in the jungle a little bit earlier, just because you have that Ranger high damage in early game coming in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Onyx Philippines are here to have a lot of fun. Well, guess what? You guys get to have fun too. So Churros Gideon is game 1 of this 3rd series. See you soon against Onyx Philippines. Take it away.
Thank you, Husko. Once again, we hit the land of dawn one more time. It's going to be Onyx PH on the blue side up against See You Soon on the red side with just the fattest leash for King Kong to speed this game up.
It's actually a really fast movement coming in from Onyx PH. You want to get that Ranger to get to that level 4 as fast as you humanely can before starting that engage into aggression. Seeing how they play against BTR, it's always like Onyx PH, once they hit the 4 minutes mark, I'm going to be sitting in your jungle. I'm always going to be hunkering down and making you uncomfortable in your own home.
Yeah, but I'm surprised they wanted to play like this, right? I feel like having double fighters side lanes at this point of time, it's, again, your win conditions is scale with Super Friends and then King Kong. Those are your only 2 win cons. Everybody else is a means to an end. And See You Soon, if their side laners play really well, forcing out leads of their own, able to freeze it nicely underneath their turrets and actually stall the game till they get some iron power spikes, it's going to be pretty tough for Onyx PH to kind of recover because their cap is very dependent on the performance of their mid lane.
I do have to agree with you, but I think that Kara's job in the early game is just to keep Nomad at bay. Like, don't get a lot of farm. Oh, already a flicker already popped out by Brusco trying to get into Akira, but will not amount up to anything.
Again, it's going to be tough, right? And you expect Onyx to be more generous with their battle spells. They have to make something happen as early as possible, especially when you have like a Death Ball composition coming in from Onyx. Like, they've got the convoy ready to kind of roll out against See You Soon, and the biggest problem that they're going to have is probably going to be Akira, right?
Yeah.
He's going to be playing that Jushin. If the fight drags out too long, that's when you see See You Soon quickly turn the tides.
I can't really see where it's going. Akira's just going to be pepper spraying every single bush, wherever you see fit. Opening up that map, easy, just pushing Brusco away. They're not even going to contest for this turtle because they can't. That's the downfall of using Ranger.
Yep, and honestly, no need to actually contest for the side of Onyx PH. Even when you have King Kong hit his ultimate as well, Desanada not going to be doing too much in these stages of the game. I think they want to create advantages with men, right? They need to have man advantages on the rotation against See You Soon, and then look for 4v3, look for 3v2, so on and so forth.
Yeah, the question is, what is the critical timing?
Whoa!
Oh, Super Friends actually trying to bait out the play, but he forced the flicker a little bit too prematurely. I'm not sure what is going on right now.
Again, just it's better safe than sorry. He understands that he is Bitcoin right now. He is real expensive.
He's real volatile.
He's real volatile. He's looking at King Kong. He's like, you're Ethereum, brother. You have a cap. I am going to be the true currency at the end of the day. And I think See You Soon, they understand it. If they can slow down Super Friends, they inevitably will slow down the whole game.
Yeah, that's true. You don't want to get that late game in the 8-minute mark, which is what Onyx Philippines is very famed to do, right? But once Lucas actually hits that level 4, you have a lot on your plate because that's a lot of damage coming through, a lot of tank ability coming in from that beast alone.
Man, Kirk is really... You know, when I saw Kirk playing an M6 on this Edith, I'm like, man, Edith is one of those heroes that just, like, feels a little old-fashioned, right? Really slow, doesn't have... has very linear plays, has very minimal counter plays, but if you make... if you build the Thunderbelt and you play your lane perfectly up till level 4, level 5, then there is this compounding interest that you get out of her as you not only snowball the lane, but really waste a lot of time. Ranzi, really nice play.
Brusco using the charge to just dispatch the Way of the Dragon, so that's a very, very good cancel right there by Brusco. But still, 4 minutes, no kills at all, no big fancy skirmishes, both teams on the passive front. I think that's what they want to play with. You have late game insurances in Onyx PH. Oh, the pullback into Brantizi, getting knocked up. locked out, getting first blood, Brusco with the kill.
And look at that. This is the adaptations that I was talking about when we talk about Onyx PH and why they are so good. They see Brantizi using his battle spells as well as the way of the dragon initially, and then we see the instant setup probably being called by Kelra as he has first move on the earth.
Oh, he has a pullback. Brusco with another play. King Kong picks that one up. Kara on the side waves gets 2 pullback. He's offended. Getting the whole team in on this one. Taking down 3 in the process. In the turtle bat. Into their names. Brantizi comes in a little bit too late, but they want to go in for the T1 gold plating.
Yeah, the death ball composition working well. Exactly how we expect it to work. Be aggressive. Set up these plays. Have that first rotation and make sure you do not hesitate. And See You Soon, unfortunately, wasn't able to hold the composure together. I think that, unfortunately for Luffy's, if he was able to pop that, if he was able to unleash the beast just in time, I think he might have been able to turn it around, but it was just too sudden.
It was a very big play by Brusco because he's always in the midst, and every one of See You Soon just coagulates over him because they're also tunnel vision, and Brusco punishes that tunnel vision. Yeah, I'm right next to you. I'm just going to throw you into my team.
Playing it perfectly so far. They've also got mid-tier 1, top tier 1 at the same time. The snowball continues 5 minutes moving into the 6th minute of the game. I think that Onyx PH are more than happy to continue fighting See You Soon at this stage while they still haven't completed second items.
What I'm wondering is how Kelra is going to handle the late game because Nomad is constantly scaling. You have an Irithel that deals a lot of burst damage, especially in the super late game, but Kelra is up on top of the gold charts right now. And Onyx PH, they're famous ramping up their aggression when the Dragon pushes Kirk back into the fray, into the middle of the skirmish. Luffy tries to go for that back line, but will not amount up to anything. The target prioritization from Onyx PH starting to show, starting to fruition. Getting pulled back. Where are you going? Kelra putting in the work.
And what am I telling you? The compounding interest coming out from Kirk's side. He's not only winning his lane, he's got plenty of gold plating from the initial push and the tower gold. Not to mention plenty of Thunderbelt stacks against Luffy's as he's been playing the lane so great. And because of all of these things, he survives the initial kick. He survives the inevitable burst coming out from See You Soon.
What's interesting to me is a lot of the times in professional plays, you see the Edith getting picked up, but it's always the Brave Smite getting pulled in. On the bottom side, though, Kelra pulls back, and Nomad is getting a 1v2 right here. It's an outplay from Kelra. Still surviving. He's going in, but not for long as Luffy takes him down finally. But Kirk goes a little bit too deep in with the war cry, coming to get a lot of damage done, but not enough. See You Soon punishing the aggression coming in from Onyx PH.
I really thought Keller was going to get greedy and flicker out of the way to survive, but he's like, no, my flicker is too valuable. Maybe Brusco can close the distance in time to block the shot, but it was just a little too soon, a little too late. But Keller doesn't mind. That flicker, way too valuable in these neutral fights. And now that they continue to go on with the snowball, the question is, how long is it going to take for See You Soon to make it to the 42K mark? And once we get to the 42K mark, it means that at the very least, 3 to maybe even 4 core items have been completed by their cores. In this case, it's going to be Nomad and as well as Akira. I think that Ryzen probably will need 3 items before he does some serious damage, because King Kong untouched this game.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Ryzen has a lot of the presence in this game, but Brantizi narrowly misses that death sentence right there, but they're running in the death ball that we're talking about. Luffy changes into the beast, but they're blocking out the exit path. There's no support for Brantizi. Luffy falls down as well.
Convoy is just too strong. And See You Soon have to respect it. There's just nothing they can really do. Ooh, Kelra was thinking about it.
I'm watching, yeah.
He wanted a flicker for it, but it's nah, we don't need to do anything right now. At this point, we have so much of a lead. We just need to make sure that these waves are going to get cut, and that way we can start taking the free econ from the T2s on both side lanes.
Actually, small decision-making prowess right here by Onyx PH. They took down that turtle without waiting for that Lord because they want to take that Lord along with a scaled-up Super Prince. They weren't buying enough time for him to come online. Oh, Luffy goes back in. The committal coming in. Not enough damage to take anyone down. Luffy, that's a death sentence for him. Brusco trying to block up all exits. The Amafenda pulls in. Akira blocking him away from the rest of the damage dealers of Onyx PH. King Kong going Kong.
Oh my goodness, a triple kill for King Kong here. Again, can't really, they lose an inhibitor prior to the Lord actually spawning into this game. See you soon, making too many mistakes, and they're having too much fun. Kirk nearly getting thrown
But they want to end it right here and right now. It's 9-minute mark, fastest game of today, only in Stream B.
Jeez.
Louise.
It is just, oh, that was a demolition. OP really making short work of See You Soon.
I can't believe my eyes, man. Husky, did you see that?
Yeah, I was watching it all the way. I was in the green room for a while to get a cup of water, but I saw everything unfold. Fastest game, not just on Stream B, but I think overall in the entire SPS Season 6. Of course, happening on the best stream. It's a complete disembowelment of See You Soon.
It's crazy. I wasn't expecting this. Like, you walked out for like 1 minute, and then you're back in
like
the next minute.
I was like,
It's
I have to
crazy.
come back, right? I blinked and they took one inhib. I have to be back here. But yeah, even when Onyx Philippines were having fun, they were not messing around, right? They were having fun, but with the objective of still taking it seriously to a degree.
They were playing a little cheeky. They were like, okay, Kirk, here you go. If anybody has to go and die for it, it's
Kirk.
you.
It's Kirk. It's Kirk. He's got a war cry too, and I want to point that out because he is a damage Edith instead of like the, I'm going to soak up a lot of damage. I'm going to take a lot of damage. I'm going to throw that Primal Wrath and take you down with me.
Yeah, I think it's understandable when you're building like a double fighter side links type composition, right? Let's look at the items and break it down here. Because again, when you look at Kirk, if he was going pure damage, at some point he was going to get the Starlium Scythe, right? Doesn't opt to go for that. He understands he needs to be real tanky first. Let's go with the traditionals, make sure we have that Thunderbelt, but also pairing it up with a very early Blade Mail here. Thorn Armor. It's really difficult for Nomad to actually play the game because all of the engagements that they've had is very touch and go. And that's why Akira is really struggling to actually get the stacks effectively, because if he walks up too far, next thing you know, whether it be Kellera or Kirk are flickering on top of him as soon as they see him. Same goes for Brusco.
Yeah, and I think Kara did a very good job. He knows his job in the early game. He knows how far Erythel can go in the early game. In the early game, Erythel doesn't have a lot of damage, especially not towards a fighter. So Kara's just taking all of that in, trying to push him away, trying to deny his farm, delay his farm, and what Kara does as a sort of like a fighter side lane is just to push everyone away from where the main brawl is happening, and King Kong can just sing his song.
Yeah, as much as we say that this entire lineup, only Brusco can die, then when you look at it from a different dimension, they have so many ways to chip at the help bar of See You Soon that engaging becomes an afterthought, right? You can easily dive with Kara, Flicker, I'm offended. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, but See You Soon was playing very reactively. They're always seeing where OP is going, and then they react to that situation. The only 3 kills that they got was down the bottom side, where they got a little bit too close, they split up, they try to hunker down and take out Kara in the process. But Luffy, though, I want to talk a little bit about this Lucas, because once you use that Unleash the Beast, you're always in that back line, you're always alone, and OP recognizes this. You target prioritization away, ignore the front lines, go for that back line so the rest of the members can come in, charge in like a death ball.
I mean, he had a couple of good runs. To be fair, one of his engages actually caught all 4 people, and then Kirk is like, you can't stop the animation of Earth Shatter. It's like, what are you supposed to do against that, right? Yeah. He's charging it mid-air, he gets pushed, knocks him up straight away, and then the follow-up CC is just unstoppable because you've already used your CC immune. So, there's some deep understanding coming up from Onyx PH, and I think that See You Soon, unfortunately, weren't able to distribute their resources more effectively across the map, right? Because as we see Onyx PH, as soon as they start moving around as the death ball of 4 or maybe even 5, See You Soon really start to crumble, especially with the composition's main initiation being a pickoff more than like a strong AoE.
Yeah, a pickoff that easily gets stopped in its tracks thanks to what Onyx PH has. That Ruby itself solves the problem, though we did see minor signs of life, at least in the XP department, just a bit of a dip in that 5th to 7th. Actually, not even 7 minutes. The 5-minute mark, we didn't even get past the full minute because of how fast the game ended, with an average of 1,000 net worth advantage per minute for Onyx Philippines.
But it was so calculated by King Kong as well. Like, props to the guy. MVP is so well deserved indeed, because like in the first turtle, I was bantering with Gideon. Like, why don't King Kong want to go for the turtle? Okay, like, Granger is not going to be doing so well in the first turtle. You don't have your power spikes. If you go in, you're going to die. You're going to feed your opponents and snowball your way through, but he knows what his power spike is. Once he wastes that for that item, the rest of the team goes in. Look at his hair. I mean, that's the blood of his enemies. Everyone he's slain without deaths.
That must be a free dye, dude. He just dips his hair and then it comes out just full on red. It's gonna take a while to get used to this new hair color, but hey, he's doing well, right?
Yeah.
He's gotten everything he wants.
Yeah, he's a Sigma boy, man. He can do whatever the heck he wants.
He's just playing really, really well. I mean, I feel like this is one of the free games for him because, like, did you really have to think that hard? Not really. Everybody's kind of like feeding him. It's just like, here you go.
Yeah.
Here comes the airplane.
I think he feels good this game as well because, like, he's always like, okay, I need to find a flank. I need to go for that back line. I need to find an open target. But this one is just, okay, everyone's protecting me. I just need to shoot my shot, get the Rhapsody down in the middle, and just have a fun time. Just click that one button. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the joystick is just forward, right?
The joystick's just forward, bro.
He's having the time of his life, honestly. I mean, just look. This is probably the
Look
most
at how
dangerous
they move away from that backside because they know they need to take down Luffy first, save King Kong, and then go back in together as 5. And they do it so well.
They do. And I think that's the only time that we saw King Kong really threatened is when Luffy was able to actually get into the backline. But he's able to kite it out like really, really well, which is the beauty of Granger into the Lucas matchup. But overall, there's just like no real out for CU soon unless they are able to kind of like slow down the game very early on. And that's why I think that the distribution of resources was extremely important for CU soon. No matter if they figure out where the jungle pathing of King Kong is going to be, they need to play on the opposite side of the map because that's when you're expecting Brusco, who's great in the early game, to be followed up by one of the side laners, right? Once you figure out where King Kong is going, then you can be on the opposite side to maybe try and get some gold back.
Yeah. Then also you see kind of the disconnect from CU soon, right? It feels like you, at one point, especially the moment you pointed out Churros, the 4-man engage by the Lucas, and then as soon as that failed, it felt like they started trickling into the depths, right? So it's again the disconnect from CU soon is something that has been on the back of everyone's minds, considering it's a newer roster, but it's amplified when you're up against such an experienced team like on the Philippines. It just lay out bare in the open.
Yeah, it's just that dominance that they show, and I think they're just manipulating and the entire movements of CU soon. I'm just going back to that one fight, or going back to all the fights that happened this time around. It's sort of like they make a U-turn to tackle that Lucas, take him down first, but then CU soon is prompted and primed to just let's go save Lucas, let's go in and save Luffy. But when they do that, it's a death sentence because the rest of the team are going to U-turn and take them out. So I think it's just really a game of like, it's a mind game.
Yeah, it's
basically.
a mind game. And of course the experience that comes afterwards. But not done for CU soon just yet. They still have a chance to force a third, but it only amplifies the pressure from here on out. We're going to let them take a short break, as we will too, and come back later for Game 2 between Onyx Philippines and CU soon.
Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you don't know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen.
Sun Tzu once said that a joyride comes at the cost of other pedestrians, or maybe it's the police department, traffic department, I don't know. But we're back, the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Group Stage for Season 6. This is Stream B, or as we call it, the BBC Best Broadcast Channel. You're here with me, Husky, alongside Gideon Q and Churros, as we get ready for Game 2 between Onyx Philippines and See You Soon after what is a obvious rundown in 4K in Game 1.
Hopefully See You Soon pull this back, right? If they're going to take a series from anybody, or at the very least take a game off of anybody, at least make it Onyx PH. It shows they are ready for their own individual region, but also they are eager to improve. And I think a lot of improvements when it comes down to chemistry is needed for See You Soon to actually stand toe-to-toe for Onyx PH, especially in the early game.
Look, the first thing that See You Soon needs to do is, yes, play passively, but not passively in the sense that you're intimidated by a big team like Onyx PH, but you respect them and you need to go in. What is it that
Stop it,
handsome
stop
is
it!
going?
He's trying to use domain expansion, stop
Oh,
it!
okay, that's what it is. I thought that looked familiar.
Kara stopped him once, but he kept on going.
Nothing stops the Brusco from doing it. I agree with you, but it'll be interesting to see if See You Soon can be that passive-aggressive.
You think
just thinking. Yeah, I'm just thinking like, what?
Are you looking at stoppers like heroes to stop Onyx?
I don't think it's a hero problem because honestly their draft was pretty good. It was pretty solid. Everyone knew how to play around it. But I think what threw them off was the wildcard Ruby pick, and then they had to do with the fighter side lane. They had to put in more resources to protect that Irithel, to protect Nomad from harm's way. But I think Onyx PH just identified like, okay, I don't really have to bother too much about Nomad. Let's just take over the jungles. Let's just manipulate them in our own way, how we want to play the game, because they've been always very, very aggressive. And out of all the teams that I've watched so far in SPS, this is the only team that after the 4-minute mark, you kind of get a sense of like, the opponent's jungle is theirs.
You sort of like need lesser time to come online, right? It's like a throwback to the earlier days of ML where when marksmen were in the jungle, they accelerate that item, and then we have your side lane, fighter side lanes that essentially can just go fast, earlier, right? With earlier timings.
Yeah, the funneling strat, that was...
claw jungle, carry jungle.
Get the first kill first and then go for your jungle. I remember that strat, yeah.
You get first blood on that marksman jungle, the
It's
first
over.
5 minutes, it's over.
That's right. That's where the Natan jungle came in the past as well.
It was bad. It was bad. It was a bad time to be alive.
If we're talking about like experimental, once again, I am like fixing to see King Kong pull out maybe a Eastern Shin. Jungle
Eastern
again.
Shin?
Yeah.
I want to see a
that'd be
Hanzo.
Or actually a Sun, just play it out.
Sun
see how it
jungle?
works out. Yeah.
No.
XP would be
It
much
kind of
better.
depends. It kind of depends because so far it feels like King Kong prefers like the early game style junglers, where it's like a lot of fights, make things kind of snowball out of control really, really fast. While like heroes like Yishin Shin as well as some are the kinds where it's like I want to scale, but I want to like exponentially scale.
Cushion.
Cushion would be interesting.
No, Amon.
What can he not play? He put out a Zilong in that China
Well, that's
show
because
match.
that's because his ult has CC immunity. In that match.
That's true. Look. His man, stop it.
He beat Fabian with in the M6 mewing competition.
He did. He was showing off his jawline. He's got a
Nobody
new
beats
hair. He's feeling good. You know the song Sigma Boy? That is his theme song.
He's been getting super friends into bulking. He's like, it's
really?
Oh, actually.
No, because I asked him about like, how do you become so jacked? Like, what's your routine? He's like, no, just eat more, like super friends.
Super Prince is like, I don't know where it's going. I keep eating it, it's just going somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. They use a lot of brain power when you play in a competitive esports match. So I don't blame them. They're not like bulking up. But it is a big game.
Wasn't the documentary like of M6 that everyone is like serious doing prep and they were just they were just playing like basketball.
Yeah, doing TikTok.
Yeah, doing TikTok.
No, hey man, it's all about the mind. Because Kaora once said, like, what is your weakness? It's all about the missing your family. If they miss your family, the morale drops. So, you know, just play
if your mind is in the right
play
place,
other
right?
stuff, yeah.
Gotta make sure. But coming into the draft so far, I mean, I want to say it's gonna be normal, but Onyx PH are gonna start off the Granger with See You Soon taking the Suyo. It might.
Is open.
That's the thing. It might just be like a bit of a repeat of game number 1, but I'd like to see how See You Soon adjusts.
This is the definition of just too many things to worry about, so you just have to let some go, right? Like, you can't let Fanny, Loyi, nor Juicin go, so they're gonna respond with the Jawhead, which is sort of a surefire way to get to your target, be it King Kong Granger or Kaora Granger. But it's, I mean, then you have the Cho is now open.
Not only that, you also have the Matilda.
Oh
as
yeah,
well.
that too. Alpha.
Because it kind of ruins what Jawhead wants to do. You could just identify where Jawhead is. You've got a built-in reconnaissance tool in the spirits.
He uses ult, you just pull him away.
Yeah, yeah. You got it in and out.
Or even better, right? You got Tigreal.
A lot of teams are sleeping on the Matilda. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I think teams understand what Matilda wants to do, but they also want pressure. They need somebody who actually helps out the mid lane and clearing out, especially if they're slow scaling mid laners, right?
Ooh, getting serious now.
Yeah.
That's a very, very smart move. Deny the Tigreal pick to get that Joy and easy time in the jungle. And this is King Kong's Joy, the skin of Onyx Philippines.
Yeah,
That's what they chose, right?
Exactly. And not many teams are willing to go Tigreal first tree, right? Like it feels like it's a big risk. I mean, you're still looking at something like a Valentina, which used to be a classic response, but has fallen out of favor in recent times. But still, like a first tree Tigreal, it really is a big investment.
I mean, yes, it's a big investment, but keep in mind that See You Soon did go for the Jawhead, right? And I think that's like, if you expect Jawhead to go to the EXP, I mean, okay, sure, it could be a flex pick, but most likely it finds the most amount of impact when it's going into the row. So locking in the Harith as expected before we get to that second phase so it doesn't get banned out. I think that Onyx PH right now have a really good 3 going for them. I think that See You Soon right now, it's the question is going to be how do we play around the mid lane and what mid lane can we force out of Onyx PH?
To your point, though, I don't think mid lane is the main problem. Because Loyi's out. Yeah, I was going to say the EXP is a little bit more of a threat.
I agree.
Because Kirk is always going to be coming in. You're not only playing a rotating 3, you're playing against a rotating 4. Because that's what Kirk is kind of doing with your entire synergy.
Well, I mean, sure, but I think that the EXP at this point of time, like, even if you do focus really, really hard on a winning matchup, Kirk still will devolve back into playing Edith. And Edith doesn't have bad matchups. She's just kind of a sandbag to be a sandbag, right?
That's right.
So that's why it's simpler for See You Soon to play around the mid trio and then lean in towards that Harith, who already has a bit of a tough time against the Granger.
What if See You Soon 4th picks that mid laner, and then it enables like a glue pick for Kirk?
Enables a glue pick.
Because right now there really isn't a way to do with the glue, right? I know this one is definitely a bit deeper than usual. We don't really reach that point, but it feels like a possibility for Onyx PH.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see it. Let's see it here. If Onyx PH decides to get rid of the Farm Mist, then maybe there's an opportunity. But I mean, they've already gotten rid of the Vixana as well. So let's see how this plays out, right? Because again, very heavy EXP, heavy on the EXP side. It feels like they want to get the Lucas down first and then let Onyx PH choose their mid lane.
Yeah, this is what I'm feeling as well. Because you take out the Badang, you take out the Phobias, you take out basically all the counters for that Lucas. There's no way. There might be a Valentina coming in from Onyx PH if See You Soon picks up that Lucas, so it's a direct counter to that as well. The CC is still open, so Lucas is really a non-factor for Onyx PH. So See You Soon might be able to pick up a mid laner at this point. I think the best course of action is maybe a Barca or Aurora. Yeah.
To protect lives.
They get rid of High Loss instead. Okay, I mean, I guess High Loss is pretty annoying again. High Loss is pretty annoying for Granger. Let's see what the play is going to be for the side of See You Soon, right? Either they pick their mid laner now or show or lock in the Lucas, because I don't see them wanting to play anything else. I mean, they could go for like Glue, but then you still have the Farm is insta lock in for the side of Onyx PH, so that's
if you want to be
very
safe,
unlikely.
you can go for the Khalid.
I mean, sure. I suppose.
Lock down that backside. Try to disrupt the implosion coming in from Onyx PH.
But there's no
then-
guarantee to hit anything.
Yeah. So Sicilian is the hero of choice.
Okay, I'm okay with Sicilian. At least there's a guaranteed scaling factor for the side of CU soon. Pretty independent on the push as well, depending on what we see from Onyx PH.
So also a deny for the side of Onyx PH because it synergizes very well with the Tigreal. Implosion into the Sanguine Claws. Onyx PH, I don't know. I'm feeling a Aurora right here. They really want to go heavy team fight.
I feel like we're seeing something from the previous series between Team Falcons and Onyx esports, right? Where you have a majority magic damage based lineup. In this case, it's CU Soon. That doesn't really have consistent damage, right? Like Suyo isn't really that person that basic attacks often enough. So at one point, we might see that Athena into a Twilight that makes the front line of Onyx PH a bit too durable. With that, I've talked about the glue, because I was thinking if CU Soon reviews that mid laner that isn't a Faramis, that glue becomes a big problem for them, and we are seeing it right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a bit of a bummer, I'm not going to lie. That's what I was thinking, just you might as well just lock up the Lucas at this point because you've already like banned out dive for it, and then even if they go Valentina, it's like, what are you going to do about it? Maybe draw ahead, punish it later down the line.
Yeah, it's like two immovable objects in the lane-to-lane matchup. You could definitely go for the Lucas right here, but then again...
Don't you get eaten alive by the glue?
You do, but everybody gets eaten alive by glue, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's no good options, right?
There's no good options, there really isn't. There's not much you can really do about it, so you're just going to have to make do with what you got.
Well, Gata is kind of the safest option for CU Soon if they want to play in the late game, because then you got a Harith and a Sicilian, but then one Athena shield, CU Soon has to hit even harder to break any, to cause any dents into Onyx PH.
Well, I think this one is okay, because now it's like, okay, glue is already pretty unplayable to play against, so it's just clear waves fast. If we see implosion, we're just going to ult on top of it.
Well, Onyx Philippines have already set a record. Let's see if they can break it, or at least CU Soon can break that streak. It's game 2, baby. Let's go.
All right, let's jump right into the land of Dawn once again for game number 2. Currently match point for Onyx PH if you're just tuning in. The World Champions making the new lineup of CU Soon extremely difficult to find any advantages in game number 1. But coming into game number 2, Onyx PH on the blue side will face off against CU Soon on the red side once again.
It's been a while since we saw the Novaria getting picked up the mid side. And I'm thinking, okay, Novaria and the Tigreal might be a very good option right here. Look at where Tigreal is, look at where Brusco is, right on the offside of the map, just opening up, giving intelligence to the rest of the team, and giving a lot of pressure onto Ryzen.
Also, there's going to be some natural synergies, right? Especially when you increase the size of the hitboxes. Ranger loves
gonna hit
that.
you from far away.
Whoa, Brusco! Oh, Brusco! Getting first blooded this early on. That's what you want to see coming in from CU Soon with the Jawhead.
Went in a little bit too deep, but Kirk and the Spot of Bother are forced to use that figure out way. Sanguine Claw straps it in. Brands will take down another one. That's 2-0 for CU Soon. This is a very good start for the team that every one of us saw down below us.
Yep, CU Soon. Again, I think they're more comfortable with this. They're like, okay, fine, the heroes we've dealt with before, not a death ball strategy, and especially since they have access to that Jawhead, they can make these cheeky plays, especially seeping through the cracks.
Ooh, King Kong actually read that throw. Rantizi was a little bit, a pixel away, a frame away from throwing her off, but in the middle of that game, Onyx PH already ramping up their aggression once more. It will not unfaze them. It's Brusco continuing to ramp up that pressure into the jungles of CU Soon.
Yeah, they want to control this top side, right? They want to make sure that Harith is going to have a totally fine time. They know that Harith is going to take a little bit of harassment, but if he plays the lane well and keeps himself healthy, especially when neutral objectives spawn, then CU Soon can actively make plays across the rest of the map. This is what we're looking for, right? Brantizi hovering around, wants to catch somebody off guard.
Yeah, does look like CU Soon is slightly ahead of Onyx PH. This turtle, if Onyx PH wants to be able to contest with this one, will be a little bit tough. The throw back onto Brusco, tries to go into the split, try to get enough time for CU Soon, but the rhythm of joy coming in from King Kong, playing his song and taking everyone down with him. Luffy getting caught up by Brusco, by Kirk. Will not be able to take him down. There's not enough damage to take down this large animal.
Yeah, there's nothing much he can do. It's just a matter of time. Luffy is just buying as much time as he possibly can. This King Kong will start on his way to take down that turtle. An instant invade here coming in from Onyx side.
The aggression coming in from Onyx, that is a very signature play from him. Brusco a little bit too deep underneath that turret. We'll take that L. But Onyx PH still up ahead in terms of that gold lead and that kill from that turtle dance.
Well, as they continue to move forward here, Seiyusum, they don't lose too much off of this, right? It's 3 to 3 minutes into the game. It's not that big of a deal. The only difference being that King Kong does have that level lead over Ryzen on this Suyo. Yes, it's a little bad, but it doesn't mean that Ryzen won't be able to play the game. He does have very cost-efficient items, something which King Kong doesn't have access to.
Yeah, I got a question to throw over to you. Super Friends, in the midst of all of this fight, what is his role? What's the value that the Nuvaria brings into a lot of these team fights?
Well, he opens up the map because, again, we saw what happened to Brusco early on. If he walks up a little too far without any reinforcements, that's when we see the initial punish coming in from Jawhead when they are laying down the trap. With the Astral Echoes, and not to forget, just the Meteors alone, being able to open up some key important bushes across the top side and even the bottom side near the mid lane, which is, again, where Super Friends can take full advantage of the Meteor, then we can eliminate the possibilities of where this Jawhead can be.
It's all about a vision game coming in. Brusco has eyes on him.
Yeah.
Guarantees he getting locked down by Implosion. He's locked out, stunned up, knocked up, able to walk out alive, but not long before King Kong takes him down with the Rhythm of Joy. And Nomad pops down, and then the Zaman Force able to take Super Friends down. A little bit too close for comfort right there. 1-for-1 trade. Onyx PH up ahead in terms of gold lead still.
Good stuff coming in from Nomad, right? He sacrifices one of his minions. He still will be able to find the Ballista minion at the end of the day, but also nets himself a kill on top of that. That's what you want to see, right? That bit of sacrifice to get major rewards.
It's a little bit more slow pace than I would like for Onyx PH, but I think Seiyusum is sort of adapted to Onyx PH's playstyles. Instead of being reactive, they play a little bit more proactive in the way that Ren TZ trying to seek out a little bit more of the open enemies that they can basically just pick off from their entire team. Now, Turtle getting that reset. No one's dancing around that Turtle, but does look like Onyx PH is in a better spot to contest for it.
Yeah, they're trying to take full control here, but I think that Onyx PH also understand, hey, we can drag this game out. Our comp also scales decently well, but I think most importantly, it's about item power spikes. We're seeing that the first couple of items coming in for the side of Onyx PH, Starlium Scythe coming out from King Kong, nowhere close. It's only 5 minutes into the game before he gets a Holy Crystal later down the line. Even Kelra, we don't see him actually going for the Sky Piercer just yet. He did complete the Hunter Strike, hasn't even purchased boots, finishes the Malefic Roar. He's trying to speed run getting his first 2 items as quickly as possible.
Yeah, something about this Killua skin that goes a little bit harder, dashes a little bit faster. But are starting things up, split by Kirk trying to find someone. Got the Astral Echo opening up that hitbox. Won't be able to latch onto anyone. Brusco trying to find the right position. They're baiting everyone out into the turtle pit so they can get nice setup for the rest of the team.
Well, they're going in pretty deep here. The full team and Grant's easy jumping towards Kirk's side. Kirk flickers away, so that's totally fine with Brusco. He wants people to kind of stand a little closer together.
A missed flicker right there. A little bit more premature. Brusco getting an implosion up on one member. The rest of Onyx PH trying to do as much damage as they can. Turtle still strong and healthy as Luffy is staying a little bit too long into the deeps of the depths. As Ryzen trying his best to find a way to take it. King Kong snatches it right beneath the noses of Ryzen. There we go again, the prowess of Onyx PH layering in all of the ultimates. They know how they want to play this. Akira pops that flicker out in the mid side as they lose their Team 1 turret.
Nicely played by King Kong. Again, great use of the droid.
Oh, dash in, so all committed, pushed out away from the rest of the team. There we go, Brands goes down again.
Great timing coming in from Super Friends, right? He found the frame which he can flicker away as the ejector as the Unstoppable Force initially connected, but could not find the ejector immediately after. So great frame timing coming in from Super Friends. And at this point, the snowball is very evident for Onyx PH.
You see that, the push in back onto Luffy's. Nothing to do but AOG out of the way to keep himself safe. That's a missed ultimate right there. But no major objective, so Seiyusum is still standing strong, still standing tall, but Onyx PH so powerful in maintaining and ramping up that momentum that they have from that early game.
Yeah, they want the T2, but again, there's still the defense.
Ooh, Brentisi a little bit too deep, tries to go for the ejector, but gets trapped by the implosion once again. Xamen Force dashing in and out of the way, but getting a lot of damage. The snipe down by Super Friends takes him out of the game. Luffy's in deep trouble right here, getting latched on. It's only a matter of time before he gets taken out as well.
Yeah, this is brutal. Brutal stuff coming in from Onyx. Not only is it just the directional denial, making sure that they're starving out them out of the farm, they're going to be forcing early turrets as well. The Siusu just forced all the way back to their inhibitor.
That's a lot of alley-oop coming in to snipe into the Rhapsody. Kelra takes up that kill. Split keeps Kirk alive. Does not matter. Nomad coming too deep! He's a little bit too greedy right there.
Blasted, absolutely blasted.
AOG lands in the right spot though. Kelra gets finally taken down. The rest of the members will see you soon. They're walking into their doom. It's a 2v3 at this point. Kirk does not have a lot of damage. Super Friends try to take him down. The snipe misses, goes wide. Luffy's still alive, but not for long.
Yep.
See you soon. Just slowly queuing up to get killed.
The artillery fire coming in from Onyx PH is just too much to handle. And you can see that a lot of these engages are getting snuffed out by Kirk and as well as Brusco. They're playing a fine game. Oh, here we go.
The knock in, waiting for the ejector. Won't be able to take out anyone, but Nomad's in the midst of it all. He's dancing around. He's pouncing around with the Xamen Force. No damage. Everyone on Onyx PH backs off. That is a really, really smart move. You're up ahead. You don't want to give too much in. The Lord is already up on the bottom side.
Boot difference, the tenacity is so good. It gives you that frame that you need to kind of space yourself out away from Brantisi after the Unstoppable Force to not give him the follow-up ejector. Even so, some key items are being built. Holy cow. 3K difference between the junglers here with the Holy Crystal already completed. We'll see whether or not Akira can catch up because 2 items had to be cost efficient. Gets the Wishing Lantern. This is gonna be rough here. 8K gold lead, 9 minutes into the game.
Oh, topside King Kong 1v1 to Rise and takes him down the rhythm. Getting thrown back. Oh, he misses the iframes. The frame dash remove.
Too good, too good. He's got the movement. He's got the movement.
King of the jungle
has not been able to land an effective ejector.
Man, now with Rise and gone, this looks like an easy lore for Onyx PH. See you soon. They're sitting ducks hungry now on their bases, but the rest of their turrets are getting destroyed, getting pillaged down.
We'll see whether or not their high ground is going to be a little bit better here. They should be able to high ground, right? They've got the Sicilian. They've got the Harith. They've got the Harith too. They should be able to sit underneath their turrets. The only people they have to worry about are the skill shots coming out from Kelra's Death Sonata, or maybe, you know, the Meteor coming in from Super Friends. One or the other. But let me look at Super Friends' item. How far is he into this? He does have Blood Wings. That's about it.
Oh! Thrown in, but a flicker into the explosion traps out 3, getting pushed back. It's havoc. It's travesty for See You Soon. They want to go home right now. They want to send See You Soon back into their hotel. They've had it with this game.
They're blowing right through them, bulldozing through. 4 down, and now inhibitors will start collapsing to our low. Kirk at half of it, 50% of his health. King Kong also at half, but this is going to be a clear sign of victory as they crack open the crystal for a clean 2-0.
What a play. Kirk gets thrown in. Brusco waiting for the right time, the right frame where they were trying to go for that glue, but just gets trapped instead. They just got baited. Husky, did you see what happened?
Just the complete demolition. I don't know what else to tell you, right? This is one of the few series where it is as clear as day that Onyx Philippines was the dominant one. But I feel like if you are See You Soon, you understood what you're getting yourselves into. It's just the nature of the competition. No hard feelings. Don't feel too beat up. You are just outclassed, but in a healthy manner by a team that literally just won the World Championship 2 months ago.
Yeah, I think that See You Soon has got a couple of bad habits when they go onto autopilot.
Yeah.
Like bad target priority, they can't just keep you looking for these tanks, and I think if they do, they need to double check what the tank's items are supposed to be. Because they're like, okay, let's go for Brusco first, but then again, he might look for the counter engage. Okay, we'll throw Kirk then. Wait a minute, why he's got too many items, he's way too tanky, even our Sicilian can't cut through him with a Wishing Lantern. So, I definitely need to double check the item list every once in a while. Secondly, when they retreat retreat back, they clump up so
That's right.
much.
You don't want to do that when you're facing up against a Tigro. And also, I want to add one more point. They have main character energy. So what I mean by that is whenever one member of the team dies, they just go in one by one.
Yeah,
they're just like, yeah, I can take you on. It's like Yipman. I want to fight 10 men.
Yeah, the craziest
thing, the kind of concept. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean the craziest thing was like the 7.5 minute sequence top side.
They were 8,000 gold behind, and they think they can 1v5.
I mean, you look at how low. Well, on a hindsight, right? Like everyone or most people from Onyx PH were less than 50% health. But they were playing at the 50, 20% health and they were winning.
Yeah.
The fights could see you soon. They just kept going in. Like Brand TZ probably died like 3 times in that sequence. He died, came back, did the same thing, died, came back, and did the same thing and died again.
Yeah, I think that the only person who's allowed to have main character energy is probably Nomad. I think that he's definitely got the mechanics to do so. He's got that fast hands, right? But he needs that shield in front to block some of these skill shots. Because he is just dying to like splash damage. He is dying to just random death sonatas colliding against his teammates rather than just him. Even so, he obviously made a couple of mistakes. Like, you know,
there were quite a bit of like, he just goes in without the rest of his team for a backup. Gets the Zima Force and he tries to dash around. It's not enough.
It was a good attempt coming in for Siusu. They clearly have the mechanics, but there's a lot of habits that are not refined just yet.
Yeah. I also do want to say that I was a little bit hesitant when the Novaria was picked up, but look at that. Super Friends MVP, 89% KP with 5 kills and always hitting that snipes. I remember that one astral shot into the Kara's Death Sonata. That was beautiful.
Yes.
I mean, it was an alley-oop if I've ever seen one.
When Novaria was released, right? Like she's not just good for the intel gathering, but when you're sieging people from long range, Novaria is an absolute menace.
It's so much fun, especially when you know your opponent doesn't have high ground. Like, okay, Akira's gonna be there, but who's gonna block the shots? Luffy, Ryzen, Nomad? Like, it's just free damage, right? You expect the Novaria to always just be on your tail. And once again, we look at the Golden EXP graph, it's very evident. Once we get towards the 10-minute mark and things start getting crazy, you can see the exponential jump of Golden EXP.
Yeah. I mean, to Onyx's favor, they were very, very smart in how they played. They knew when to back off. They knew when to ride that momentum, keep it on that high. They knew when to move around that macro play. And See You Soon didn't know how to move around. They're sort of like 5 members playing a different game all at once.
You kind of like have to know when to pump the brakes, right? Like just call it quits, cut your losses. You don't like... It's a tough call to make because you keep feeling like you could get something, you know, like the Onyx Philippines, the help us looking juicy, but sometimes you just gotta let it go. And unfortunately, they let go too late, so Onyx Philippines just cut the cord for them. MVP this game, Super Friends on that Novaria. We don't get to see this often, but it is a masterclass nonetheless.
It really is. I think, you know, what's great about Onyx PH is how well-rounded this team is, right? We've seen many champions, many world champions before either have great mechanics, but then it's like even in losing situations, they turned it around, which is why that made them great. Other teams with decent chemistry, but they figured out something in the meta that nobody else has. I think that Onyx PH, as the current world champion, being a team that's so well-rounded where it translates from micro to macro, and even when it comes down to draft, bringing it into the game, there's just so much synergy between the composition.
I think they're up and running for being one of the best teams in the world so far, and they're very consistent in how they clear out battles. We kind of understand how they play the games with different heroes to that respect. But it's always so clean. It's always so dominant. There isn't a game that I remember seeing where Onyx PH was playing on the back foot. It wasn't a very, very close game. Sure, they had some early game mistakes that they made. Brusco went a little bit too deep. Kirk went in a little bit too deep. But in the late game or in the mid stage of the game, Onyx PH was just riding that high.
Yeah, I mean, they always make you work for it, right? Even when you kind of call back to the games that they lost, whether it's the MPL finals or in M6, it wasn't easy wins for the teams. Like for teams like Falcons or Aurora, it was just straight up you have to work for it. Like they make you bleed for that win.
They really do. They have a certain understanding of the current metagame that I think most people don't have. They see how everything interconnects with each other. And I feel like a lot of teams right now don't have that level of foresight when they're in the game. They have like maybe 3 out of the 4 aspects of the game. Usually one thing that's missing. And that's when Onyx PH kind of figures out what you're weak at and continues to jab you in those spots.
Very straightforward ending, honestly. I mean, Onyx Philippines ending day 1 in their groups 2-0, but you can't say the same for See You Soon, right? They're both in Group A, but See You Soon. It's gonna be a tough journey for the next 2 days. 3 more series for them, and the window is closing fairly quickly.
It is. It is. It has been quite the day, but this group is not getting any easier, right?
No.
I think a lot of, the expected teams to make it into the next round are winning their games, but it's still starting to become a bit of a climb, right? Onyx Indonesia is making a good example of things. Even Bigatron has like a couple of like cool points here and there, and it's only going to get more devastating as each day passes.
Yeah, you look at Group A, right? The group of death. We say that Onyx Philippines are surrounded by star-studded roster, right? SRG is in this group as well. We won't see them on Stream B, but somewhere down the road that match is gonna happen, right? For the rest of the group stage. But for now, it's going to be Onyx Philippines with extending that win streak in the group stage. We talked to Carrier early on, but now let's talk to the other K from the roster. It's gonna be Kirk on the line. What's up, Kirk?
Hello.
Hello.
So 2-0 so far in the first day of the group stage. Seems like you guys were pretty chill about that win. Was it easy, against See You Soon?
I don't think so. It's not easy. I mean, yeah.
That's what they all say.
That's what they all say.
That's what they
PR
all
trained.
say.
The man is PR trained.
He
That's
is
what
PR
I'm saying.
He is PR trained. But Kirk, I'm more interested in knowing how you guys are going into your scrims. How exactly have you guys made full use of your scrims currently in Johor? Because again, I'm assuming everybody wants to play against you guys.
Right now we have a limited screen time, so that's it. Only Onyx Indo, yeah.
Only Onyx Indo.
With your sister squad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now.
Funny enough, I want to get your opinion on Onyx Indonesia, right? How are they in comparison to you guys? Do you think they will make it out of the groups to join you guys alongside in the playoffs, or do you think that they're still missing something?
Right now, I think we're gonna face them on playoffs, so I hope we face on grand finals.
Oh, so the Onyx, right? The sister teams in playoffs. Kirk, I want to kind of get your thought on this, right? Because so Churros did say that teams who have kind of won it all, won the biggest championship like you guys, the M Series. How do you keep on being hungry and wanting to keep on winning, right? How do you keep yourself motivated?
Our coach always said that M6 is M6 and Snapdragon is Snapdragon, like that. So M6
think?
is already in the past.
Yeah, but what do you think? Like, do you think like, okay, I'm one of the best in the world, and the pressure's getting to me? How do you feel about like after winning M6, and what are your goals moving forward?
Our goal is to defend the MPL champion and participate in the MC.
Well, it's kind of looking up to see in that respect.
So like a potential golden road, like for you guys, right? Like three teams have attempted it. None of them have succeeded. You think that the 4th time is going to be charm? Is this year going to be that Onyx PH year, like the strongest run that we have seen? It seems to me that you guys are building up towards that route. You think it's going to maintain throughout the rest of 2025?
We're gonna try this year.
Yeah, and try we will. I do have one more question for you as well. I'm just building on Gideon and Husky's point. Which other teams do you think is better than Onyx PH?
Maybe.
Well, right now.
Team Liquid. Right now, Team Liquid. Yeah.
Team Liquid ID?
Team Liquid ID?
Yeah, Team Liquid
What do you
ID.
do if you face them again? It's sort of like the M6 rematch.
Yeah. Maybe we're gonna beat them again, like that. Yeah.
You did it once, right?
Yeah, we did it once.
You did it once already on the bigger stage. before we let you off, Kirk, I want to give a quick opinion on this. You know, I didn't ask Kaura. What out of 1 to 10, right? From a score of 1 to 10, how would you rate King Kong's new hair color?
0.
0. All right.
This guy gets it. This guy gets
We
it.
all agree we have the same set. Thank you very much, Kirk.
Thank you very much, bro.
Thank you very much. I mean, you still got more days. Oh, man. 0 out of
You're
10
gonna
for
sow
King
some
Kong.
discord between the team.
Hey, that's the only way to beat them, though. Remember what Kara said? It's all about the mind.
It's all about the mind. It's all about the mind.
0 out of 10 for King Kong's hair.
Oh,
Kirk
dude.
said it, not us. Kirk said it.
Jeez. Oh, man.
Actually, we should do something like dye our hair red.
And
or
I dyed it
like
pink
a
before.
weird color.
I ain't going back. I've done it before. I'm not going back.
He doesn't wear like Rose's hair. Rose's hair.
He
when
did
was
it,
cut.
right? Like,
Yeah, he did it.
Yes, I have. I have
So
done it.
you're the one that hasn't done anything.
Not yet. I don't know what our
Not
bit
yet.
is gonna be, but like.
Hey, look, we're not making any bets. We're not making any bets just yet. You know, all bets are off the table until we see all of the teams perform.
That's right.
Yeah, you know how serious the Clippers take it, right? Like I make one rogue statement and my face ends up on YouTube the next day. I ain't taking that risk this time. You know?
Yo, let's go.
2-0 SRG Team Flash. Yeah, let's go SRG.
Whoa.
Let's go.
So-
Malaysian at heart, brother.
Wait, now you get to say it to his face directly.
Oh yeah, get smashed.
I think you got it wrong. This is Team Flash KH.
This is-
Team Flash KH. It's not the Singapore.
So they lost the NIP and the D. I heard someone said it.
Don't make me pull a LaFell on you. Let me tell you.
Yeah, just you wait. It's gonna bite us in the butt one of these days.
Yeah.
Great to see that SRG is doing well. I am curious about some of the other games. I'm not sure if they've already concluded or not, but if because of this interview, I hope that tomorrow, if King Kong comes back in with like a new stripe of hair, we know whose fault it is.
Yeah, it's Kirk.
It's Kirk.
But instead of training, he goes back and dyes his hair.
Kurt
again.
made him bleach his hair. Who knows, right?
He just bleaches like one side of it. He's just
So
like,
now he's like Sans, but with full highlight on one side.
yeah.
But hey. To
All right,
that point.
so Stream A update, it was Team Liquid Indonesia against Bigatron Alpha, so they're still ongoing. That's why you stay at Stream B, right? We finished it quick and easy. 1-0 in favor of Team Liquid ID so far, so we gotta check back later on and see how that turns out.
Mirko's sweating.
Yeah, Mirko's losing his mind. He was live just now. He's like, what's going on? You know, Bigatron are losing.
Yeah.
So I made him choose. I was like, Mirko, if you have to choose between Bigatron winning and Liverpool winning, he instantly dropped Bigatron. He was like, Liverpool will win. Like, he sacrificed his team, alright? So, and just putting it out there.
Oh, he knows his allegiance. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows his allegiance. Hey,
Both of it.
Both of his blood runs red, clearly, but maybe not just for the aliens. We'll see, because I do think that the aliens have a very good opportunity. It's just whether or not the team kind of finds their mojo. Because again, as we see from what the meta is demanding from these players, it's more chemistry more than anything else.
The aliens? You mean the robots?
The robots.
Oh, the robot aliens?
You know, to that point.
Anyways, coming up, Team Falcons up against the EVOS Holy. This one is going to be interesting because they both reverse swept their previous series. The Team Falcons reverse swept Onyx Esports, and EVOS Holy reverse swept RRQ Hoshi. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Quick words. Expectations.
I think it's gonna be spicy. I think that EVOS Holy is gonna show up this time around and really trying to bring a full 3 games against Falcons.
Yeah, actually, first game was against EVOS Holy versus RRQ. That is their hometown, sort of like ID versus ID kind of thing. This is their true test up against a international team, PH team. So the audience likes it, we likes it. It's the age-old PH versus ID.
Yeah, so far PH has been 2-0 on this streak.
That's right.
Yeah, Onyx Philippines drawing one, Team Falcons drawing another. If there's any chance for Indonesia to reclaim some pride, it's going to be this one. And I agree, I think this is going to be quite close, seeing how EVOS Holy has really kind of gotten through the challenge stage, right? A lot of rising talents. Albert, I think that's one a lot of people are very interested in seeing.
Of course, I mean, Albert's been out of play for like quite some time, and now he's like, I'm on the front lines once more. You know, I'm not in the back kind of giving suggestions. Now it's like, it's time for me to go to war.
And he's back in his element. He's playing the jungle. He's feeling good. He's feeling strong. And I'm just excited to see how it goes to the Philippines games and Falcons.
So suspense is always a great thing, and thankfully we have plenty of time as we go into a slightly extended break. So, get your dinner, get cozy, get your popcorn, because when we come back, it's another PH versus ID. This time, EVOS Holy against Team Falcons. We see you in a bit.
Here we go!
Yeah, just cut my new hair. What do you guys think? Is it good or bad?
Nggak setuju sih kalau yang itu no king of no era, berarti dia kayak ini ya, nyepelein gitu.
My thank you to the fans that are very entertained by my gameplay or by my personality. I will try harder to make you all happy.
Pembohongan publik biar scene Mobile Legends rame aja mungkin.
Nah, alhamdulillah itu bisa dibilang ya ucap syukur kita lah.
Enggak dong, kan aku masih di BG dan masih main di turnamen SPS ini.
Kita yakin kita bisa lolos playoff di season depan.
Yeah, so King Kong, see you when we face against each other, and let's give our best.
Ditunggu aja nanti siapa yang bakal main di turnamen ini dan di MPL.
Thank you. I hope that's so.
Ya, terima kasih. Semoga kita bisa memberikan yang terbaik di turnamen perdana kita di 2025 ini.
burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement. Understand it when I'm impatient. That only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places. The strength to stand here in the place that only I give to me. Allergic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady jump design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, looking up your life. This is my syntax. Waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had any chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Savage love, just that I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Double the waist and ride. Beg for one more chance, yeah. Know you got carried away, ooh,
you beg me to say. Even this with greatness, space to stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And I'll be big Tom status and it's ours for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No world, a lot to handle. But I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance. Although I know we're different. Together we both faded. So I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment.
so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit in, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seize the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never did lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
wave, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine? Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. Music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind. My mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden.
distracted when the doubts start saying my name. I can go there easily, and it's hard to maintain, 'cause I know it's not the world I know, it's me. Believe in every little thing I hear, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. It stays coming in waves, and no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. Now I'm running this race, yeah. Stallions couldn't catch up to me. I'm running till I get first place. I'm running till I get everything, everything I ever wanted in my dream. No, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to the greatest stage, coming in waves. And no, I ain't no stranger to the fire, burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement, understanding when I'm impatient, that only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places, the strength to stand fear in the face, that only I give to me. Allergic into atoms. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Steady jump to sun, think I know your plan. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with that. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with that. Steady jump design, think I know you're fine. Steady jump design, steady jump design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cutthroat code, run it again with that. XOX cutthroat code, run it Why'd you think that it's nice? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. It's in your face, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't wanna waste it right. Make it for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. You've been messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was stuck in a place, then you got in the way. All the love we made, got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna find you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away, edit, ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it more, give it more.
gas till you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it. Whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Once I'm yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big gold confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you.
Let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mashed. Let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Your vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Your vibe, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind. My mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here we go!
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Group Stage Season 6 for Mobile Legends. Bang bang, we got one more best of 3 before we close out the night. It's me, Husky, as your desk host on this marvelous stream B, alongside with Churros and Leo back on the desk. And boy, we have another Indonesia versus Philippines rivalry to close things out. This time, EVOS Holy takes on Team Falcons to see if they can reclaim some pride for the Indo region. Because so far on Stream B, it has been Philippines all the way.
It's the EVOS fam going up against the Nest, and interesting how these two teams' runs today have went. Both have won their own fair share of a reverse sweep. So should be quite the battle, especially they both went through their own kind of reformations, right? Falcons, new management, that's it. It's the same squad that has been kicking butt for the past 2 years. And then you have EVOS Holy that literally has like a majority of new players under their banner.
Yeah, and both of these teams, like just to add on to your point, the previous games, Falcon PH against Onyx ID, it was a 2-1 reverse sweep. The first game a little bit shaky, but they got their stride back into it. They found the momentum, and they got that win. It was Holy on the other hand. It was against RRQ, their hometown heroes as well. 2-1 is the scoreline. But this time around, it's going to be the true test of strength and limits for EVOS Holy.
Yep. And on top of that, I talked, like Mirko did say that even in the reverse sweep between EVOS Holy and RQ Hoshi, RQ actually had majority of the actually had the lead in those games, right?
Yeah.
So EVOS Holy being able to adapt, play from behind, and then take the W really speaks volumes of the stakes of this series itself. I think, you know, EVOS Holy, are there any expectations coming into this? Like, what's the general consensus? Are we leaning towards the Falcons, or are we leaning towards EVOS Holy?
I personally, I'm for Falcons here. I dare even say this might end in a sweep. That's just me.
Actually, I do agree with Leo on this point. Definitely a 2-0 based on just statistics alone. EVOS Holy, like I said again, this is their true test of limits. If they're able to hold themselves well and play from behind, or show us that they do have some fight in them, then they do have a shot in taking this into maybe a 2-1 series if EVOS Holy is really feeling it.
I know that when we look back at the challenge stage, EVOS Holy, they did have quite a more straightforward run, but we'll talk about the opponents first. Team Falcons don't need more introductions, but you know, Flap TZ, Cow TZ, Few, Ogwen, and Super Marco, we saw them earlier today with their reverse sweep over Onyx esports, now trying to close out the day with a 2-0 record.
Yep, I feel like if Team Falcons PH go deep into SBS, maybe even win it back-to-back, they are the defending champions, they might go for another world tour. It's possible. 2025 might be the year.
Yeah. It's they were the reigning champions of SPS Season 5 last season. This time around, they had a very shaky start up against Onyx ID with a very brand new lineup. You have Savaro from Onyx ID. They suffered a little bit, but they found their stride. They got what they're looking for, and they played really well, especially from Flap TZ on just that game. We'll have to see the rest of the team members really pick it up into this one round.
It was a draft, man.
It was definitely a draft.
It was like we were all in agreement that that series kind of boiled down to the draft. First 2 games boiled down to the draft. Game 3, obviously, there was some disparity, but that only came into effect when we hit that mid to late game. But I would say Team Falcons, they have found some of that win con, at least in the hero pool, right? With Flap TZ, both games he won, he was on that Badang. We saw Ogwen kind of bust out the Kufra in Game 3. Some variations compared to maybe some of the earlier games that we have witnessed. I think Team Falcons a lot more daring to display different playstyles.
Marco only plays Granger.
And
like, that's it.
Granger.
That's it. Just call him Super Granger.
Yeah, I remember when Roger was one of the meta picks, he only always plays Roger.
Yeah. It was him and Innocent, you know, like one of the few people that do it.
Yeah,
it's nasty stuff. But that's, I mean, Team Falcons, it's good to see that they sort of are coming back in form if they've ever kind of fallen off in recent times. I know, looking at last year, them and TLPH not making it onto that world stage was sort of a revelation for the Filipino scene. But again, this time, the team that faced off, that kind of had to face them off in the previous challenge finals isn't even here, right? So that kind of shows you the shift in that landscape. Because we have to take a look at Ogwen first today. These are the heroes that he has played: Tigro, Kufra, and Matilda. Obviously, Matilda, the only one with a loss.
I just want to point out and interject, the Matilda lose rate was because I think Lucas Jungle just doesn't work in this meta. Hades picked it up in the Flash games. Kyle TZ actually picked it up in the first game against Onyx ID. I think it just really didn't work out. It's not that Matilda is bad in this aspect. They had so many good plays around, situating around Ogwen, but Kyle TZ's Lucas pick, that was just really, really weird.
I'm going to come to you in a little bit, Leo, because I want to talk about EVO's Holy, right? I'm sure you have some input. We got Reggie, Albert, Deposit, Key, and Erlan. And of course, Key, latest addition to the team. When we saw the rest of them perform in the challenge stage where they were in Group C, had a more straightforward route. They 2-0 Homeboys and then they 2-1 TLID to get that first slot into the challenge finals. But how's the outlook going to be? I know you lean towards Team Falcons, but I want to hear your thoughts on
no. If only it wasn't Falcons they were facing off of, I would say EVO's Holy is taking this, right? It's just that Falcons and my boys. So EVO's Holy, that bout against TLID went 3 games, 2-1, average of 15-30, right? Across the board. That is your M6 Grand Finalist, right? That is a very strong team on an international stage that they took to the limit and took down, forcing them to play through the LCQs. So I'm liking EVO's Holy. I'm a big fan of Reggie, aka Fluffy. I'm a big fan of Albert, Baby Alien.
Albert.
At this point, he's just an alien. I'm a big fan of Deposit, mid lane extraordinaire. I'm a big fan of Erlan, also known as Duma. And of course, Key, fresh off of his transfer. He's used to wearing red, now he's blue.
Even when back in BTR, Key was instrumental to kind of the wins that we have seen from that team. I do kind of like the new look. Just in that role itself, right? Key against Ogwen is kind of a matchup that I think is worth looking forward to.
Yeah, I think they're all in their comfort zone. I was watching the match against RRQ, and I think EVO's Holy, they really need to find each other's understanding of their roles and positionings within the game. And Albert is really, really comfortable in the jungle role. But not only that, Erlan, Deposit, and Key, we talked about this a little bit more. They've been Albert's sort of like enablers. It enables him to make these crucial plays. And we see his win rates all across the board during the challenge qualifiers right now. Suyo 75%, Ferdrin 50%, Hayabusa 100% win rate. Definitely looking out for his assassins. This is what he was known for all the way back from when I got to know him in N3.
It's more than just the assassins. The fact that his top 3 is a full spread of the full gamut of what's possible in the jungle makes him out of this world. I get it. Why they call him the alien, man.
Yeah, it's the full spectrum, right?
Abduct me.
He fills in the blanks, right? Whatever you need, he can fit that. Of course, we have to look at the head-to-head as well. In terms of numbers, right? Like it's a pretty jarring kind of advantage over to EVO's Holy, just in team average kills compared to Team Falcons. Even in terms of the hero pools, most picked for EVO's Holy is that Loi Suyo, but it's also on that most banned, at least for that Loi. But when it comes to the most picked for Falcons, we've only really saw them play that one series today, so sample size is a bit small. But it's fair to say, you did point it out, Super Marco only played Granger.
I think in this case, sample size is definitely a factor. But then again, I'm going to throw a little bit more controversial over here. Watching the game against EVOS and RRQ, it kind of seems like a brawl meta kind of thing coming out yet again. Falcons, on the other hand, are Filipino teams, from what I understand. They really like to play the macro game, always going for the main objectives. And I think that Falcons really stick to their guns. They understand what their signature playstyle is, playing around the mid lane trio. And then when Super Marco comes up online, they try to play around that gold lane matchup as well. So this is going to be very, very tough to break down, especially for the Indo teams. I see 2s across the board for Falcons right here.
Yeah, we're all in agreement that Falcons is going to take this. But I am interested to see how far EVO's Holy can push Team Falcons, right? Like, they played from behind against RQ Hoshi earlier on. So there is that element that we've already seen from Team Falcons against Onyx. So now it's time to see if EVO's Holy can kind of match that, especially in the draft where Team Falcons have shown a lot of that diversity.
Yeah, my only hope really is that neither team play around too much. And this is more of a jab at Falcons. Looking at the draft for EVO's Holy, I don't see anything too crazy. You know what I mean? Like, looking at their games 1, 2, and 3 against RRQ today, not much here is too out of the box. I still cannot get over the jungle Lucas. So yeah, hopefully we do see something a little more straightforward, something that allows for Falcons to scale the way that they need to scale, engage where they need to engage, and control the map. Because that's how Filipinos play. You're right, Churros. We're very macro-centric. We'll fight if we need to fight, but that's why those numbers are so low. It's because we just take what we need to get out, win the game.
I think what's beautiful about like Filipino teams coming in is during the Turtle Lord dances, they really like to use these major objectives as bait. Yeah, they start things off, but when the opponents come in, it's sort of like, let's ditch that objective, let's go for the kills first, let's secure that major win around these objectives before we even take that off. Because what's the point of getting that Lord if all of our members are down?
That's what you call the art of the turn.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at some of the numbers, and coincidentally, both EVOS Holy and Team Falcons play some of the longer games today, right? Like Team Falcons capped out at almost 20 minutes. EVOS Holy's longest game against RQ was 18 minutes and 20 seconds. So they have played a long run as well. It's good to know that Granger is finally banned out, so Super Marco will have to pick a second goal laner.
It might be a Moskov right here. It has been prioritized quite a bit this stance. Suyo being picked up first, but I get why Team Falcons actually prioritize that Loyi, the Leaf ban, because Dapis has been doing so well in these sort of like objective utility control mages, using diversion to go into places that you never expect, especially when you're playing against someone like EVOS Holy. You have someone in the jungles like Albert. Assassins were coming out, dealing a lot of damage from that backside.
Yeah, Falcons struggled with the Eve earlier in the hands of Sun, so this just checks out. What's EVOS Holy thinking? Harith is still on the board. Badang is still on the board. These are all solid pickups.
Yeah. Crazy enough that EVOS Holy got to play Loyi in all 3 games against RQ Host. Right?
That they did.
Yeah, so the Badang comes through. We got the Harith as well, so you caught it, Leo. Take it away from Flap, right? Team Falcons have shown that they can play that Badang, but now EVOS Holy takes it.
Yep, so what do? Put the Lucas into Flap right now? You got Lucas...
Possible,
I want to hear your thoughts on this, Shuros. Like you were kind of on the fence on Lucas, right?
Yeah, I was on the fence on Lucas. I think the Hylos is a good pick, just because of the Glorious Pathway and how Ogun was able to use this Glorious Pathway to just block out all possible exits, use it to secure objectives. And the beauty of this Hylos is that in the early game, you're just so tanky, you're just so annoying. There's no way they can take you down, even with the Badang coming in. So sort of like understanding and adapting to the ways that Badang is able to play, either in the roam or either in EXP.
I like this.
This Hayabusa.
Yeah. Yep, you gotta ban the Hilda. Ban the Hilda, EVOS. Do it.
But how is that Hayabusa gonna function against Team Falcons, right? Like the general idea is you hit the back line, you assassinate the back line, but you have targets that you don't really want to go onto, right? Like not the Hylos, not the Suyo. Moskov is not the easiest to catch as well.
He's a cleaner. He's a cleaner. Albert is like 70-80% of the time he's farming or split pushing, and then coming in to finish the job that the Harith or the other, like the mid laner is gonna do. Just clean up, really. Like
janitor.
That's the
janitor duty, yeah.
It's a dirty job. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah. But the tough thing is, you've got the spear to knock Albert back if he ever flies too close to Super Marco. So that's going to be a very tough bit to handle for EVOS Holy. But then again, using the Hayabusa, getting that split push, because we're talking about like more macro game centric. And after the 8-minute mark, I'm gonna be able to see Albert in the long lanes, trying to clear it out, trying to maintain that wave priority. So that's gonna be one of the biggest things that Albert needs to be able to do, especially with the long cooldown, the shadow kills as well, and the shadow forms. So going into the second phase of the bans, Jawhead getting banned out. Phovius as well. I think Hilda should be banned out just to give Albert an easier time in the early game. Seeing how Falcons like to function like that.
Yeah, because I don't mind if that's a Hilda in the... Oh, they're going to let it through. Unless they pick it themselves.
Yeah, I was thinking of that, right? Like either they pick it themselves or they feel confident enough that this Badang is going to be kind of the sandbag to stop that Hilda. I mean, we've seen that earlier on between Onyx and Team Falcons, but that one was sort of more like a wet noodle fest in that XP lane.
And then it's really super high mobility for Team Falcons. With the high loss, with the Suyo, and with the Hilda in play, EVOS Holy gonna have a tough time in the jungle. But that's more like,
lead, right? Like
just reminds me of like Onyx PH and how they like to play. It's really strong trio. with the inclusion of like the Silent EXP coming into the jungles and making it their home. So Gato is going to be the ban of choice for Team Falcons. Does look like Evo's Holy is all in their minds to pick up the Hilda for themselves.
Still no mid laners though. What's left? Aurora, Vexana,
Farsa.
I don't want to Veil if I'm Falcons here.
There's
Valentina. So yeah.
I don't want to Veil. Don't make few Veil here.
They want to just deny the Lucas from Team Falcons because they're edging on that Hylos to go into the roam.
Risky to Faramis.
Risky though.
Few has picked Faramis into Valentina many a time and still won, so.
Yeah. Right now you have the Hylos and the Faramis, so another realm, Glorious Pathway, that's a very, very deadly combo.
Yeah. A lot of value for the for Deposit too, right? Like even like without the Faramis, you already have the Glorious Pathway, which honestly empowers kind of what Evo's Holy wants to do already, you know, with the Harry Badang.
Well, CC could be picked up right here as well.
For Falcons?
For Falcons, yeah. Get the CC, you lock Harith and Hayabusa down with your curtain call.
You usually don't see the Hayabusa though first.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you only see one of them.
Trap Harith in, throw down the same course, but it will be the Kufra instead. So the Hylos going into the EXP and then the Vexana coming out as well. So
yeah, I think Ogwen's still feeling himself from the previous series, right? Having a great Kufra performance.
Alright, so that's still two solid ults you want to steal, right? Glorious Pathway and
Tyrant's Revenge.
Eternal Guard. I don't think I would hug people as a Vexana. As a
I think
Valentina.
that was what Suns did in previous games. I think that's to his downfall because like it's more difficult because you have to commit your dashes, get into the right position, and then use the time.
And your flicker, not to mention.
And then your flicker. That's right.
And there's the Lucas. I do believe this is going to be an XP Lucas with the Badang in Rome. A lot of work for Key to do. Yeah, I don't think that'll be easy. You're gonna have to dash through that Kufra, and then with the bouncing ball, you stop.
Yeah, it looks like seems like Evo's Holy's draft is designed to do like hit and runs, right? Like drive-bys. You're not looking to full commit into this solid brick wall of Falcons.
Trying to think of the interaction between the Badang and the Kufra. Once you get knocked up by that, does the wall still come out?
I think if you dash into it, it comes out, right?
If you dash into it, but if you use this bouncing ball
something,
just in the nick of time.
I assume when you hit something, it comes out, so it should still generate. Well, only one way to find out, right?
Only one way to find out, as they say.
Getting loaded into game number 1. So, gentlemen, party, night is still young. Here we go. Evo's Holy against Team Falcons.
The opener, a best of 3 between the finest from Indonesia and the finest of the Philippines. New kids on the block, you could call him. Same old dog, new tricks coming at you. The final best of 3 on Stream B. It's Team Falcons versus Evo's Holy.
The age-old IDPH matchup once again. If anyone has a chance to take down the PH team, it might have been Onyx ID, but right now Evo's Holy has a very, very strong shot.
These are former world champions we're talking about.
Former world champions, yeah.
One through franchise, the other through members. One quick look at the emblems. This is a Warcry Hayabusa.
Concussive Blast on the Lucas, just to clear lanes a little bit faster, get that early game rotations.
Quantum Charge on the Badang here.
Quantum Charge, Badang.
That is indeed hit and run, like a punch you, move, heal. Punch you, move, heal.
Yeah, support emblem just to get a little bit more shields coming in from the ultimate as well. So, wants to be playing a little bit more aggressive in this front. First rotations coming in, moving towards that gold side. I don't think Team Falcons will be able to react to this one.
Oh! Kyle, what was that? Deposit, at least he did not have to use his flicker. That's fine. But still, that's a TKO. Sent him home.
Yeah, very early game damage, high damage from Kyle TZ right off the bat. I think Evo's Holy doesn't want to play too passive. You want to get some kills, get some engages going because you do have that Badang in your arsenal. So first major objective game coming up in the next 20 seconds. Does look like both teams just want to play a little bit more passively, try to get that power spikes going before making any big decisions.
Yep, that's the wave sent over, given to Ogwin, but he is yet to reach level 4.
Oh,
they catch Few.
Few flickers out just in the nick of time. Kyle TZ comes in with a re-engage. Jump will miss, goes wide. And Reggie able to walk out of there. Gets the wall trapped up, that TZ, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. A lot of damage, but getting chipped down, tickled. The Revitalize keeps him up alive. Looks like a free turtle going in the hands of Kyle TZ.
Oh wow, such a turn of events here. A stolen Glorious Pathway, continuing the fight.
With the knockout, not yet level 3. So it's just getting trapped in between the walls. This Team Falcons managed to get 2 and the Lord in their name.
F2F, fumble to fumble, as EVOS Holy not only lose 2 members, but as well the major objective, propelling Falcons up by 1,000 gold deficit. Though, where's he getting all this damage? I mean, yeah, he is throwing. Oh, wait! Ogwin jumps on the one. No one home. Let's go of Erlan.
Yeah, you don't want to commit the Tyrant's Rage way underneath the turret. That's a very good call by Ogwin. Very good jump, though. Just to keep EVOS Holy at bay, you need to be able to manipulate their rotations up towards that gold lane, try to protect and babysit Erlan a little bit more before making any moves.
Oh, look at this. The gold leaderboard fluctuating between the 3 here. Albert is caught out by Flap.
In a spot of bother right there. Forced to use the OEG Shadow Kill. Able to dash out of there in the nick of time. No backup from Team Falcons, but they had their eyes set on Deficit. Goes down once again by Fat Teasy. Team Falcons right up on top of the board.
Now Deficit knows how Sans feels like from that series earlier today. That's literally the same kind of jumps that Ogwin had Packin. And now you ask, now you wonder, what's EVOS Holy to do? I think just alone from Ogwin, it answers so much, it does so much. Ooh.
Albert.
Great instincts.
Very, very close. Kill, I think just a couple more hits, but knocked down. The fist crack, tries to lock them in. Dashes out in the nick of time as Ogwin tries to use the bounce ball to get out of the way. Able to use the revitalize just to keep him up alive, but not for long as 5 members come down just to take down Ogwin right before the turtle spawns up.
That's a little bit of that passive coming through. He threw that little mummy tape to heal up, and it kept him alive for maybe a second more, but a little too late, man. You dove into 3. Let's believe you're going to get punished. So on the board, finally, EVOS Holy are. Perfect timing for the turtle. Upper quarter to the map. Man advantage for EVOS Holy.
Yep.
As Team Falcons want to leverage his 1,500 gold lead. Reggie down to half health.
Ooh, he doesn't have his rage meter all filled up. Reggie forced to dash out of the way. It does look like Ogwin's already in the fray. He's got the Glorious Pathway set up, trying to block everyone. Misses the jump. Turtle will go in the hands of Kyle Tease as everyone jumps in, tries to use all the ultimate Saber Force, trying to dash out, dealing enough damage to take down Fat Tease in the process. Reggie does have his rage meter, hasn't turns into beast form, tries to get enough damage to take down every single one of the members of Team Falcons.
Team Falcons struggled to make the most of the resources. I mean, this is their characteristic. They are stretching out every single thing they can, pulling out ults at the very last moment, and I think the difference between a win and a loss in that turtle pit would have been an ult at the right time. The stolen Eternal Guard from Deficit knocked up and dealt too much damage to the rest of Falcons. They had no choice but to collapse backwards.
Yeah.
So this is EVOS Holy being more than just on the board. They are in contention rate for this final turtle. It's 3-3, barely any gold between them.
Yeah, as you said it though, the economy has equalized just a little bit more. EVOS Holy looking to take down some more. As time goes by, Erlan gets a lot more stronger. Second on the gold leaderboard, Kyle TZ is right on top, but not far behind though. If Erlan gets a little bit more items, might be able to take down, cause a lot more skirmishes.
Well, Kyle TZ is going to come in Grand Theft Purple. Did he get it? Oh no, I think
didn't.
Albert secured.
Albert secured it. Just for a while, Glorious Pathway, just to get everyone out safe. You want to stay into your homes a little bit longer. As EVOS Holy looking for more, looking to ramp up the aggression.
All right. The Indonesian Shinobi keeping his buff, keeping himself at level, a gap away from Kyle TZ despite the difficulties of the first 5 minutes. The fact that Albert is holding on is big news. Oh, look at this!
Concealed play, but Super Marco dashes right out in the nick of time as Erlan pops that Zaman Force. Trying to get as much as he can, but no minions. Won't be able to take down the T2 top side.
Good chunk of resources sent to scare Mark on his pants, but he kept it on. He's got a good pair of trousers there. 500 gold between them now. Last turtle spawning lower quarter. Yeah, Marco is he's in a happy position. He can just throw out an SOD and make it a 5v5.
Ogwin with yet another jump. Tyrant's Rage already committed. Will be able to dish out a lot of the ultimate. Zaman Force already popped up as well. Turtle pulled back, but it's a little bit too premature. as both teams don't have their crucial ultimates for this fight.
No Zaman Force, nothing to steal. I think Evo's Holy are just full-on committing to this turtle. We just need this, man. Let's take it.
Lord's Pathway, concealed play coming in. Super Marco takes down Turtle up on the top side, but it does not matter as Albert takes down that turtle. Reggie's way too deep in, but Albert's there for backup, blocking down that backside as Few gets taken out by Airline.
All right, real time. I think the call for Falcons was Marco, just take the turret, man. This is a losing fight. We already lost Few and Flap. Just take the turret. And there's only so much Hey, Moscow can do. He does click the SOD.
SOD. Oh, that was too little too late, though. As Airline able to dash out in the nick of time. He's got that Purify, popped it just right. But I just realized this. Super Marco has the Flicker instead of the Purify. What do you think of this one? Because it does seem like Kai has been doing the Lord's work, making those walls count.
I think the Purify is good. Sorry. The Purify is good, but the Flicker is better in the case of Super Marco right now. Question is, it's about 8 minutes in. Has he died?
Not yet.
He's not missing the Purify then.
Not yet.
I think it's fine, because who are you scared of as the Moscow with the Purify, right? You're scared of Reggie, sure he jumps onto you, and Key. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all you're scared of. So if you can space yourself and kite, you're fine. The jump on Ogwin denied. He got jumped on.
Yeah, he jumps over the wall. Lion jump over the moon or something like that. I think that's how the phrase goes. But then again, it's always like a constant push and pull for Evo's Holy. Team Falcons, they're home. Evo's Holy is like, nah, I'm coming into yours. And the whole time, Super Marco just slowly pushing down that top side, pushing up that long lane. Board spawning up in 30 seconds. What's the play for either teams?
I think Evo's Holy feel it. Like this is their moment. The power spike!
And Albert with a solo kill. Onto Ogwin, massive play coming from Albert. The baby alien, not so baby anymore. Super Marco trying to dash out the process. Didn't land the SOD to safety as Albert takes him out as well. Lord coming up in 5 seconds. Ogwin up in 5 as well. But Super Marco down. Evo's Holy, they might have a shot with this major objective.
This is a non-starter, not without Ogwin, not without Marco. It's about, what, 15 seconds off from Marco making it here. He did use the SOD, and it's not looking good for Team Falcons. This is looking like an Evo's Holy Lord, if I've ever seen one.
Reggie's taking a little bit too much damage, turns into beast form, tries to delay and buy enough time for Albert to take down that Lord in the process. Goes a little bit too deep in the back. Hao takes that down. Albert secures that Lord. Meanwhile, though, everyone's trapped in between the walls as Evo's Holy. They are taking it one at a time, 2 down for both sides. But the saving grace is that Evo's Holy has the Holy Lord.
They do have the Lord marching down bottom, and Super Marco just made it in time, so the rest of the lanes don't get punished as hard. It went from worst to bad, and this is still very bad for Falcons. I don't know what their play was going into that Lord pit. I think they had a winning image. They had this idea of maybe we can trade up, you know, like 3 for 2, 3 for 1 if we're lucky, but it became a 2 for 2. So suddenly, Evo's Holy now just has priority all over again, not just in teamfights, but even on the map. So now, check this out. It would be lucky if Falcons even keep all of their tier 2s.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order. But on the top side, though, no one's pushing it down if you're a side of Evo's Holy. Team Falcons, they're scrambling, trying to take down that Lord. Reggie already turned to beast form, try to push everyone out of the way, securing all of these neutral objectives as well. Evo's Holy, they're on the aggression. This is where we want to see if you're an Indonesian fan.
Yeah, they got to respect Reggie's. Lucas is rocking the Thunderbelt, I reckon, 11 minutes. He's got maybe upwards of 20 stacks by now. He is rocking a Dominance Ice as well, so it's not so easy for the likes of Marco, even Kyle, to take him down. And Vengeance, I think that's a huge game changer now.
Tyrant's Rage into the Glorious Pathway, trying to block out every possible asset for the same Enforce. No one's targeting Laurent. He's just dancing around. But Team Falcons, they're changing everything. Albert with a shadow kill. That's 2 members down.
SOD!
Oh! Team Falcons are turning it around!
3 for 1, currently making a 4 for 1. We ain't done. Reggie running away. Falcons with a punish.
He's out of there, just as his team all fall like flies.
He barely survives, and now the map is going to turn blue. Team Falcons never count him out. This is what they were looking for, Joros. This is what they were trying to do in that Lord pit, and they did it in their purple. I think it's a better spot to be in, too, for them.
Yeah, the damage all came from Kyle Teasy. And then you have Super Marco on the backside just rapidly firing shots. SOD landed, that's where they sound the alarm.
Yeah.
Team Falcons just go ham.
Yep, that was a kill shot right there. The SOD on Erlan. Everything else just followed. And yeah, I think a majority of that damage came from Kyle Teasy. Hold sever on hold sever. It's disgusting what the Suyo can do. Hunter Strike, War Axe, and BOD. If I'm not mistaken, he had that BOD as that fight began.
Yeah. I think he's going for the Malefic Roar just to get himself a little bit more penetration just because Reggie is tough to deal with. But then again, Lord spawning up. This is the 12-minute Lord that we're talking about. Team Falcons desperately need this just to stay away. But you've got Super Marco on the offside, and Evo's Holy needs to find a way to deal with him.
Marco up on Erlan right now just because of that turnaround. He is sitting on 4 pretty items, so he should be able to deal a lot. And look what the shutdown does for you, son. Look at that, he's up by 1,000 now.
Yeah, it was just that one fight. They just went all ham. But Evo's Holy, they're not all in on this Lord. They know that Team Marco is far away. They need to take him down just before he can do major damage. But at all times, the SOD is still in his arsenal.
Always a threat, no matter where you think Marco is. As soon as you see that little projectile, you gotta be on alert. All right, great river control by Evo's Holy. They jump on!
The fist crack! No one expected it, Rekai! Takes down few! In the process, Evo's Holy sound their alarm. They're rushing in. Glorious Pathways, last-ditch effort just to save everyone. But Reggie plus the Vengeance taking a lot of damage in. Baptiste, not enough. Will be able to use that Revitalize just to keep himself alive. But the Lord, at a quarter of his HP, will get taken down. But look at Super Marco, though, taking down the T2. They have to respond.
SOD misses its mark. Ogwin taken down here. Deposit with a finishing touch. There's so much Falcons lost on the board. The Lord, 2 members. But Falcons just snuck in that tier 2 down bottom. And Marco getting trapped again. Can he do this?
3v1, forced to use that flicker out of the way. He really desperately needs that kill on Reggie, but no, they take him out. Greedy Super Marco. With the Lord marching down that top side, Evo's Holy looking to clear things out, especially all of the T3s, if they wish.
Questionable. I mean, Marco had to make a tough call there. And
no SOD, no escape.
He could have recalled again. He had like a free 5 seconds, give or take, but in the heat of the moment, I did not have 100% of the information, so maybe he had no option really but to stay. It's just that's what, the second or third time we've seen him behind enemy lines try to pick a fight against more dudes. That numbers don't go well for you that way.
There's 3 lanes already pushing in. They're taking down that bottom side. Albert's nowhere to be seen right now. They tore down the T3 up top side. It was Holy. They got what they came for, and they're out of the way. No more Baby Alien. No more skirmish. Let's wait till our whole team is here.
All right, so Falcons is going to make quick work of this final wave, top and bottom. They should count their blessings, given that they only really got penetrated one way. Top lane down, so permanent damage. That's something that they'll have to work on. Unfortunately, that's the long lane, son. Like, they have to really take care of that, given that the Lord is spawning in the other quarter of the map, lower quarter in about a minute and change. Looking at how Key has been catching them,
he's playing really well.
I don't even know how to check. Like, who can check bushes for free?
Yeah, I think Key just has like that punches. Blind punch into the bush. He's not there. Blind punch into another bush.
Okay.
Let's go in. Just moving in one step at a time.
All right, Few now picked up the winner crown. Maybe he can afford to like just throw random skills, get in the range of some damage, and then freeze. Like he can bait himself. He can bait now. So that's something. But just as you have Team Falcons build up their reactive kit, so does EVOS. What is it now? Oh yeah, no, EVOS is up. EVOS gained so much. If anything, Erlan and Super Marco have closed the gap. Like that's it. Like they're approaching critical mass. If anything, they are at critical mass, and they're just about to go barefoot.
Almost all of the members of Team EVOS, they're inching on to level 15. Team Falcons as well, receiving the late game now. Leo, I don't know about you, but I never thought or never expected this to be that close.
Oh yeah. EVOS is real. EVOS is legit.
Yeah.
I did not expect any less.
Play coming in. The Terrifier coming out. You got the punch. This crack been getting denied. Baptiste, buy some time. You got Reggie already unleashing that beast. But Team Falcons, they don't want to commit too
Yep.
much. Look at what they got. They got Marco on the long lane yet again. It was holy. They really need to identify this threat, this
Luckily,
constant threat.
they can do it. Luckily, Marco is where he needs to be. All right. But here's the thing: given this window of time we're in, Reggie's Unleash the Beast is out of commission for a while. He does have the Vengeance. I don't know if Team Falcons can close the gap. Ogun's gonna try.
Nah,
Cancels the jump.
Nah, he cancels, and the Lord gets reset.
Woo!
Quarter of the health gets reset. Team Falcons, they got all day. I think they're waiting on 18 minutes.
Yeah, this is a shuffle. They
Yeah.
need to have full information. They need to know where everyone is, and they need to know how much of a commitment Flap and Ogwen can do. Luckily, they do have the clicker as well. Oh wait, are they waiting?
They got
Oh, no.
information that Reggie's on top.
Yeah, no,
They're
Revitalize
glitching
is
that
on cooldown or nah?
No, on cooldown.
It's waiting.
So Flapteasy
They're waiting
got
for that
caught.
too. They're waiting for that too.
He got caught, got terrified, got knocked up by few. So Ultimate's all online
Here's his teammate.
already. Yeah.
Here's his teammate.
With what few?
He got knocked up by a stolen Eternal Guard.
Yeah. Was that
Yes.
stolen? No, few uses the Eternal Guard just to knock everyone out,
Ah,
just
there
to
you go,
save
to protect-
Flapteasy.
there you
That's
go.
right.
All
That's
right,
right.
perfect. Yeah, all right, back to the dance, back to the
Back
shuffle.
to the dance. There's half health by Lord.
Is Falcons gonna blitz it?
I think they might. I think they will. It's Flapteasy. Wants the glorious pathway. Lords get reset. They want to go in for more. It's
The
Flapteasy
jump!
trying to pour everything out. The jump in will miss. Goes wide. The Saving Force already out of commission. Team Falcons, they touch and they go. Once again, a Lord reset. How long will this take?
Will they, won't they? Will they, won't they? It's like, how much does EVO's Holy nor Team Falcons need to see from their opponents to finally commit? This is, again, high stakes, ladies and gentlemen. An Evolved Lord on the line, the map on the line, the game on the line once more. Lord at less than half health.
It's a tricky slope to take. The glorious pathway just to throw everyone back off.
The
Gonna jump in. Timeless Rage on top of two. Albert trying his desperate best to try to get that Lord steal, but one member down. Ogwen's running for the hills. He's so low. Kyle Teasy goes down. It's a free and easy Lord for Albert. They take down three. Aceva's holy. They found the light. They're going in strong with the Lord coming in.
They lost three, failed the split push, and now it's come down to a defense. Marco
Deny
versus
the recall.
Reggie, 1v1!
Just deny the recall. They're going for the base. They've got 30 seconds on the clock. Death Timer. Albert goes in. The Witchcraft won't do much as Evo's only breaks all our hopes and dreams of a 2-0 streak.
Husky and I are used to this.
What? Wow, Evo's Holy coming out hot in this game one dance. First Lucas win, first of all, on stream B by Reggie.
In the right lane this time.
In the right lane, in that XP lane, but it is a very extended dance. We got to that late game, right? You guys asked the right questions. How much does each team have to see from the opponents before they pull the trigger? I think EVO's Holy had the answer. They have seen more than enough. They knew that, okay, Super Marco, you want to play that lane? Let us hard commit into it. And at the end, Marco could not get enough done, and EVO's Holy ran it down.
That's enough urging, let's fight! And then
That
they
last
got there.
Lord dance, few doesn't have the Eternal Guard. They wanted to blitz that Lord, and that was their downfall. Just because the Glorious Pathway wasn't enough to stop EVOs. You got high mobility heroes, you'd be able to get into that back line and key. Key was the key. No pun intended.
It's so good. EVO's Holy, it's also closing the gap, but what they want to do can just happen much faster.
Yeah.
Like the damage that they have pack in comes out much faster than how Falcons wants to execute. So in addition to that, Falcons also was trying to play the map. They were trying to steal a base from top. They were trying to split push, but EVO's Holy wasn't having any of it. So that's, I think, what domino effect into the eventual loss, because there's an alternate universe where Falcon actually get to do what they want to do.
And I think it also comes from a good understanding of EVO's Holy, of what this comp can do, right? We saw for a good 2 to 3 minutes, Super Marco wants to get an inhibitor topside. EVO's Holy, they send Reggie back to deal with it. And when Falcons wants to make a move, Key just sandbags them, right? You cannot walk up. Flapteasy walks up, loses half his health bar, has to ult. We go back to the same dance for a couple of times, and EVO's Holy at one point is just decided that this is the fight that we can take. Our cooldowns are so much lower. Let's just blitz it.
Yeah, I think it was that just one fight that Evo's Holy just found their opportunity. They got all their ultimates ready. FlapTZ went in too early. Then they wanted to blitz that Lord. I think it was just that one moment. It was so close the entire game. It wasn't one moment where Falcon was way too dominant. There wasn't one moment where Evos was way too dominant. It was just everyone in that last fight. Evos was just holding everything to Christmas, and Christmas actually came for them.
I mean, Erline almost dealt 100,000 damage this entire game in, you know, almost a 20-minute stretch. We literally talked about, you know,
did he die once?
I think he died once. Yeah, he died once. It was
Only the
7-1 and 7, right?
SOD, right,
Yeah,
okay.
we say that, okay, this entire, normally the Filipino teams, they prefer to play that dance, right? That macro dance, but this game, Evo's Holy, they can tango too.
But also, no, you're right. They tried to dance too much. They tried to play the macro too much. That Super Marco was not in the pit. He couldn't, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can only rely on the SOD clutch so much.
Yeah.
And you can only really go for a split push when you kind of know for sure you can make that fight last. But that fight ended too quick. That's why they were able to send Reggie up, and then Marco couldn't even get that split push.
I think at one point, you know, Evo's Holy just called the bluff, right? It's like, he's never going to show up.
No. He's going to SOD here, and then we might not even have to, you know, respond to that. And yeah, no, they had such a stranglehold of the Lord pit that it was double jeopardy for Falcons. It was damn if you do, damn if you don't. If you don't win this split here, the game's over, and that's what happened.
But to be honest though, that last Lord fight would it have been better if Falcons just gave that Lord to Evo's Holy and then just go back for the defense? They do have wave clear, decent wave clears. This is starting on the fights, the early game, 2 minutes points. Team Falcons ramping up the aggressions, living in the jungles of Evo's Holy, having some nice jumps, having nice shots. But I have to say, the unspoken hero, and yes, I do respect that Yerlan got the MVP, but it was key, making those crucial, pivotal plays.
Yeah, and it's the same thing that we saw from FlapTZ when they play against Onyx esports, right? It's that Badang. Although in this case, it's in that roam role, he was essentially just the brick wall. There's no way through this Badang. Like your Hylos can't really walk up. And no, the icing on the cake is that you have a Lucas that is willing to throw his body with that vengeance into your backline.
What's scary about this brick wall in the Badang is it's moving. It's a brick wall that bumps into you. You don't bump into it. And that's what happened to Few once. That's what happened to, I'd reckon, Kyle DZ a couple of times. Like, you have to always have something to protect yourself from Key. And that's what sucks is he's just a roamer. Whatever you do to trade with Key is a losing trade.
It's one of the bigger team fights that Team Falcons won. In fact, this is the biggest team fight.
The biggest team fight
they won,
that
right? It's
Team
like kind of
Falcons
a
won,
more of like a spillover effect from these trickling kills. But afterwards, Evo's Holy just really on the ball. Like this dance lasted so long, and you can kind of see that Team Falcons, the fight ended so fast that all of these abilities, it really stopped mattering.
Yeah, I think there were two tunnel vision into getting that Lord. Any one of the 5 members can just steal it off, but it gets that reset on that last moment. And just then, Evo's Holy just took control of that play. They kept healing everyone up. I have no idea where the heals come from. There's no support heroes, but whenever they hit, they've got shields, they've got heals, they've got like life steals and spell vamps, and all of them can just heal everything back up. And that's the beauty of how Evo's Holy likes to play around. The longer it goes, the better it is for them.
Well, Erlan just gets shields, right, as the Harith.
Yeah.
Key gets a shield.
He gets a shield. Reggie has regen and
Valentina
the vengeance.
heals.
Valentina,
it's sometimes
well,
it's a
kinda.
stolen glorious pathway.
That too, yeah.
They just stand there.
They
like,
were all super healthy on that last Lord fight.
Yeah, and then you have the Hayabusa, right? The natural spell vamp, right? Like eventually you can just heal off of camps.
Yep. He just disappears for a bit. He comes back.
Full health.
He's fine.
Yeah. We got.
Brawl server wins the macro game. That's something that we have to
that's the beauty of
consider.
it.
Yeah,
it has always been like this back and forth topic, right? Like
Yeah.
brawl server, macro server. It's by no means the end of the road, the end of the series. I mean, Team Falcons, they did show that resilience. Like we talk about these two teams having the longest game today, and their opening game of this matchup is technically the longest. In fact, I think either the longest or the second longest. Either way.
I think it was a 20-minute game in
this one on
earlier.
Yeah, against Onyx, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So they
good second place.
They kind of had a taste of that long, drawn-out game. But of course, we will give them some time to kind of rest up and prep for game number 2. So don't go anywhere. We will come back in just a little bit for game 2 between Team Falcons and EVOS Holy.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't
So far, most of the series have gone in the way of our expectations, but this one might differ because so far, EVOS Holy are the ones in the lead 1-0 over Team Falcons back at the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals Group Stage Season 6 for MLBBs, Husky, Leo, and Churros, bringing you the rest of the series. We might end with a 2-0 if EVOS Holy wins the next one, but both teams have completed a reverse sweep prior to the series, so it's time for Team Falcons to step up.
Okay, if we are to follow said pattern, then Falcons should be taking this, right? Like, this is unfamiliar territory for EVOS. They've never won Game 1 in all of their series today.
Yeah.
Well, given there's only other one series, but
same as Falcons, you know?
It's so clear what happened to Falcons in Game 1. I mean, is it just me? Am I the fanboy? Because I can point out what exactly went wrong and where EVOS Holy found the windows. It's not I'm saying it's a fluke. It's just I'm saying Team Falcons had very punishable plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've seen a couple of it, right? Like especially the hyper-fixation on that side lane play.
Yeah, but I want to give credit where credit is due. EVOS Holy knows how to play from behind.
Yeah.
They did it once with RRQ. They did it twice with RRQ.
Yeah.
And right now, they're doing it against one of the best teams in the world. And I see a very, very spicy pick up here, but I don't want to spoil anything just yet.
You can
This
spoil
will
it.
be quite an interesting one.
Spoil
Fanny
it,
getting
just say
picked
it.
up by Evo's Holy.
You spoiled. Why'd you spoil it?
You asked me to spoil it, bro.
You said it. I didn't say anything.
But I love to see it. It's Albert once again on one of his signature picks, the fast hands, baby.
Call him a UFO.
They did ban out the badang, right? I think we kind of talked about, we theorized a little bit at the start of today's show where that badang was kind of like the minor stopper to the Fanny, right? It was banned by Evo's Holies and on blue side, so this was a willing giveaway
Yeah,
by Team
Coach Treb,
Falcons.
Coach Treb opened it up. Like, he's allowing this.
He's allowing this to happen.
But he has the answers. Already, 2 picks could answer the Fanny. What's left on the deck for Evos? Oh my god, look at how...
Hold on, Matilda Alpha?
Look at how they would rather...
I mean, Matilda, but not Alpha.
Harith!
Harith,
Harith again.
See, they would rather...
Harith.
You got Matilda
They would rather
for...
Harith. Moscow over Harith.
You could go Matilda as well, just to give you a little bit more extra sustain if you know that Team Falcons likes to dance around the turtle pit or the lord pit.
Wee bit of a nombo though, Fanny and Matilda. Like,
Yeah, a little bit of
two
a
heroes that
dis-synergy.
will never see each other.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
There you go.
Go for a more well-rounded, pick for the opening. I was thinking something like a Jawhead. There is still a spot for that for sure in the second phase.
Good flex on the Hylos. Like, you don't know.
Yeah, you never know.
I think it's been doing really well so far. In the previous game, the Glorious Pathway used to True Succession, blocking out a lot of the paths away from Evo's Holies Advance, but right now they do have the Hylos as well as the Valentina in their name. It's just understanding which other ultimates are free and open, and that's why they're leaving that Harith open, because Erlang can pretty much play anything he wants at this point.
Yeah, and I think regardless of like what mid laner Team Falcon takes, it's always going to be like that ultimate for Deposit. The Harry did get banned out, so at least this time we're digging deeper into Erlang's hero pool.
All right, let me put this out there. The Joy might be a flex.
Into the EXP side?
No, to the mid.
To the mid?
Just to I don't know.
Has he done that before?
I just feel like, yeah.
With the Vengeance, right? I mean, we saw it. I think we saw it doing M6. I Fight Chicken did it in XP.
It might have even been Season 3, Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3.
Yeah.
In the playoffs, in Jakarta. Like, he did that, but I don't, again, I might be a little loco, a little geeler, but they're taking out gold laners. Wow, what's still out there?
Irithel, Beatrix, if you want to go for
Claude,
that.
Carry, 1-1.
Oh yeah,
One-1's a little bit a stretch because you have the Joy and the Cho to deal with, your glass cannon.
Yeah.
I think they could pick up the Tigro as well of your Evo's Holy just to deny Team Falcons. That's still open. Because usually you pick up that Tigrael just to deny the Joy.
They even ban out Kufra too.
That's another catch for the Fanny, so they're just covering their bases, protecting the baby alien.
If you want to play it safe, go for Aurora or even the Vexana. I think Aurora makes more sense right here because you have 2 lives. Albert can't kill you with just 1 hit.
What about Zask?
Oh,
I know SRG played Zask. Yeah, they played with Zask earlier today.
Yep. Zask is great when you're playing against a Fanny. Like, you have a natural protection.
If your reaction time is fast enough,
and
yeah.
if they can't really. Well, so far Evo's Holy, these first 3 heroes don't really have the tools to take out your demonic extension, right? Like. So they go still 6 for the Farsa, yeah.
Ballsy.
Very ballsy.
Yeah.
Literally, come get me, Albert, come get me.
Yeah.
Okay, so that shuts down any and all flexes on the Joy. That's definitely Fuse hero.
Not only that, the fact that most of the primary gold laners are banned now, right? So every other gold laner, maybe except for the Claude, is going to be in range of that Farsa.
What does Erlan pick?
Claude, Beatrix?
Might be the Beatrix, Tigreal, throw the Hylos up in the AXP side. And then you've also got the Feather Airstrike, your Valentina, just steal it away from the hands of you. The
Irithel, yeah.
Okay. Short range though, you're gonna get blasted.
Physical defense, diminisher.
Armor, you mean?
Armor, yeah. Physical armor.
Yeah.
We don't really get to run away per se from the Joy, right? Like, the Joy still catches you unless you run sprint.
Yeah, unless you get in there, blast them in their face. Oh,
yeah.
Been a while since we've seen Edith.
Except for Kurt.
So Joy in the face, and then Edith just throws her over the wall.
Yeah. You have like 2 ways of guaranteed lockdown, right? Law and Order, onwards.
Yeah.
Best is also like Earthshatter is uncancelable. The animation just goes through.
Control. Not a lot of like AoE crowd control. I think that's what Evo's Holy wants to do. More pick-up strategies coming in, and then late game just be a huge wall in the middle. Erlan does a lot of damage, and then Albert comes in for janitor duty.
It's like, can you catch this Irritel? Right? I think the question posed to Team Falcons is, can you get to Erlan?
And you're not even thinking about Albert.
Yeah.
All right, there's the glue. So this is how they get to Erlan. And to Deposit.
And Deposit, yeah.
And then you just have a dead lane in the XP. Like, you just heal up.
It is such a dead lane.
Oh man, both teams looking really hella scary though. Not sure which one I'm favoring more.
I like the damage profile on Falcons. Like, when you give Team Falcons burst like this, they are lethal. I think that's what was lacking in the game one. The game one draft, it was very, what do we do? What do we do? This one's like, all right, when Few says go, they all go.
Yeah, and not only that, right? They have consistent damage across both damage types, right? You have big burst from big magical burst, but you also have that Moskov that's supplemented. Unlike when you play Suyo Jungle into like a 2-mage lineup, this is a bit more sustainable overall. So game 2, let's see if Team Falcons can bring us to a third.
It's all come to this. Match point for EVOS Holy. One more to close the game with a sweep. And the Falcons get cornered once again. Can they reverse sweep their way out of this series as we head into game number 2 in the final series of the day? You're watching Stream B here. Juros and Leo bringing you the action. EVOS Holy versus Team Falcons.
It's a long day for both teams, having 2 games apiece. And I think it's just that final stretch. It's a tall order for both teams. We've never expected the games to be this close, especially with a powerhouse like Team Falcons. But right now, EVOS Holy being a powerhouse in their own rights.
EVOS Holy lane to lane. They're just playing with excellence. I don't think any of these players have to prove themselves anymore despite playing with the defending champions here. Putting them up to match point is huge already. Even more, if you watch game 1, putting Super Marco in those positions, having him be out of position is huge. Ogwin here gets jumped in by Albert.
Albert able to dish enough damage for him to force to use a early heal out of the way. Still lacking that level 4, but it's still a long ways away. So the early game, what is the plan for Albert? What does he need to do? Who is his main target coming in?
I mean, easy. Like, if you can find Few, you blast Few. Keep yourself away from Ogwin. Nice knock up.
This knock him onto Key. Won't be able to survive that. Kyle TZ takes down first blood. What a play, what a find.
Back to the action. If you can find Super Marco, you do that. Not so sure if it's not easy, unless he's not level 4 just yet.
He's trying to find Flap. No more energy. Can't seal the deal on that one. Deposit coming in strong, coming in hard, but not enough damage to take any one of them down. Team Falcon still up on top of the board with 400 gold lead. Not a lot, but enough to have that turtle fight.
All right, slow rotation onto this turtle take. Both junglers still going for their purples, and then the fight begins in this first major objective. First in the scene will be EVOS Holy, and then the junglers will follow them through. Look what Kyle is doing. He's stealing a small camp. Very cheeky.
Yeah, this is what Joy likes to do around the high loss. You want to waste too much resources. SOD lands, but I don't think Supermarket wants to go in. He needs to take control of his own lane first. But then again, EVOS Holy very good with turnaround with the turtle pick.
Team Falcons going for the long game here, not wanting to force anything, not rushing. They understood that, all right, we were a little too late on the rotation to contest turtle, so let's give that. We conceded. We did take the small camp, and then it's back to business. They still do keep a 200 gold, so it meant there were some returns.
Not too far away, but EVOS Holy slowly but surely they can come around. But I want your opinion on this. Fanny is a hero that is very easy to read. Once a buff comes up, you know where he or she is going to be at any one point in time. But Albert, he plays this so meticulously. They know. Ogwin getting taken out by Kai, forced to use the Feather Airstrike as well. As 3 members on top of this Cho.
All right, I guess they were looking for that triangle play anyways. As a Fanny, you would steer clear of the Cho, but unless you're the hunter or you're looking for the pickoff, then sure, you do that. To answer your question, what was it again?
It's easy to read if you're a Fanny.
Yeah.
Easy read. You have the purple buff up.
Yeah.
You want to throw all your resources on that purple buff. Is it worth it? No.
I mean, you always do. It's not a matter of if you go to the buff, it's you have to. Eventually, Team Falcons will bear down on it if they can, but with Evos Holy being slightly ahead, especially initiatives. Oh, Reggie!
With a beautiful fight onto Few, forced to use that flicker out of the way, but Primal Wrap will take him down. A little bit too close for comfort, though. Split will latch on to Reggie.
He's still alive!
He's still alive for that one. Glorious Pathway keeps him up safe. As Deposit and Kai try to block out all possible entrants from the side of Team Falcons with one down. Albert tries to go in once again onto the purple.
Kyle keeps it. Kyle keeps it. He kept his retribution. But what a play! He's so fluffy! He wouldn't die!
I love that. I love that.
I've never seen that movie, dude.
I get it.
I just saw
get
the
it.
trailer. All right, back to the action.
This is pretty despicable move by Evos Holy. Bringing the aggression into the jungles. Now Kyle Teasy keeping the retribution. The turtle pulled over the side of Evos Holy. What is Team Falcons play? They're a little bit behind, but it's not too much.
Oh, yeah. They were just waiting for their repositioning. This is a slow rotation. Look at that. Kyle on the orange first, and then he'll make his way around. It looks like a mirror of the first turtle.
Yeah.
It looks like Falcons aren't really looking to take this turtle. They're wasting Holy's time. Look, because they're keeping Evos Holy hostage.
Cut your losses, right? Like, you don't need to put all your resources onto one turtle. Ograin tries to go in with that jump. He won't be able to mount up to anything. As Team Falcons, they go back for that retreat. Purple buff up for Albert. He wants to go for that one first. For the airstrike, a little bit premature. Try to push everyone away. But Team Falcons, Evos Holy, both of them touch and they go.
All right, you know what? I take it back. Evos Holy also keeping Falcons hostage. A nice kick!
Nice kick onto the back, taking down Reggie. No more Primal Wrath for the side of Evos Holy. The turtle has been ditched, but the Team Falcons, they're all low. They're still dealing that damage. And like what you said, Leo, there's just too much damage for Evos Holy to handle at this point. It's 2 for 2 on both sides. Both junglers are down. The turtle will be a non-factor at this point. Oh, Deposit was more. The bird will take him down. It's Super Marcos, all that's left. Deposit wants to take down more. One more hit before be forced to pop that flicker out the way. But a little too late. It's the rest of the team coming in. Deposit a little bit too long. Staying into their home. Get out of here is that what they're saying.
SOD on the Reggie. Pushing him back. All right, they just
pushing
resume.
him back.
Fresh off of the deposit on Deposit. 6 feet under the ground. About
Albert's
10 seconds before he comes through. That is the clear in mid. This looks like a Falcons turtle. And it's the last turtle of the game.
No kick. Both of them are still sitting around this turtle pit. Turtle dance. Kyle Teasy will sneak it up. And backside though, Flap Teasy with a split. But Evos Holy, they know what they need. Don't take that turtle, you get out of the way.
All right. Another kick.
Kick back onto
one.
Reggie though. There's a lot of damage that Reggie needs to be able to tank up. He won't be able to. And he goes down once again. But Evos Holy, they're playing that macro game right now, looking at how Albert's rotation is, just taking down turrets left, right, and center.
Luckily, Fanny is a hero. On Deposit.
Oh, ballsy play by Deposit.
He strong-armed that turret. Anyways. Oh, SOD. All right,
Lands on one of the small little minions.
Okay, so here's the thing. Deposit, rather, Albert, as an assassin on the Fanny, right? His kit is built to be able to play from behind anyways. He can go split push, he can take the long lane, make sure the wave is good, and then leave. Yeah. Imagine if he wasn't. Imagine if he was like on a Hayabusa, right?
Yeah, you gotta wait a long cooldown for your shadows to appear again.
Now he's just really fighting for the buff. And you asked the question earlier, more so now he has to watch out for the buff.
But as time is ticking down, we might be able to see a 1v1 from Fanny and that Moskov, knowing how they both like to play. But Kaltese starting things off with double dashes, using the Rhythm of Joy just to get out of the way. Team Falcons, very, very passive. They know how much they can go. They know their limits right now. It's just not that time yet. It's equalized.
Oh my god,
Yo! Getting hit up, the flicker will not matter as the rest of Evos Holy, they collapse into Team Falcons. They're going in for more. There's 2 down. They're looking for one more. Slapteasy use the split, get out the way in the nick of time. 10 seconds, 15 seconds till the Lord spawns up, and Evos Holy taking control of the game.
2 cores. Two cores just walk into a bush. They had no... All right, here's the thing. They didn't know Albert was going to be in there. They didn't know the rest of Evo's Holy were walking up and marching down, committing everything they could. But if it's as juicy as a Farsa and a Moscow, I would take that too.
Evo's Holy 1,500 gold ahead of Team Falcons, first lure of the game. Team Falcons back to their MO, sending Moskov up on that long lane.
That was tough. I mean, whose job was it to check that bush anyways, right?
Yeah.
Usually nobody sits there. Nobody usually sits in there.
That's the Albert bush. I remember that's what it's been called, right?
The A bush?
The A bush, yeah. Albert giving them a taste of his own medicine. I remember he was a 1-1 and he was just like sniped in there by a fan.
Ooh.
Taking a lot of damage. Albert swings in, swings out. Will not be able to deal enough damage to take Ogwin down, but he commits all the way with Cutthroat. The cable's out of the way. He finds the maze. What a play. SOD lands, but he won't be able to go in as the lore gets taken up, swept up by Evo's Holy.
All right. Team Falcons, again, playing the map. Shades of Game 1. They trade the Lord for a top lane tier 2 and a pop on the Holy Shield.
And I think it doesn't really matter to Evo's Holy right now. Look at the gold graph.
No, it doesn't, yeah.
Just slowly seeping into Evo's Holy's advantage. Look at the Lord too, so it's marching down. Could send Albert to that long side away, but they're starting things off again. Reggie throws Ogwin up, trying to find more. There's enough damage for everyone as of now, but oh, they're all trapped. The spawn member's down underneath the Feather Airstrike. They're running back for the hills, but here comes Albert for the cleanup. Cleanup are now too, sir. Reggie trying to run out of the way, but Kyle T is not letting him go. SOD lands. But I don't know if he wants to commit for this one.
Oh man, if only the cleaners, if only the burst damagers were around for that setup, would have been disastrous for Evo's Holy.
It was so beautiful.
But no, I don't know if it's a matter of Team Falcons not being on the right page, on the same page, or if Evo's Holy just presenting enough of a brick wall to make Falcons doubt their entry.
Look, taking a look at the items. Anything stands out right now, and what is Falcons' play to get into this game again?
You know what stands out? The fact that Kyle is actually up. The fact that Kyle has more
Holy Crystal,
money,
has Stallion.
Yeah, and good standing in this game. I think it's going to come from him. I think if ever there was a comeback for Falcons, being down here almost 3,000, 4,000 gold, it's going to come from him.
He can't find the mark.
We're waiting for Kyle.
We're just waiting for Kyle to make a play, but Few has been doing so much in this game, even though he's 0-3 and 4.
He's done so much, yet he's also given so much over to Evos.
That's right.
Which is painful, again, both literally and figuratively. He walked into a bush blind, not his fault, but you know, he got punished for it. He's giving over a potentially stolen Feathered Airstrike, which will hurt them.
Deposet's playing it a lot better as well, because at any one point in time, he's able to just pick up either Feather Airstrike or even the split just to get out of harm's way. And you've got inbuilt dashes, which is a lot shorter cooldown
than the wings by wings.
Than wings by wings. So you can force an engage. You can force a sort of like a retreat if you have to.
So Team Falcons just protecting what's left of the resources. This tier 2 in top and a tier 2 in mid. Look at this. What's Ogwin doing? Oh, man.
Trying to go down the bottom side, but
Master
they don't know this.
Ogwin and Kyle. All right. They are trying to set something up, but
no one's coming. No one's taking the bait. Lord spawning up in 10 seconds, but it's a little bit too slow though. Do you think it's worth it to take that T2 down bot?
Yeah.
Just to open up all of the lanes.
They're committing. They're committing. Look at this. See, they're setting up. They're going to take down tier 2.
Oh.
Marco working up top. Yeah, Marco working up top. And they don't want what happened in game 1 to happen again.
Yeah.
So they want two options. Top and bottom for that trial run. Top and bottom for that split push feint.
Pick up the short lane as well. I think that's the name of the game for Team Falcons at this point. This is the 12-minute Lord. The enhanced Lord is coming up. Evo's Holy knows that Team Falcons wants to dance around this, but they need more information. Someone needs to check the push. Where is Ogwin? Where is Kyle TZ? Where is Flap TZ?
All right.
All of these main playmakers.
Lord here at about half health. They're checking. There you go. Spotted.
You know where Ogwin is. Ogwin taking a lot of damage, eating it up. Got thrown. Albert cleans it up. That's one member down for Team Falcons. I don't know if they want to force this. But on the top side, though, look at Super Marco where he is. Taking out Deposet as well. This might be the play of the game.
All right.
Super Marco dashes out.
Reggie!
Time, pushing it back, the flicker in, taking out Albert of Sliver of Health. But Super Marco showing us who's boss at this point. Don't worry if Ogwin goes down. Super Marco's here, and he's here to play.
Ogwin for Deposit and Erlan. A trade I'd take any day, twice on Mondays, and 5 times on the opening day of Challenge Finals. Team Falcons back on the board. That was a 250 IQ play. I mean, it took the long way to pay off, but Team Falcons definitely now in the driver's seat.
Just splitting up all of these team fights because Evo's Holy works well as a unit, as a team. But once you split up Reggie, once you split up Kai away from Deposit, away from Erlan, that is the window of opportunity that Team Falcons is able to grasp onto. And look at where Super Marco is, always on the same lane. But right now, with that Lord in their possession, it's so much easier for them to break through.
They got too confused. There's so much happening on the map. They got confused.
They got confused.
They tried to play that down bottom. They gave so much to kill Ogwin. That top lane split push threat by Marco. And then, I don't know what happened to Erlan. He got bursted by Kyle. Now they're inside the base.
Lord charging down the top side. You've got the Feather Airstrike trying to keep everyone at bay. I think Team Falcons need to at least take down the T3s. Lord's been taken care of by Evo's Holy. They need to be able to clear up all these minions. Super minions engaging in. And Team Falcons, they don't want to sound the whistle just yet. They know it's a little bit too risky. If any one of them goes down, Evo's Holy can overturn this.
All right, they're waiting for the Feathered Airstrike. Ryu does not have it just yet, so that's the play here. We do not have the artillery. We do not have airstrike support. Give me a second. There it is. Wait up. That was used defensively. Okay, so Team Falcons know that they're playing for the next Lord. Coming out in about 90 seconds. Checking out the items right now. Again, Kyle TZ miles away ahead from Albert. About 12K to 10K. You have few up on Deposit as well. So you see it now. Team Falcons have once again barreled forward. They have the gold lead, and now look, they're threatening the purple.
You're taking that out of the way of the hands of Albert. Whoa, Albert actually
stolen.
Yeah, he's got stolen.
Grand Theft Purple
by Kyle.
Now what?
Takes it out. It's just a waiting game for the next Lord.
They
Most
also
teams like to play it slow, play
they also have to
patient.
deny their own purple here. Because Albert can sneakily get to that.
Just get it to few, and then you can just spam your Feather Airstrike.
Oh yeah, for sure. Either way, just take it away from the Fanny, and you give Albert all the more something to think about.
Yeah, but there's no way for the Fanny to get in. But then I think the crux of Team Falcon synergy is coming to show, right? There's no one to take care or lock down Albert. They really need to hunker down, lock in, take down the main damage dealers. Once Erlan is gone, Albert is all on his own lonesome.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think you put it well. Don't think about Albert too much.
Don't think about
like
Albert too much. Just take down Erlan.
He has to find a way in anyways. So if you answer the rest of Evo's Holy, what Albert is doing at best is just cleaning up lanes.
Yeah. So what's the play right now if you're side of Evo's Holy? You want to get back in. You're down a couple 1,000 goals. Not too much. But there is still a way to get back in as the Lord spawns up.
I try to blindside Few again. If they can pick off Few, they can pick off Ogren, forget about it. Like, Ogren actually wants to be baited out. Pick off Few, pick off Kyle if that's free.
They might blitz this in though. They have vision on Super Marco. The flip up. Oh man, Reggie taking a little bit too much damage, popped the immortality. But Super Marco free hitting from that back. Kyle TZ actually takes down Deposit. You're going in straight for Erlan, getting lashed on by that split. One more hit.
Bang!
Erlan will get taken out by Flap TZ, loses his life, but it does not matter. His 4 members are still alive. Team Falcons might be able to blitz down this Lord and clear these turrets.
Amazing trade once more. A lone Flap.
Oh, Albert is not enough. It's Kyle TZ on a 1-to-1. I'm the better assassin right now. Get out of here.
Baby Alien take a nap, and it might be his last nap for game number 2. Because this Lord going over to Team Falcons is delaying it? No, they're going to take it.
Two lanes coming down. Mid and bot. 30 seconds till Albert comes up.
15 seconds before the Lord. Are they going to force this? I think they'll just wait for the Lord.
Nah,
man.
wait for the Lord. Wait for the Lord.
They'll penetrate for sure. And then they'll wait for the Lord.
They could. Super Marco has that range, but went a little bit too deep though. He does have the immortality. He doesn't pop just as of yet. But the turret still stands strong with just a pixel right now.
Oh, wow. This is going to be a massive wave marching through mid, if I'm not mistaken. This is a big one. If not this one, the next. Oh, yeah, it's still the
There's
next.
a fat wave up top side as well.
With the Lord, yes.
They're slowing down on the bottom side. Team Falcons, they're trying to ramp up the aggression right now. Minions already pushing in. Flap TZ. Use the split just in the nick of time just to push everyone away. But the Minions are marching in. They finally take down that T3 in the mid side. But that's too much damage on the Federal Airstrike by Few. They want to go in for more. The nice kick onto Albert. They shut him down.
Mid-air Way of the Dragon. Call it an interception. Ogwin finds Albert. And with that, they're a man down. About 30 seconds for Team Falcons to go for the siege.
Albert just came back up, and he got brought down again. Ogwin just making these plays. He wanted to look for more. It's Federal Airstrike just chipping everyone's health bit by bit. Nerlin desperately trying to rotate around. But where is the back line? It's Kyle Tees. He takes everyone down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 3.
This is so Falcons of them, man. This is so Falcons. Another 3-game banger series from these two teams. Husky, what I tell you, it's all on Kyle. I'm gonna call it now, MVP.
I agree. Ask and you shall receive. You say that if there is a way for Team Falcons to come back, it's all on Kyle TZ, and he sure did bring joy to the Falcons fans. It's not the end just yet. The two teams that have gone through the longest series today, now we have to play another full series. What a banger we have, you know, as the closure of the Stream B for day 1. I gotta say, man, Evo's Holy, they did let it slip a little bit towards the very end. In terms of that positioning in these team fights, they slacked a little bit.
I gotta say though, Evo's Holy didn't give Falcons an easy time at all. 19 minutes game, once again, a very, very long games for the first 2 runs. The third game might not be any different.
This series, as it is, has the ups and downs of a best of 5. I'll tell you now, over game 1 and 2, like there's so much of a narrative curve. We'll see more in the Golden XP graph. You'll see how Evo's Holy was in control, and then Falcons, and then they slip, and then they let go. What's amazing for me is how few recovered.
Yeah, I mean, Erlan was 4-0 at one point, right? Yeah. And everyone was like, okay, this Iritel is just blowing everyone up. Like, Flap can't walk on forward, Kautizi can't really join the fights because you have Albert, who is taking initiative to dive Ogwin. And then you see those individual plays started coming through. Super Marco taking care of one lane on his own, and then Kautizi being able to assassinate Deposit, being able to get to Erlan when it mattered the most.
It feels like Evo's Holy were always a 4-man squad. Like, Albert was rarely present. It's like he was invited to a party that was adults only, and the baby alien can't get in. Can I see your ID? I'm just a baby. Because, is it not true? Past the 15-minute mark, it's like the Fanny didn't even exist.
Yeah. Actually, that's what a lot of teams who pick up the Fanny is struggling with. Yes, Fanny's a very, very strong hero.
Very unique kit.
Unique kit, very high mobility, very high dashes. You're in and you're out. He had some nasty, nasty plays. But then again, Falcon, as much as I keep saying and lamenting that they don't really have anything that locked them down, just then, Ogwin comes in with a mid-air stop, a kick to the butt.
That is some crouching tiger hidden Falcon stuff right there.
Giving the Bruce Lee roundhouse in mid-air. I mean, even when you kind of look back at how Falcons kind of played that map, there's a lot of resemblance that mirrored Game 1. But I think the main difference is, compared to Game 1, Evo's Holy didn't really have the tools to deal with Super Marco in Game 2. It's not like you have that Lucas to run down this Moskov. Sure, you have Albert, but he is not the be-all, end-all solution.
Yeah. On the late game, though, even on 1-to-1, you've seen that Super Marco just sits down tight and comfy on his top side. And when Fanny comes in, he just throws all of his spears. The damage is just too much for him. And he's got that recovery as well. He's got the lifesteal coming in from DHS. And yeah, it's just so hard to take down Super Marco. So yeah, Fanny is good, but you have to end the game early. And Falcon's not going to give you an early game end.
Yep. Talking about playing from behind and making a
swing.
comeback, right? This is basically from that, from the second Lord, from the second Lord itself, right? It was a very extended dance, and then you started seeing a bit of cracks, and it all began when Super Marco started threatening that top inhibitor. It forced the response of 2 Evo's Holy members, and while that was happening, off screen, Deposit and Erlan got caught out.
Yeah, I think it's just Evo's Holy needs to find a way to understand how to take care of the long lane, because right now in the late stages of the game. In the previous game, you just send a Lucas in, and then Moskov can't really take down a Lucas on his own. Right now, you send Albert. It's so easy for a Moskov to take him out of the sky.
Yeah, we've seen Albert plus Reggie, then you're just losing the numbers game.
Yeah.
You're sending 2 dudes to take care of 1, and the math just doesn't add up.
And they both of them almost died, right?
Yeah.
And so it's
and Marco didn't.
And Marco didn't. Marco still ended up strong, and they got what they want anyway. MVP of this game, like you call it, Leo, it has to be Kyle TZ. 8, 1, and 4 on the Joy.
He listened to this. He listened to the song in his heart, man. He just did. He knows that I need to hold on. I can't die. I can't throw this shot away. And he held on. Again, you watch this game from the start up until the 12th or 13th minute. You would be like, what's the Joy doing? Why can't he kill anyone? Remember that setup in the bottom lane?
Yeah.
Why did he clean up? That was a great setup. That was a great 3-man, 4-man knockup by Ogwin, and then Marco was wailing away. Why did Kyle TZ join him? It's because it wasn't the right time.
Yeah. I think in the later stages of the game, once he gets his full build, you've got like so much power, so much damage that no one can take away from what Kyle is intending to do. He just runs it down.
Yeah, he essentially does that. And I think this also kind of poses a question going into Game 3, right? This Moskov is a problem that EVOS Holy got to solve with the draft in Game 1, but Game 2, clearly there was no remedy for it. Now, do you still let that Moskov through? Because this one's
beautiful 4-man by FlatTZ. Yeah, they trapped all 4, and the third airstrike actually came through, but it wasn't enough.
And thank goodness Deposit had the stolen kick, right? Because FlatTZ was about to run 4 people down, got kicked away at the very end.
The turning point could have come way earlier than what we saw.
But I get it now. I did not have the vision earlier. Kyle TZ was dealing with the Lord. He cleared the Lord. If he did not, that Lord would have wrecked Tier 2 and then threatened the mid inhibitor. So they were still, even in a missed opportunity, they were still playing the map. It was still about macro.
It doesn't matter if like I don't kill like the members of EVOS Holy. It's just as long as my turret still stands strong, I get to live another day. And the T3 is just standing strong all the way through, even till this last fight.
That's right. Again, suffer today, you become a champion tomorrow. That's what the mindset was for Falcons to force game number 3.
I think one of you guys did bring up the fact that the EVOS Holy draft, they don't really have a super hard way of just keeping Kyle TZ in check. I mean, you have Law and Order, you have some crowd control from Edith.
I think it's only the Hylos from Kai. Just getting that single target stun.
And most of the time you don't.
Reggie's sort of like a skill shot kind of dash kind of thing.
Yeah, and most of the time you don't even really see Kyle, right? So the window isn't present for majority of the game for them to use it on that Joy. So yeah, we get a Game 3, and I think this is one of the few Game 3s that I would feel like it's a missed opportunity. It's going to be we won't be able to do it justice if it's not 3 games.
Yeah, he's out of screen already.
Yeah, but you gotta understand, man. He had to deal with Aurora today, so this Team Falcons is gonna.
He's gotta deal with Aurora. I just got that from.
Speaking of Aurora, unfortunately, they went 0-4 today. So they lost their first series against I think Bigatron.
What was their second game? RQ.
Yeah, so
they swept Aurora.
So
physically miffed.
So Aurora lost all games today.
They lost the Falcons in a sweep. No. Falcon Esports, and they lost RQ.
Yeah, they lost Falcons and then RQ.
They got mopped by Indonesians and Burmese.
So it's something like what Mirko is feeling, right? Like BTR also lost all 4 games.
Hey, saving grace, me and Gideon still has the highest prediction in this stream,
like the Aurora prediction. No, the Onyx prediction.
Onyx prediction against Falcons. And then this one actually all of us got wrong. Because like we went 2-0 for Falcons.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna happen.
But I think it's a good sign, right? To have EVOS really kind of step up. I think a lot of us, or at least I was one of them. I looked at the challenge stage run and I was like, okay, so they took out Homeboys. That one was very much expected. They 2-1 TLID, but TLID at least in that best of 3 felt a bit iffy. So how far can EVOS Holy go? I mean, this one is a milestone for the team.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially for a new team. This is the first time these athletes are part of a same starting lineup. And if this is what they're bringing to MPL ID Season 15, count me in. I'm a fan.
As the headline for Game 2, right? Fanny played by the baby alien, falling a bit short. You think Falcon's going to let him have a go at it again?
Yes.
Just give it Fanny one more time.
They can solve it. Again, it's the same situation as the Moskov in the hands of Marco. Like, it was not a problem. Then let him have it.
Unless you ban out the Moskov for Super Marco. And then it's a lot more difficult for Super Marco.
Or the Joy.
Or the Joy.
I think which one would you rather have, right? I mean, I'm looking at if I can choose one, I ban the Joy.
Same. Sama.
Actually, I would ban out the Moskov. It's easier to deal with a Joy, especially in the early game. Joy really needs a little bit more momentum to be able to get that damage going through. But if you win the early game, Joy is basically no problem. You know what I'm saying?
So you're looking to kind of nip it in the bud.
Nip it in the bud.
Right at the start.
Hey,
Are you a jungle mate? No, I'm just kidding.
That's the same case. That's the same case as I got it. That's the same case as Falcons though. They lost the early game, yet Kyle Teasy got
came back.
MVP performance.
Yeah, but it's got to
that's
do with
why-
the rest of the team. They
that's why I'd
understand their
rather ban
jobs.
it.
They're played it to their strengths. Yes, Ogwin made some questionable plays, especially sitting in weird bushes and then getting caught. But it's all about intelligence, giving vision to the entirety of the team so they're able to move with calculated rotations.
Right.
So it's fair to say that there are exceptions to the rule.
There are exceptions to the rules.
We were
but
jungle main though.
I am a jungle
He
main.
is a jungle main.
I am a
Just
jungle
curious, I'm
main.
just
Not,
asking.
probably not so good as Joy as Kyle Teasy. But
He's
like,
a Nolan guy, right? More towards that Nolan side.
Nolan, Suyo,
Yeah.
Alpha,
The Alpha.
Alpha one trick.
We haven't seen a single Alpha today.
Yeah, that's really strange.
Has he just petered out? Does he not have a use in the meta anymore?
He's still a
I
very
like to
strong
believe
player.
so, right? I mean, the
Because
one
he's not nerfed, he's
Uh-huh.
not buffed. Like, he just fell out.
he just
He just saw himself through the door. He's just like, all right, I'm done, guys.
Yeah.
It's like
See
a new
y'all.
year, new me, right?
It's been a good 6 months. Peace.
Even the one game we saw Matilda getting picked up, it wasn't Alpha, right? Like,
Yeah.
like Lucas was the choice.
The jungle?
Yeah.
We don't talk about that game.
It was by Falcons, by Team Falcons.
They might want to try it again.
The here?
Let's get it tried. Let's try it again.
No. I think that's too much.
Or I like to call Leo Mord because that's the short form of his full name. So I want to kind of see like something a little bit more crazy, like a Leo Mord coming in.
No, let's not do
something
that.
like
Let's not do that.
Maybe not here, right?
Okay, here we go. Falcons on the play.
They got the Granger.
No Moskov shenanigans, yeah, since it is open. Evos Holy now has to pick what from the modicum of Iritel
Suyo, Joy.
if it's open. Yeah, no, I mean for Erlan.
Madame Suyo makes a lot of sense right
Probably
here.
Moskov, right? Like you're going for a trade since Harif is gone.
Okay, so Falcons, they could get their Matilda now. It's open.
Natural counter for Granger in the early game is basically Irithel.
Yeah, that too.
Just because of the kiting mechanics.
I mean, that's the. I feel like either way, if you're Evo's Holy, you have to pick it third, right?
Yeah. But then again, we could see an Onyx Philippines resurgence once again play the Granger in the jungle.
Kyle.
Let's not.
Yeah.
I probably not
Just
the
play
best
it safe.
idea.
Just play it safe.
Let's not. When Onyx did it, like, do not try this at home. When King Kong
Do not
does
try
it,
this at home.
when King Kong does it, like
He's a new person. So it will be the Joy in the jungle once again, along with the Jawhead.
Joyhead.
It's a beautiful pick. They played it very well, very strong, especially from Ogwin. It makes a lot of sense because you're facing up against a pseudo assassin in the form of a Suyo. But we don't know if Badang is going to be in the Rome or XP. So if it's in the Rome, it might be a little bit harder, but not impossible.
Yeah, it might be this gentleman here on your very screens playing this Badang who played an amazing Rome Badang in game 1 is key.
Yeah. The official mascot for this season too, right? You see Badang everywhere. So
perfect.
always the Bruno being the answer.
Okay, so no Iritel here.
No Iritel, no Moskov.
I think once they log that down before everything gets banned out once again.
But
I
it's
think
quite a-
comfort over meta, you know what I'm saying?
But it's quite a pivot, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we have seen Erlan play both Moskov and Iritel, so this is definitely a bit of a pivot that I feel like was, for me, was unexpected.
I think it just boils down to like, we need to win early game because Evo's Holy has been dominating early over the past couple of games with Team Falcons.
Yep, so the Joy
Dominate early and then just snowball.
The Joyhead Granger, like that's
Yeah.
it, like that's your cores. Mid laners are, I think, what they should focus on, what they should prioritize.
The falling stars.
And they
spot us.
start banning it. All right, we saw a couple Navaria today.
We saw
Navarias, Navarier.
By Curtizi, by I think it was
Super Friends.
Super Friends.
Yep.
Super Friends.
So another Tigro ban from Team Falcons, just like game 2.
Just to give the Joy an easier time.
Yeah. With Deposit has been playing 2 games of Valentina straight as well, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Right now, the Juicin, Loi definitely banned out already. Vexana, Aurora still possible. I think Aurora might be good right here just because of the second life. You get a little bit of a range.
Ceci?
Sicilian.
For who?
Possible.
Oh, for Evos. With Deposit.
Possible. You got the lockdown coupled with the Badang as well.
I would say that would be cool, like Hylos, Sicilian, if you can end up with it. That'd be money.
But where does the Hylos go, right? XP, right?
XP, yeah.
Right? That's
They
good.
did it in previous games.
Oh, they banned the Ceci.
Yeah, they banned the Sicilian. Okay.
So it crossed their mind.
Xavier.
Xavier for Evos? I can see it happening.
But right then you got the Joy. But Xavier locks down the Joy with the Mystic Field.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, if
makes
you
sense.
catch it.
So awkward.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think one of the first team that kind of brought it out, at least from the ID region, was TLID, right? In the M6 Swiss stage. See if it trickled over to the rest of their comrades.
I remember Gideon was just talking so much about Xavier. Oh, Xavier's annoying.
It was like the
Xavier's getting picked up so
trifecta
much.
of Xavier, Sicilian, Loi, I think.
I think the long range heroes, but it will be the Farsight once again.
Still
So
range.
a lot more range, a lot more damage, more ultimate focused. And you
Deposit
get
has
close.
had it with the Valentinas. Like, I can't play reactive anymore, sir.
But then you're throwing all your lockdowns and your CCs over to the Badang.
Plenty of burst though, right? Even like the Bruno at one point, technically he's like burst damage, but in basic attack form. I would say that you get to keep the Granger at an arm's length as long as you have someone to block the shots for Deposit.
It's still a little bit tricky right here because I'm not sure what else can Evo's Holy pick up. They're lacking the EXP. No more Lucas right here. The Khalid might be a little bit too far shot. The Gato might be good right here.
You probably go back to Hylos like Leo suggested.
Of the celestial twilight.
With the Aurora and the Hilda for Team Falcons.
We've seen that before. Hilda and the Jawhead.
I think if that's the case, then for Evo's Holy, do you still stick with the Hylos though? Or
Yeah, you do
yeah,
stick with the
okay,
high loss. You want a hero that is more comfortable coming in to face up against a Hilda, because right now we've seen this before in the game with Onyx Philippines. You got the Hilda on the offside, you've got the Roam Jawhead, your jungle's always going to be under threat. It's just crazy to deal with. You get the high loss just to defend yourself, not get killed so often. I think it kind of works out well for Evo's Holy.
It's gonna be pretty interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, Evo's Holy, we saw that pivot to the Bruno, even though we have seen that Mosque of Iratel. It's a bit of an adjustment, but I think in the grand scheme of things, Evo's Holy still kept what the identity of this draft should be, right? Like Leo kind of called out the Hylos too, but like this Falcons lineup, what are we expecting to see?
A lot more early game skirmishes, a lot more sitting in the jungle, especially with Flap on that Hilda and Ogwen on the Jawhead. Once it hits the 2 minutes mark, that's when Flap TZ needs to go wild in the jungle. The only saving grace might be from Key and Reggie, but they really need to be able to equalize the rotations coming in from Team Falcons. But that's a very, very Onyx Philippines kind of a signature play style, right?
Yeah.
So we're starting things off. Flap TZ going in, clearing the waves, but it's all about speed running techniques over here, if you're the side.
Slightly quicker, so they get to that Lethal Wanderer first, and it has been kind of the case for Team Falcons. I know we say that Evo's Holy have been winning that early game, but this entire series thus far, if you're looking at Team Falcons, you're looking at Cal TZ primarily as the tip of the spear.
Yeah, looking at emblems, nothing really out of the ordinary stands out. You got Concussive Blast for the Jawhead, so the rotations from the mid side of Team Falcons will be a little bit more faster, especially with the Aurora.
All right. Game 3, all on the line. The rubber match, the decider. Flap TZ, I don't think I called the Hilda, but now looking at what Evo's Holy is bringing, I think the only really has to be scared of Reggie.
Yeah.
He can actually bait out some from Key.
To be honest though, he doesn't even need to think about Reggie. Just ignore him. He's not much of an issue.
You play tag with a horse.
Just play tag with a horse. You know
It doesn't sound like a good idea in real life. Please don't do that.
But look at where they're going. Kyle TZ gets caught into it. He gets the dash out just in the nick of time. But Flap TZ just giving a little bit more intelligence. A smart move by Albert. Check that bush with the first skill.
Come catch me, and there it is!
Trapped underneath, but doesn't matter for Flap TZ. He's thick, he's tanky, he's able to heal everything back up. But in the mid side though, Deposit gets trapped and caught out. First blood goes to Ogwin.
And that is going to be a pick-off. Deposit, 2 big ticket pick-off. And Flap TZ in the back, bothering Albert, bothering Reggie, while the rest of Falcons go for the turtle.
So low, punished for being a little bit too close for comfort right there. Ogwin on Fuse, on the side of Few. Reggie coming in, popped down the passive.
Pride of Ice!
Few will get taken out by Deposit, a little bit more punished for the aggression. And I love how Evo's Holy is very, very reactive to how Team Falcons likes to play. You want to come into my jungle? I'll let you come. Welcome in. I'll take you out.
They know how to punish, and there's a feathered airstrike. Marco
One more
might
hit.
go
Where's the
down.
flicker? But Kai on the backside with a fist crack. Deposit takes him out. What a play. What a exit closure for Kai.
That was a kill squad sent over there. They pincered him top to mid, like all angles that you could find as Marco. So far, Team Falcons, they know that they need to pick up the pace, given that they have a Hilda, they have a Joy, they need to win the early, they have a Jawhead. Evo's Holy though, as long as they make it through the early to mid, and they make sure that Team Falcons don't barrel on forward too much, they should be fine.
Yeah, they're doing what they're doing in all games, but Deposit taking a little bit too much damage to get the power of the wilderness, but we'll be able to walk out safe, prance out safe as Kyle TZ. A little bit too late on the follow-up.
Yep, as well, cooldown on the sprint. If that ever was off of cooldown, Flap TZ would have gotten maybe 1 or 2 solid whacks.
Oh, Goon Squad is here. They're center side, sights up on Erlan. Able to dash out of the way, but not for long. Flap TZ takes it down from that flank. All 5 members are at the top side. And Team Falcons, they're not here to play.
They're here to win.
Amen.
500 gold up, 3-3, 4 minutes into game number 3. And yeah, no, lane to lane, hero to hero, roll to roll. Team Falcons know that they have to play tit for tat.
Yeah.
Super Marco scoring already a Sky Piercer. So yeah, no, given he has no stacks on it right now, there's one. Reggie gets caught.
Getting the brawl out. Reggie is kept alive by the Revitalize and just steps out of the way. Just a little bit of a prance over. But they're starting things off with the turtle. Erlan slowly making his way down, trying to maximize his farm. But the knock
dear Lord.
Oh, thrown over the wall. Deposit. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, but able to use the wings by wings. Getting his exit. Blocked down by Flap TZ. Taking control of that back line. But look at that flank. Kyle TZ coming in with the Rhythm of Joy, dealing a lot of damage. Just setting the sights up on Reggie, but they haven't seen Albert just yet.
Oh, Key gets frozen and taken down.
The Frigid Glacier came in a little bit too late, but it does not matter as Key, once again, too late.
A wizard is never late.
A wizard is never late.
They are always on time, and that's what they needed to do to win that fight and get this turtle.
The only way to win a brawl server is to get brawls on yourself. Just keep fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Free
turtle for Team Falcons. Now about 2,000 gold up. And they're chasing Flap TZ. I don't think this is wise.
Flap TZ a little bit too deep into the jungle. Take a lot of damage from the Feather Airstrike. Will get taken down. The rest of the members of Team Falcons know it's a lost cause. Hey, buddy, you're fine. We'll leave you alone right now. Let's just go back to farm.
If Team Falcons don't do much of this and Flap TZ dies maybe 2 or 3 more times in the next 5 minutes, then we have a problem. Then it becomes, you know, a wasted effort. But for now, I'd say Flap TZ is in at 2-2-2. I think it's worth it. I think the fact that he can force Evo's Holy to respond, force Evo's Holy to use ults, resources that they had plans for other members of Team Falcons, other parts on the map, I'd say it's still a good situation for Falcons to be in.
It's a game plan.
Kyle!
Knocked it down, locked down by the wall. He takes down Kyle TZ. Deposit showing up strong with the Feather Airstrike as well. Kai lives with a sliver, able to dash out of the way as Few a little bit too late to the party. And Flap TZ, they retreat.
He is the same Badang beast he was in game number 1. I can't believe the corners this young man is finding, the angles that he attacks Team Falcons from. They have to respect him a little bit more. Again, that was a trade, that was a little bit of a oofski. It wasn't a clean trade, but So far, Team Falcons really have to watch out for where this Badang's gonna be.
But like how this is going, first game that we don't see a Moskov. So Key, okay, fist crack into a fair airstrike just to keep everyone else at bay. Few trying to use that range to freeze anyone at all. But Baptiste goes in. Ogwin actually jumps and pushes Reggie over the wall, gets that frigidation, gets that lockdown, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's Erlan just free hitting from the backside.
Ogwin for Reggie. Into the turtle. Into the turtle. I take it. I take it if you're Team Falcons. Evo's Holy, though, they have to understand that if we're not going to fight for this turtle, we have to let it go. But no, it looks like they're going to contest.
Oh, Erlan doesn't have that dash, doesn't have the flicker out of the way, but they baited Flaptease to come back in. Albert takes down that Lord as well. He stole it from underneath the nose of Coyoteezy.
They get their cake and they get to eat it too. Evo's Holy finally on the board when it comes to major objectives, taking that last turtle down and the Flapteezy along with it. When is Super Marco going to start getting more stacks?
It's a little bit hard. It's a little bit hard because it's a very funneled kind of character. You have to play that Granger, you have to play it safe, but Evo's Holy's just baiting out everyone. Erlan just went in, but it's all calculated. Drawing everyone into him, or drawing Kyle into him. But hold on a second right here. Reggie will be safe, saving it.
Oh! Gets caught by the tip of that charge surge.
Oh! For airstrike, no dashes. Coyoteezy will get cleaned up by Albert, but he's still skirmishing, he's still going strong. Standing the wrong side of the wall. It's Super Marco living with a pixel. Team Falcons, they're very, very reactive on this fight. This skirmish is still going in the glorious pathway.
Oh, Pride of Ice triggered once more underneath tier 2 down bot. And that's another kill for Evo's Holy. 3 straight, not on the board for Falcons.
They're going Bankai on this round. They're ramping up the tempo, and I feel it. I feel the aggression. I feel the speed. They want to end this. They want to end this fast. It's been a long day, Leo. Let's get out of here.
Johor Baru has been turned upside down, and Team Falcons need to find a way out of this rut. I mean, they did it in game 2. It's the same situation, right? Evo's Holy definitely have a stranglehold, and then suddenly, some way, somehow, Coyoteezy from underneath able to dig deep enough to find the win, but not the way this is going so far. Oh,
lockdown, there's 2 split fights, but they're going in for Coyoteezy. Albert, just safe for now, but no conceal for the Lord that's coming up in 5 seconds. Not a lot of ultimates being spent. That's the power of Evo's Holy. They know what's worth it. They know what's high stakes. And it's this first objective that they really need to take.
This is what I'm talking about. It's a different hero. It's not Ogwin and the Cho. It's Ogwin and the Jawhead. And one of the few things that are worse than a game that's lasted 45 minutes with no end in sight is a Jawhead that's playing defensive. A Jawhead that's forced to be reactive. Ogwin can't find anything. Where does he do it though from? This river brush?
You're taking a little bit too much damage. Supposed to use that flicker out of the way. That's creating so much space.
Re-engage!
Oh, they're getting us a throwback onto Reggie, but no damage at all. Albert, they're ditching that Lord. They're going on for the kills.
Marco! Down goes Deposit. Counties to the back flap. Needs to trade it out for.
But it doesn't really matter, though. The Lord is still standing strong. Albert trying to take down one more of the Sever. Will do the job.
Oh, Marco falls. He was too close to 3 members of Evo's Holy, and they clap him. It's Coyoteezy left.
4 members down. That's a free Lord for Evo's Holy, really showing us the Indonesian team that just got together. Everyone wrote them off, but they're here to stay.
Not everyone. I actually
not
looked
everyone.
up to him.
Not everyone.
Evo's Holy, though, they are looking at a game that's all but won. They need to make the most of this Lord, and so far, it looks like momentum's on their side. I reckon at least 1 inhibitor falls. At least 1.
We're slowing down the tempo a little bit more as Evo's Holy got that first Lord possession, marching down that top side. They don't want to make a move that they will regret. This is where a lot of teams struggle closing out the games. Lord's pathway already let loose.
All right, Ogwin looking for an engage. He has the flicker. He has the ejector. Full combo. Waiting in the wings. Super Marco, though, super compromised his position. Like 2 fights back to back. He just couldn't find space to let it rip.
It's because of Albert, 6-0-4, finding the flex, finding the back line. Rhythm of Joy already popped up the bottom side by Kyle as the minions already marching in. Erlan doing a heck of a lot of damage. A little bit too much that Team Falcons can face right now.
Woo! All right, Team Falcons with a safe defense. They weren't going to lose that inhibitor after all. They still do have these holy shields up and this tier 2 in mid. Super Marco picking up that C. Halbert, so that should slow down. The shield's on Key, the shield's on Reggie. I think that now the next big problem is Deposit. Like, Deposit outranges the Granger.
It outranges, and there's no way that they can go in. Even Flapteezy is a non-factor to this Farsa already.
Oh.
Okay, fist crack onto Ogren.
Oh, dear God.
Strike. Oh, dear God. Forced to use the flicker out of the way. Few as well does have the Pride of Ice as a last-ditch effort, but thankfully doesn't need to pop it. Evil's Holy just not giving us a break.
Okay, not giving Team Falcons a break. They are up by about 5,000 gold here. They're playing it slow. A minute till the next Lord. It has Evo's Holy's name on it. How does Falcons clap back? I'd say the Flapteezy Gambit's not working anymore, all right? For the first 5 minutes, Flapteezy lived in Evo's Holy's personal space. Like, they were breathing down their neck like this.
Yeah, but it wasn't rent-free, though. He was punished so much.
Yeah.
He was a squatter in their home.
Did you say squatter? Like, an informal settler.
Informal
We'll
settler.
take that, all right? But now what? From there, right now he's a glorified warrior. He's literally there to clear bushes and, I don't know, maybe punish Erlan. Can he do that? Can he live in Erlan's face? Can he threaten Deposit? Maybe not anymore, given how Deposit now has a blood wing, so it's not so easy, and he can just walk away, blast Flap in the face. So where is the pickoff gonna come from? Are we still waiting for Kyle Teasy? That might be it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tall order right now, especially since the T1s, T2s down the bot side is a huge factor.
Oh my
for
God,
them.
they're still standing.
Gaining so much space.
It's still standing.
It's still standing. Even now, 13 minutes into the game, 8-14. Evil's Holy. They're starting this Lord. The conceal play. They've solved Few. They're gunning for it. They're forced to finish the Glacier out, but it's too late. Few pops in the front of the ice.
Look at Erlan.
Airstrike, pops it in, throws everyone back. Erlan! It's a sliver now. He gets alive, but just for a little bit more before he gets taken down.
Look at the collapse. Down goes Albert. Falcons are doing it.
The damage is just too much as 4 members go down.
Reggie's gonna fall too.
All 5 wipeout from the side of Evil's Holy. That's a free Lord for Team Falcons.
Jesus Maria, Sepp, will Team Falcons do it? Could it be endable? They're going for a beeline in mid.
They might. That's 10 seconds on the clock. They have the minions. They have Ogwen. He's able to tank that damage just enough for them to take that turret. They want to go for it though. 4 seconds. Erlan might not be enough.
They have a wave.
They have a wave. They're just ending it all. We're just going home right here and right now.
Even they can't believe what they just did.
I can't believe what I saw. Husky, can you?
The play of a lifetime on Few.
Unbelievable. The noble sacrifice of the Queen of Ice paid off big time, and you guys were just talking about, wow, what is Flap gonna do? Glorify war, informal settler. What use does he have? Can he threaten Erlan or Deposit? It all came back full circle. Few was the target, but it was Flap who reached Erlan, and then the collapse was just poetic. Kyle Teasy and Super Marco really stepping it up at the very end, and just a red carpet down mid. Team Falcons once more, just like Leo has predicted, complete a reverse sweep to close out day 1 of their group stage.
I mean, narrative-wise, it follows, right? Look at Evo's Holy. It's a team made up of new athletes. I mean, Reggie's been here a while, but everyone else, you know. Well, yeah, but he's still the baby alien.
Team, right?
And that means they're kids, right? And who did they bum rush? Who did they go to? I don't know, monkeys. Oh, look, it's Few. Let's go get him. And then he welcomed them with a frigid glacier. And apparently that was enough to soften him up to the rest of Falcon.
Yeah, by enough time for the rest of Falcons to come in as well. And they just found that right flank onto Erlan. Once he's gone, they set their sights up on Albert. And once he's gone, there's just nothing left. Reggie can't do much. Kai just wasted all of his ultimates onto one member. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for Evil's Holy, but to their credit though, that was not an easy game for Falcons at all. Struggling all throughout the entire game, even the early game.
For sure.
And just that one mistake that Evil's made.
It'll be one hell of a gold DXP graph. I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
It would be all Evos up until...
And then...
I mean,
yeah.
You say it's a for me, I don't even think it's a mistake from Evo's Holy, right? I feel like you see that play, you would go for it too. That kind of was like the Lord, the conversion into a Lord. But who would have expected Team Falcon to be able to reinforce Few that fast, right?
That's what you call a macro brawl.
Yeah, actually.
It was a legit brawl. It's just they set it up in a macro way.
Yeah. To that point though, I think the problem is just wasting a lot of the ultimates onto this one member and just not leaving room for the rest of them that are coming through.
Hey, the Pride of Ice was the difference maker.
I think so, yeah.
That was what, extra 2
Built-in
seconds?
Yeah, extra 2
mortality, bro.
seconds.
He let through maybe a spell or 2 more after the Frigid Glacier.
Yeah, like
it might have been.
Funny enough, everything hit Erlang. Erlang just ate it up.
Yeah. Well, that being said though, like you said, Leo, just wait for Kyle TZ to come online. Wait for Few to make a sacrificial play. And just Kyle TZ comes in with a sweep. Gets the MVP, 4 kills to his name, 89% kill participation. Beautiful, beautiful.
All right, I don't want to act like a high and mighty prophet who sees everything from a mile away, right? I did not see the Few sacrifice play at all. Like, again, you point out the fact that Flap TZ almost useless at that point in the game. Kyle TZ can't walk into a bush without being afraid of 2 members of EVOS Holy whacking him. Marco always compromised, right?
Yeah.
Forget about Ogren's situation. Ogren can't even, But wow, from out of nowhere, the Few play.
Yeah.
Right before that, what the final line you guys said towards right before the final sequence was Flap is still standing there in that bush. I mean, what a way to turn it around. Of course, Kyle TZ MVP once more. Honestly, MVP of the series. You really gotta give it to him. We even debated whether you ban the Moskov or the Joy. Who should go first? Well, Moskov wasn't picked up and Joy got let through, and in the end it paid off.
Should have banned the Joy.
Should have banned the Joy.
Did I say ban Joy?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You said ban Moskov.
I said ban Moskov, but Moskov wasn't picked up at all.
Yeah, well, he wasn't. He wasn't.
At all.
Are you a jungle main?
Yeah, but obviously not as good as this.
This guy's
this
different.
son of a gun.
This guy's different. This
This
guy's a
guy
world
is-
champion.
2 times world champions. Dang,
Sometimes you
I might
forget.
have lost for words
Just one
how this game went down. I wasn't expecting EVOS Holy to put up a fight that they did, and I said in the start of the series, this is a true test of Team EVOS Holy's limits against a strong Filipino team, and I would say that comparatively against Onyx ID, one of the teams that everyone's looked up upon, and facing Team Falcons, EVOS Holy was a much harder team to take down.
And I think, to echo that statement, right? I came into this, not knowing what to expect from EVOS Holy, just based off of challenge stage, it felt like they have a lot to prove, simply because the journey here wasn't the hardest compared to the other groups. We say that this is like a milestone after them taking 1 game over Team Falcons, but to keep the entire series competitive, and this could have ended in a 2-0 if they wanted, off of that game too. But Team Falcons, just off of experience, was able to kind of overthrow EVOS Holy at the finishing line. But either way, it is a great conclusion to this stream B. That's why we're the best stream, dude. We got the banger games.
This is high quality Mobile Legends again.
Man.
Economy, mechanics, trading.
Oh, there's the
Look
play.
at how
There's the play.
far they are.
The
Look at
play!
All of them jumping in. 3 guys frozen.
They're so
Erlan
far.
ate everything up. And here comes Flap TZ with
Yep.
the
Unbelievable.
power of the winners.
Yep.
All
And
of
then-
them were halfway across the map.
Oh, Flap TZ popped his sprint, did he?
But actually, they were still alive until...
He's dead now.
Yeah. Kyle TZ's damage was way too much, and Supermarket just cleans up shot.
Honestly, the Pride of Ice was the savior, right? Because you saw how far the rest of Team Falcons were,
Yes.
and they still arrived on time.
And then EVOS Holy, I'm pretty sure they were all tunnel vision, we gotta kill Few, we committed this much. And then, I got one more spell, buddy. And then the rest of Falcons came in to your left.
The Messiah. Few the Messiah.
I mean, Phil Dyer, Martyr.
Huge sacrificial play.
Amazing. Again, I hope my green isn't showing as much, but the fact that Falcons, despite the name change, despite, the relatively mum 4 or 5 months that they were quiet, they're still here. They're still one of the strongest teams in the world.
Yeah. It showed a dominant performance, and they know how to adapt to many situations. It takes them some time to warm up, but it doesn't really matter.
Speaking about Messiah, speaking about Martyr, let's talk to the man himself, because we got Phil on the line after what seems to be one of the best series we have in this opening day. So we got Phil.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello guys.
It's a long day for you. All 6 games played, both series reverse sweep against Onyx Indonesia, and now EVOS Holy. You guys took down both Indonesian teams. How's the vibe? Right? How's everyone feeling right now?
We're all happy that we got both win today. even though it's a long game. But I think it's fine because we need the games. We need to practice more and adjust to the meta.
Yeah, speaking of practice, few, ang tagal namin kayo hindi nakita. You guys haven't played in a tournament like this in a while. How was the change? How was the downtime? The past, what was that, 4 months? How are you guys as a team?
It really hits us hard. We are having a hard time adjusting when we went back. We stopped playing like for 3 months with each other. It's our vacation, and right when we got back, we are really having a hard time adjusting back to the meta, as you can see in our games.
Speaking about readjusting, I want to kind of pivot a little bit, right? So we have the gameplay part, but what about you guys as a team, right? Because not many teams would stick together for another run, but here you guys are, same team from what we've known last year through thick and thin. How has everyone kind of readjusted with one another after that long vacation?
We really plan to stick together for this year because I think last MPL we just fell short against Aurora, and we want to have our revenge, and especially we want to have another shot at defending this title in ESL.
Oh yeah, they're on their way.
Actually, I just have one question. You said you take a really long break away. I think it's very good for the mind, for your soul. But coming back in and adjusting to the meta and you losing one game at a time, do you think that other teams are actually catching up to you? And what are your thoughts after this?
Of course, I think all the teams are improving now, especially Indonesian teams. Based on our scrims, we are having a hard time in scrims, and Indonesia are always strong in scrimmages.
Okay, let's talk about the play. Few,
yeah.
Talk to us about that Aurora play. What was the comms? What were you telling your teammates, and how did you guys set that up?
It's not actually part of the plan.
What? Just go with it, brother.
What?
I just know that my teammates are ready because they have fast heroes, they have conceal, and I'm just having a vision at the Lord, and I wasn't expecting them to go full force at me. Luckily, I freeze the Bruno.
Yeah.
And everyone, you froze everyone.
Froze everyone. Actually, 3 members, yeah. You have the core members.
Yeah.
Tanks just untouchable.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I mean, so actually, before we kind of wrap this up, I know Leo earlier on, he did say that, you know, if you guys can kind of get through this group stage, there's a high chance you guys get that back-to-back. So just to kind of echo on that statement, do you feel that same confidence, like, you know, that Leo has in you guys, that you guys can make that run once more?
Yes, we are still confident, even though there are a lot of stronger teams right now. And like before, we just need that confidence to be in our mind.
All right, that's good to hear. It means a good start, right? 2-0 in that group stage. Thank you very much, Few. A lot more games to come, so best of luck for the rest of the groups.
Before we go,
yeah.
Few, a few words for the Nest, for the fans of Falcon PH.
For the fans of Falcons PH, thank you for always supporting us and following us in watching here in ESL.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Few. Get some
Short,
good
sweet.
rest. We'll see you tomorrow. You know, sometimes you know what they say, spontaneous plans, unplanned stuff.
I didn't expect that.
You the best results, but yeah, I mean, even he didn't expect that.
I could have sworn it was premeditated.
Yeah.
It felt too unreal, right? It felt like he put himself in the line of fire.
Yeah, it's like, the guys are here, they're here. It was more
But it
of
wasn't. He just had faith.
He just literally was like, I just have vision. If you guys want to go, just...
He saw the one thing that you didn't see in your vision.
Yeah.
He saw the future.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm just
He's
talking
just
out
going
my,
with it. He's
I'm
just
just talking
going
out my
with it.
butt half the time.
Oh, Stream A is done.
Yeah, let's get a quick recap of what happened today for Stream A. You know, we had Team Liquid ID getting a 2-0 over Flash Singapore, and then EVO's Holy a 2-1 over RQ Hoshi in a reverse sweep fashion, followed by TLID 2-0 over Bigatron Alpha, and then closing it out with RQ Hoshi tying up their group stage run with a 2-0 over Aurora. That is just Stream A. But then we have Stream B, right? Stream B, we also had a heck of a day, closing out with one banger of a series that we witnessed just now. Stream B, Onyx Philippines 2-0 Bigatron Alpha, and then we have Team Falcons with a reverse sweep over Onyx Esports, followed by Onyx Philippines getting their second win of the day over See You Soon, and then Team Falcons, like we saw just now, another reverse sweep 2-1 over Evo's Holding.
Okay, so in running, we've played more games in Stream A.
We have.
How about Stream C?
Let's see.
Oh.
Sagnari Giants 2-0 over See You Soon. You know, Falcons Esports 2-0 over Aurora. SRG 2-0 over Flash Singapore.
SRG.
And then Onyx Esports getting a 2-1 over Falcon Esports.
Hey, that's good. That's the last one though, right? I mean, I love the Burmese, but hey, Onyx got a win.
So they're 1-1.
Okay.
Falcons also 1-1.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Falcons also won Aurora on that front. So yeah, they're actually coming up strong. We're seeing a lot of strong teams. Falcons, Evo's Holy, the teams that we've underwritten quite a bit, or like the majority of us underwritten.
what do we say? Stream B, best stream, man.
Best stream.
We got the most games.
Yeah, Stream B, banger stream. Let's take a look at the standings just to give you guys a quick update. Group A right now, Onyx Philippines, Selangor Red Giants, and Team Liquid Indonesia stay at the top. 6 points, clean slate, clean record, not dropping a single game today. Whereas for See You Soon, Flash Singapore, and Bigatron Alpha, all down. Both series 0-2.
M6 top 3 right there, just sweeping everybody.
What did we say? I mean, we don't get to predict like that in other streams.
What did you say? What did you say? Go Selangor Red Giants, right?
Yeah, I'm Malaysian at heart. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm full of copium. I hope that Flash will get a nice rest today. Tomorrow come up strong again. And we'll see. We'll see where it takes us.
I'm more excited about Group B, right? Because Group B, we have a lot of, you know, a full series today. We have a lot of 2-1s.
2 points, yeah. 2 points, 1 point.
2 points. The aggregate points is going to matter.
2-1s.
So Team Falcons, 4 points. Or RQ Hoshi, Falcons Esports, and then Onyx Esports 3. Also, only Aurora has taken a full loss today.
Yeah, we'll see him later. We'll see him later.
Yeah, don't worry.
But, yeah. I know.
This one's tough.
But what did you guys say to me when we started the show? When we showed our power rankings?
Don't mess it up. Oh. I thought like what we said to you literally. No, what did we say? What did we say?
In the power rankings.
About Aurora?
Aurora. I'm just kidding. But I'm thinking it's not that Aurora is not a good team, but it's just like you said, teams are improving, teams are coming up, teams are going strong. We've got Myanmar really showing up. The Indonesian teams, people are saying that, hey, they've got so much improvements coming in. The harder teams are actually the Indonesians because they're hungry, they're thirsty, and the wolf on the hill isn't as hungry as the wolf climbing it.
Not just that, right? Like the remaining matches for Aurora isn't gonna get any easier. Team Falcons, Onyx Esports, Evo's Holy. The deep run continues.
Brother.
It's not like I have any personal stake in Aurora, right? It's just that I love every single player there on a personal level, and I want to see them shine. They had a rough M6, let's put it at that. And this could have been, this should have been
the redemption.
Exactly, but
on the bright side, you know, at the expenses of some of the teams that we all love and you know adore, we got a pretty interesting day one, regardless of which stream we're on, right? Obviously, this is still the hub.
Exactly, this is
the hub for the best.
There's only one correct stream to watch.
Yeah, this is the Continental, you know, as we call it. But at least some narratives has been established, for sure. Right? We've seen some teams really making milestones like Evo's Holy. We've seen some teams really stepping up to the occasion. The strong ones are still there. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Stream A, starting it off with See You Soon taking on Bigatron Alpha. Tomorrow, actually, we only have 3 best of 3 for tomorrow.
Yep, that's right.
Alongside Wednesday, we're going to start slightly later, so keep that in mind. For those who wake up early, well, you get to sleep a lot more. So
there it is.
There it is, Stream A.
For reals.
For reals. See You Soon against Bigatron Alpha for Stream A. And then afterwards, they will have Team Falcons against RQ Hoshi.
Spicy match.
And concluded with See You Soon against Team Liquid ID.
Okay, all of the Kamai fans who want to watch English, this is where you go.
Yeah.
You support See You Soon, and you hope that maybe they finally get points on. Because that first one, those are 2 teams with 0 points.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
BTR 0 points?
Yes.
Yeah, they lost
Best team in the world. 0 points.
No.
There must be a mistake.
I mean,
Onyx PH is the best team in the world.
Honestly, that actually is a very high stakes series, right?
Yeah.
And it could determine who has no chance.
Calculation-wise, yeah, you could
then
suddenly just.
your run might just end tomorrow for those two teams.
Oh,
For Stream B,
Are you here?
We got Team
tomorrow?
here's your stakes.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna
Flash
be casting the
SG.
first game, so I'm pretty good. Y'all guys have fun.
I mean, you're gonna have fun as an audience, right? Against Onyx PH, Onyx esports against Rora. That is gonna be Leo. You know, stakes on the line, and then got Flash Singapore against Bigatron to close it out.
This is going to be a very tight match for the last one, but I'm actually excited to see the second game. Onyx and Aurora really close to the teams in terms of their skill level. After the first day today, I want to see how far Aurora can go.
I think especially if Aurora gets the series win over Onyx esports, that is gonna be a shake-up in that Group B bracket.
It's a big banger.
Let's take a look at Group C. So we got SRG against TLID. It's gonna be the M6.
They have all the Indonesian casters have all the SRG.
Yeah,
games,
it's like the M6 lower bracket finals rematch, you know, and Falcons esports against Evo's Holy. Another kind of a milestone check for both teams, and then SRG against Onyx Philippines. M6 upper bracket match.
Okay, very rarely do I say this, but Stream B is looking fire.
C?
Yeah, C.
C.
C is looking pretty good.
As long as it's not Stream A.
Oh, Falcons, Evo's Holy. That is
This is
to
a
watch.
Yeah. To watch, yeah.
To be real.
Yeah.
Don't watch the Flash
I think
game.
the-
Just
I
watch
think the
this
whole-
game.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, yeah,
Just
I
kidding.
Singaporeans
entire
speak
is
English,
fine.
you know this, right? They can just go back and what did
We're
he
all
say?
good. We're all fine. We're all fine. We understand that's a joke.
Oh man. With that being said, that was the schedule. That's the schedule for tomorrow. But Snapdragon Pro Series always delivers in terms of surprises. And guess what? We have one just for you guys. So enjoy this next clip.
The journey to greatness starts here. From the 11th to 13th of April, the race reaches its peak at the Tennis Indoor Senayan. Tickets are live. Be part of the climb and secure your spot now. Be part of the journey. Witness the rise to the top.
Thank you, Danny, as the voiceover, as always. Yes, the journey to rise to the top will conclude at Tennis Indoor Stadium Senayan, back where M4 was held, where Echo got that sweep over Blacklist International. I still remember, sent chills down my
You were there.
spine. I wasn't in the arena. I was outside, but I heard the final call.
Yeah, no, but you were in the arena.
I was in the arena. It was fire, except for the grand finals. I couldn't get in for the grand finals, but I still was able to enjoy the environment. It was great. Took the trip out to Senayan.
Real goosies.
The limited tickets, scan that QR code, get your tickets, esl.gg/SPS Master25. Tickets price starts from 10k rupiahs. It is what, 2 ringgit?
John Belly.
It's less than $1 SGD, by the way.
John Belly.
Yeah, I don't want to brag, but no, but for real though, I think the Mobile Masters is quite interesting because you have people from European countries coming in. China's coming in. You want to see like where every of these external teams, because we're always looking at like Southeast Asia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore.
The M series, that is not
like,
M series.
The M series, that's not M series.
This is the S
real,
series.
yeah.
S series,
S series, yeah.
First of its kind, right? Finally,
In history.
In history.
Yeah, and it only took us 6 seasons to do it.
Yeah, we've always just had challenge finals, but now we have Mobile Masters. So for all you guys out there who want to also be able to enjoy the experience in the comforts of your home, you can sign up as a co-streamer because we want you to be a part of that family. Again, scan the QR code or go to esl.gg/Mobile Master co-stream to be a part of the co-streamer gang.
Be part of the family.
Be part of the family, the super the S family, Snapdragon.
The S family. The super family. I want to be a part of Onyx.
And the final word, gentlemen.
I'm just excited for the next few days. Aurora, do something!
I do want Flash to really like show up because it's been far too long. Everyone has been like, oh, Flash, MSC 4th place. Right now it's like, Flash is easy team, but I want them to show up actually.
Has things really changed because they lost the nib? Has it changed so much? Because they were such a threat when they were in Flash.
Maybe Diablo, right? And then the D in them. Well, both of you guys share the same storyline. You want to see that redemption arc for both Rora and Flash SG. They will have that chance to do it again, or attempt to do it tomorrow, but that's the end of day 1. Thank you very much for tuning into Stream B. Remember, tomorrow starts a bit later at 4:30 p.m., but stick by Stream B because we are the best broadcast channel, BBC. Signing off is Husky, Leo, Churros, and of course for Gidden Q. See you guys tomorrow. good night, and have a great rest of the day.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't
let's get wave, let's get lit, let's get high, let's come have it. Let's get burst, let's get mash, let's buy a bottle and splash that cash. Guess what? It's time for action. You're feeling fine, main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the baseline, chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's time for action. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Come, let's have it. Bad boy rhythm. Come, let's have it. Bad girl style. Okay, all eyes on you. Come, let's have it. It's time to get wild. Main attraction. Pure vibes, not satisfaction. Feel the bass, chemical reaction. You're feeling fine. Chemical reaction. Chemical reaction. Guess what? It's time for action. Chemical reaction.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till